Chapter 557. Even though human warlocks imitated many powerful existences and created all kinds of powerful secret methods, but after all, they were still secret methods created by imitating those powerful existences. But after all, it was a secret method created by imitating those formidable beings. Among experts of the same rank, the physical constitution of human warlocks was much weaker than that of those formidable beings. Even supreme geniuses with a special constitution like the first Warlock dynasty's Time Lord were weaker than archgods of the same rank who were famous for their tyrannical fleshly bodies. Human warlocks racked their brains to create secret treasures. They were treasures with all kinds of outrageous powers. With the help of secret treasures, human warlocks defeated one powerful race after another and became the pinnacle existences of the world. As the third hero of the Moonlight 10 heroes, 30% of Suo Li's strength rested on the evil ogre fiend blade. Now that the evil ogre fiend blade was destroyed, his strength fell to the bottom, and he fell outside the ranks of the Moonlight 10 heroes. He could no longer contend against Glorious Sun warlocks. When Kai Sheng saw this, he was furious at once, and Glorious Sun warlock rank aura seeped out of him, and he wanted to kill Yang Feng, little bastard. Fiend warlocks and devil warlocks used the bloodline of fiends, devils, and other evil creatures to practice cultivation. Their cultivation speed was far faster than that of ordinary people, their lifespans were longer than that of ordinary warlocks, and their combat strength was far greater than that of ordinary warlocks. But at the same time, there were also great flaws. One of them was that it was difficult to control their emotions, and it was very easy for them to get angry and lose their reason. Within the sphere of influence of the Saint Demon sect, Kai Sheng was like an emperor who could kill anyone he wanted to die. He controlled the lives of countless warlocks and ordinary people, and he would kill people in a fit of anger. Now that he saw the evil ogre fiend sword destroyed by Yang Feng, his eyes immediately filled with killing intent. The evil ogre fiend sword was a level 6 secret treasure, but it had all kinds of strange and evil powers. If used well, it could even slay some Glorious Sun warlock rank freaks. There weren't many such treasures in the Saint Demon sect. Now that it was destroyed, Kai Sheng was naturally furious. Humph! Lu Wuchen snorted coldly, and then released Great Circle Glorious Sun warlock rank aura in a flash and enveloped the entire hall. He released killing intent and locked Kai Sheng from afar. If Kai Sheng dared to make a move in the Battle Devil Hall, Lu Wuchen would definitely kill him on the spot. The Battle Demon Hall is enchanted with countless spells. Here, even if a Bright World warlock comes, they will be easily suppressed by Lu Wuchen. Kai Sheng was alarmed by Lu Wuchen's aura and killing intent. The scarlet color in his eyes slowly receded and he regained a trace of clarity. He looked at Lu Wuchen with incomparable fear before turning his gaze back to the arena. After the true God Empyrean imprint devoured the evil ogre fiend sword, the chains formed from countless runes continued to extend and stab into the 9 fiend armor on Suo Li. One after another, sinister and strange power shadows formed by the demonic power flew out of the 9 demons' armor and were forcibly pulled into the real God Empyrean seal. No! My 9 demons' armor! Suo Li's face was filled with despair, and he let out another extremely miserable and shrill cry. The 9 demons' armor on him cracked, shattered, and fell to the ground. After losing the 9 fiend armor and the evil ogre fiend sword, Suo Li's demonic chi, which seemed capable of covering the sun, suddenly disappeared, and he only exuded the aura of an ordinary pinnacle moonlight warlock. Tears of blood flowed out of Suo Li's eyes, and he roared like a devil, "Yang Feng, you dared to destroy my 9 demons' armor and the evil ogre fiend sword. I want you dead, I want you dead. I want you to die a horrible death." The Saint Demon sect's warlocks like to use the power of fiends and evil gods. But at the same time, they are easily eroded by the evil power, become cruel, bloodthirsty, and easily lose their reason. If it was a warlock from the 10 great sects, even if they were defeated by Yang Feng, they wouldn't be so stupid as to start a fight in the Battle Demon Hall. Devil Grand Duke Batista of the 7th floor of Hell, I am willing to offer my flesh and blood, soul, and everything else. Suo Li's eyes were scarlet red as he chanted a strange incantation. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. A black, twisted tunnel slowly appeared, and an aura that contained great terror and despair gushed out from that twisted tunnel. When Yang Feng sensed the terrifying aura, his face flickered at once. This isn't something I can deal with. Is this great sacrifice, a spell that sacrifices everything to a powerful existence from another plane in exchange for that existence's help? The infernal realm is the 9th floor of hell, formed by devils from the endless abyss that runs through countless planes. There are countless devils living in the infernal realm. The devils living in the infernal realm are somewhat different from the archdevils of the ancient demon plane. They are existences created by using the soul of an infinity warlock rank archdevil Grand Duke of the 9 demons plane as a blueprint. The Devil Grand Duke Batista of the 7th floor is a pinnacle infinity warlock rank existence. In the 7th floor of hell, even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse may not be his opponent. Even if such a powerhouse sends a clone to Suo Li, it isn't an existence that Yang Feng can contend against. Stop, Suo Li, you idiot. We concede. Kai Sheng's face fell, and he bellowed and spread the fingers of a hand, and black gas flew out of his hand, enveloped Suo Li, and formed black runes that sealed Suo Li, pulled him out of the arena, and flew to Kai Sheng's side. Once Suo Li completes the great sacrifice, he will die. Everything will be devoured by the Devil Grand Duke Batista. His soul will fall into Batista's hands, and he will reincarnate into a devil with great potential. If Suo Li's great sacrifice could kill Yang Feng, Kai Sheng wouldn't mind perishing together with him. But this is the Battle Demon Hall. Even if the Devil Grand Duke Batista summons a clone here, it will be easily killed, and everything will become the Battle Demon Sect's spoils of war. Suo Li's death would be tantamount to his contribution to the Battle Demon Sect. Kai Sheng naturally won't let this happen. After Suo Li lost the 2 level, 6 secret treasures that were most suitable for him, his strength fell to the ordinary pinnacle Moonlight Warlock realm. Even so, he was still a pinnacle Moonlight Warlock, ranking in the top 20 among the Battle Demon Sect's Moonlight Warlocks. Kai Sheng naturally won't give up on such a powerhouse easily. Defeated, even a Moonlight 10 Heroes rank Warlock was defeated by him. How terrifying. He has just promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, yet his strength is already so terrifying. How terrifying. With his current strength, among Moonlight Warlocks, only Moonlight Warlocks of the 7 stars are his match. In the Battle Demon Hall, the leaders from different warlock groups looked at Yang Feng with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Yang Feng broke through in the Time Sky City a few months ago and advanced to a Moonlight Warlock. It was for this reason that the Saint Demon Sect's Kai Sheng brought Suo Li of the 10 Heroes to challenge Yang Feng and cast a shadow over his mind. It would be best if they could inflict heavy damage to Yang Feng's soul. The evil ogre fiend sword secret treasure was extremely evil and contained all kinds of incredible abilities. Once the fleshly body was slashed, even the soul would be contaminated. After the soul of a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse was contaminated by the evil ogre fiend sword, they might not be able to heal their soul for years or even decades. Standing in the arena, Yang Feng looked at the Tai Yi Sect's Shangguan Luo and said with a smile, "I'm very interested in the Moonlight 10 Heroes. Shangguan Luo, why don't we take this opportunity to exchange pointers?" Numerous gazes focused on Shangguan Luo, filled with a strange look. The Battle Demon Sect's disciples, on the other hand, showed looks of excitement. A few years ago, the Tai Yi Sect's Yi Yuanyang came to the Battle Demon Sect and virtually swept the Battle Demon Sect's younger generation geniuses. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's sudden appearance, the Battle Demon Sect's face might have been swept to the ground. Now that Yang Feng took the initiative to challenge the Tai Yi Sect's Shangguan Luo, the Battle Demon Sect's disciples showed looks of excitement. The complexions of the Tai Yi Sect's warlock geniuses, except for Shangguan Luo, suddenly changed slightly. A peculiar glint streaked past Zhang Xuancheng's eyes, and he said faintly, "There's no need to compete. Suoli is the third hero of the Moonlight 10 Heroes, ranking above Shangguan Luo. Since Suoli was defeated by you, then Shangguan Luo is not your opponent." Originally, Zhang Xianchong brought Shangguan Luo here with the intention of teaching Yang Feng a lesson and diminishing his prestige. But now that Suoli was easily defeated by Yang Feng, he naturally wouldn't let Shangguan Luo fight Yang Feng. Yang Feng gave Shangguan Luo a slightly provocative look, only to see Shangguan Luo have a calm expression on his face, as if he didn't see Yang Feng's provocation. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and assessed in his heart, "This guy is a bit more difficult to deal with than that idiot Suoli." Since Zhang Xianchong took a big step back, Yang Feng naturally couldn't continue to be aggressive. He returned to his seat and looked down at the warlock leaders. The next part of the moonlight ceremony was very calm and peaceful. It smoothly came to an end. Just as the moonlight ceremony was about to end, a voice suddenly came from outside, "The Great Cloud Dynasty's angel has arrived." Under everyone's gazes, a middle-aged eunuch dressed in a gorgeous eunuch robe stepped into the reception hall under the escort of 20 Starry Sky Warlock rank royal guards. The middle-aged eunuch looked around with dignity and said faintly, "Who is Yang Feng? Come and receive the decree." Yang Feng got up from his seat and came to in front of the middle-aged eunuch. "I am Yang Feng." Everyone present stood up at once. Lu Wuchen also got up from the seat of honor and walked down the dais. The middle-aged eunuch took out a golden imperial edict from a jade basin beside him and unfurled it. Suddenly, resplendent golden light diffused from the imperial edict and filled the reception hall with terrifying pressure similar to divine might. Chapter 558. Under the terrifying might, the warlocks below the Moonlight Warlock rank were forced to kneel on the ground, and their bodies trembled. Only powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank could contend with the terrifying pressure emitted by the Imperial Edict. Once you stepped into the Moonlight Warlock realm, you would be a transcendent. After the accumulation of power in the Great Warlock and Starry Sky Warlock realms, human warlocks transformed into Moonlight Warlocks, and their soul changed dramatically. They no longer feared divine might, demonic might, dragon might, and other such pressures. When the middle-aged eunuch saw the Moonlight Warlock standing upright, he frowned slightly and said with a solemn expression, "By the will of heaven, the Emperor decrees that the battle demon Sex Yang Feng, who possesses both ability and integrity, is hereby summoned to the Holy Cloud capital to await orders." When the middle-aged eunuch announced the Imperial Edict, the warlocks above the Moonlight Warlock rank bowed slightly to show their respect for the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial power. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, the strongest force is the imperial court and the royal family, which controls most of the imperial court strength. Unless the 10 great sects and 8 great families united, they might not be able to subvert the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family. Therefore, the people of the 10 great sects and 8 great families maintained a certain amount of awe towards the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. Yang Feng responded flatly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." After hearing the imperial edict, many warlock leaders looked at Yang Feng with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Even many warlocks of the 10 great sects showed looks of envy. Apart from the 10 great sects and 8 great families who took the initiative to send their disciples to the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Great Cloud Dynasty also had the right to recruit 1 or 2 Moonlight Warlocks from the 10 great sects and 8 great families every once in a while. Under normal circumstances, the Great Cloud Dynasty wouldn't use this right. After all, the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court was extremely powerful. It had more than 100 planes under its control and countless resources. Countless powerful warlocks worked for the Great Cloud Dynasty. Many powerhouses dedicated to cultivation were recruited by the Great Cloud Dynasty, including many Glorious Sun Warlocks, Bright World Warlocks, and even Infinity Warlocks. The Moonlight 7 Stars, the 7 most powerful Moonlight Warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty, served the Great Cloud Dynasty as one of its appointed officials. For His Majesty the Great Cloud Dynasty to take the initiative to summon Yang Feng to the Holy Cloud capital, it is clear that he wants to put Yang Feng in an important position. Generally, after disciples of the 10 great sects advance to the Moonlight Warlock rank, they would join the imperial court of the Great Cloud Dynasty, grasp part of the dynasty's authority, obtain tremendous cultivation resources, and safeguard the interests of the sect. The children of the 10 great sects and the 8 great families have a great advantage in joining the Great Cloud Dynasty. But the warlock geniuses recruited by Great Cloud Dynasty are the future pillars of Great Cloud Dynasty. The middle-aged eunuch took a deep look at Yang Feng and said, "Yang Feng, please arrive in Yunjing City within 3 months. I'll go back to report." Yang Feng said, "May I know how to address you, sir?" The middle-aged eunuch smiled and said, "My name is Lu Fu." "Yang Feng, let's meet again if fate wills it." With that, Lu Fu turned around and strode outside under the protection of the 20 Starry Sky Warlocks. As soon as Lu Fu left, the moonlight ceremony ended. Yang Feng returned to the immortal Huang Palace and told Huang Yihe everything. Huang Yihe thought for a moment, then said, "His Majesty's direct conscription? It seems like your performance in the Time Sky City is too outstanding. What's your plan?" Yang Feng replied, "I originally planned to travel to the astral boundary and collect cultivation resources. But now that the imperial edict has arrived, I can only make a trip to Yunjing City." Yang Feng originally planned to enter secluded cultivation for a period of time to properly practice the Transcendent Pupil's secret method, and then go to the Andrak plane to get enough Bamhagra stone to make a level 3 optical computer. After that, he would travel in Great Cloud Dynasty under another name. The conscription of the Great Cloud Dynasty's emperor disrupted all of Yang Feng's plans. Huang Yihe said with a smile, "The holy capital Yunjing City is a good place. There are many opportunities in a place like this. Feng, you don't have to worry. You are now a Moonlight Warlock, which makes you completely different from ordinary low-level warlocks. Even if the court assigns you a position, it will mostly be an idle one. Or you can be provided with enough assistance. Even if you enter secluded cultivation, there will be assistants to take care of everything for you. Moonlight Warlocks may spend decades or even 100 years researching an experiment or a secret method. Most Moonlight Warlocks who devoted themselves to cultivation were unwilling to be distracted by mundane affairs. Therefore, Great Cloud Dynasty would provide them with many assistants. Most of the matters would be handled by the assistants. Only some major matters would require Moonlight Warlocks to make decisions. In subcontinents like the Tyrannid subcontinent, many warlock groups like to hide behind the scenes and manipulate mortal states as their puppets to collect resources for them. This was because many warlocks wholeheartedly focused on cultivation and didn't like to pay attention to mundane affairs. The main continent, however, was different from Tyrannid and the other subcontinents. The main continent possessed incomparably rich resources, its territory was vast and boundless, moreover, it had experienced the 8 great warlock dynasties. Warlocks had rich experience in how to control power and practice cultivation. The greater the power, the more cultivation resources they could obtain. Naturally, their cultivation would be smoother and their cultivation base would be higher. As long as Moonlight Warlocks and above were provided with enough assistance, then even if the Moonlight Warlock entered secluded cultivation for decades or 100 years, it wouldn't affect the operation of the state. Yuan Yi spent most of his time in secluded cultivation and studying various secret methods. He wouldn't go out unless there was a major event. When Yang Feng heard this, he felt a little relieved. The Cloud Capital is the center of the Great Cloud Dynasty. In the Cloud Capital, experts are as common as clouds, and there are more than 10 infinity warlocks. Many human warlock geniuses would gather in the Cloud Capital, hoping to join Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court and obtain various cultivation secret methods and resources. In the Cloud Capital, great warlocks, starry sky warlocks, and even moonlight warlocks and glorious sun warlocks could be seen everywhere. Even infinity warlocks wouldn't dare to act unscrupulously in the cloud capital. Otherwise, they might be suppressed. Yang Feng originally planned to travel to the cloud capital after he reached the glorious sun warlock rank. After all, the stronger he was, the more comfortable he would be in the cloud capital with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Huang Yihe waved his hand, and a stand-in doll engraved with countless runes flew into Yang Feng's hand. Since His Majesty issued an imperial edict to summon you to the cloud capital, then there is no room for negotiation. This is a stand-in doll. If someone uses the soul extinction curse on you, this stand-in doll can die in your place once. The longer the casting distance of ordinary spells increased, the less powerful they would be. An infinity warlock couldn't kill a moonlight warlock from tens of thousands of kilometers away. At most, they could crush a starry sky warlock. As for the great soul extinction curse, it was peerlessly strange. The caster could curse and kill the enemy from hundreds of thousands of miles away through some casting medium, and the power of the spell would not weaken in the slightest. It was extremely strange and terrifying, making it impossible to guard against. Yang Feng took the substitute golem engraved with countless runes, and his eyes revealed a look of gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." Huang Yihe smiled and handed Yang Feng a jade card engraved with more than a dozen runes. "I still have a few friends in the cloud capital that I haven't seen for many years. You can take this jade card to them and ask them to take care of you." "Yes, teacher." "Okay, if you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to ask me." "Yes." Yang Feng carefully consulted the infinity warlock Huang Yihe about the various problems he encountered in cultivation. Huang Yihe carefully gave pointers to Yang Feng. With a few words, he dispelled all kinds of doubts that Yang Feng had encountered while practicing cultivation. As if dispelling the fog that hindered Yang Feng, Huang Yihe let Yang Feng see a further path. Cloud Province is the greater province where the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family is located. At the time, the founding emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty used Cloud Province as the foundation. With the support of the 10 great sects and the 8 great families, he launched an expedition everywhere, defeated countless warlock groups, took control of the Eastern world, and founded the Great Cloud Dynasty. It was because of this contribution that the 10 great sects and the 8 great families were able to become the top forces in the Eastern world. At the same time, in order to maintain their rights, the 10 great sects and the 8 great families sent countless warlock geniuses to join the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court and become officials. Cloud Province, in a luxurious airship port leading to the cloud capital. Amazing! It's possible to achieve such an effect with spells. Walking alone in the luxurious airship port, Yang Feng looked at the snow-white and smooth floor. On the huge crystal panels inlaid in the surroundings, a beautiful female celebrity was singing with all her might, and a dozen warlock girls were dancing behind her. It was a variety of images created by magic, and the huge crystal panel was the carrier of the various images, the phantom crystal. On the continent, many spells have been popularized and put to practical use. Since magic stones could already be mass-produced, there are many small and simple household secret treasures on the market that use magic stones. Magic lamps, TV-like magic crystal panels, and magic sports cars have become very popular on the continent. Even ordinary people can use them. Of course, these secret treasures with biological magic energy could only be used in cities equipped with super-large purifiers. Once ordinary people left the city, they would be eroded by the powerful biological magic energy and become strange monsters if they were careless. Only official warlocks can freely use all kinds of simple secret treasures powered by magic stones and truly enjoy the conveniences brought about by the magic civilization. Yang Feng looked around and exclaimed in admiration, apart from the lack of internet and some special electrical appliances, the conveniences brought about by Earth's technology can be realized with spells. as expected of the most advanced and powerful human warlock civilization. Chapter 559. In fact, it wasn't that spells couldn't achieve a network. On the Feisua plane, the weave network used by the goddess of the weave was more advanced than Earth's network. By using the weave's concept, a more powerful magic network could be built than Earth's network. As long as warlocks could think of it, they could use spells to achieve it. The 7th Warlock Dynasty, the Magic Note Dynasty, had developed a magic network covering the entire Zhangji plane, which was named the Magic Note First Magic Network. By relying on the Magic Note First Magic Network, the Magic Note Lord's control over the entire Zhangji plane surpassed that of other warlock emperors by far. But after the collapse of the 7th Warlock Dynasty, the Magic Note First Magic Network was the first to be destroyed by the 7th Warlock Dynasty's resistance army. After the 8th Warlock Dynasty's Dawn Lord ascended to the throne, he also wanted to establish a magic network covering the entire Zhangji plane, but was jointly resisted by the warlock groups from the eastern and western worlds. Once the magic network was successfully established, the dynasties would use the power of the magic network to firmly control the entire Zhangji plane. Warlock groups such as the Battle Demonic Sect and the Tai Yi Sect would slowly become vassals of the dynasties, and would no longer have their previous transcendent status. It was because of this that the magic network covering the entire Zhangji plane couldn't emerge. However, each of the major forces had also secretly established their own spell network. As an upper echelon of the Battle Demonic Sect, Yang Feng knew that several important planes of the Battle Demonic Sect had already established magic networks and firmly grasped those planes. In the Battle Demonic Sect, there was no magic network at all, and there were very few things like magic crystal boards that were similar to televisions. Unless one practiced cultivation until the Moonlight Warlock rank, magic crystal boards and such were not allowed to be installed in the rooms of warlocks. That was because the Battle Demonic Sect was worried that warlocks would lose their will to improve due to excessive indulgence. After Yang Feng came to the Great Cloud Dynasty, he had been practicing cultivation, traveling the world, and looking for cultivation resources to improve his cultivation base. He rarely had the leisure to stroll around the most prosperous places in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Seeing the changes in the surroundings made him feel very novel. As expected of the most prosperous place in the Eastern world. The Fuso subcontinent is already very prosperous, far surpassing the Turandot subcontinent. Unfortunately, it still can't compare to the Great Cloud Dynasty. Yang Feng admired the surrounding scenery along the way, and boarded a luxurious white flying vessel like an ordinary low-level warlock. Due to the fear of being assassinated, Yang Feng had already changed his identity into a person called Xiaofan. Xiaofan was indeed an ordinary quasi-moonlight warlock. During an adventure, he tried to forcibly promote to a moonlight warlock, and eventually died. By chance, Huang Yihe obtained Xiaofan's relics and preserved them. Only now did he give Yang Feng Xiaofan's identity and all the information. Using a secret method, Yang Feng transformed into Xiaofan and went to Yunjing City in Xiaofan's identity. In this way, apart from Huang Yihe, no one could grasp Yang Feng's whereabouts. Once Yang Feng entered Yunjing City, he would be safe. Yang Feng arrived at his seat and sat down, then saw two girls sitting on the two seats to his left. There was a girl wearing a pair of sunglasses that covered her eyes and a big hat on her head. Her skin was as white as jade, and she had long black hair that flowed like a waterfall. Her figure was slender and sexy. The other girl had short hair, a delicate face, a petite and exquisite figure, and was full of youthful vigor and lovely beauty. She wore a short-sleeved t-shirt and short hot pants, exposing her slender, snow-white nakedness. She looked extremely charming. Yang Feng glanced at the two girls, scanned them with his tremendous spirit force, and quickly determined their cultivation bases, level 1 Warlock and level 3 Warlock. Yang Feng was very cautious along the way. After all, he had offended a lot of forces. The short-haired girl suddenly raised her eyebrows, stared at Yang Feng vigilantly, and barked, "Uncle, don't look at me lecherously, or I'll sue you for sexual harassment. You're not allowed to scan others with spirit force. Scanning others with spirit force is not only impolite, but also illegal, understand?" The girl wearing a pair of sunglasses also raised her eyebrows, turned around, and stared at Yang Feng. A silent pressure spread from her. Yang Feng said lightly, "Sorry, it was my fault. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, it was very impolite to scan other warlocks with spirit force. After all, when the weak were scanned by the spirit force of the strong, it was like being stripped of everything and allowed to be browsed by the strong. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, this was a minor offense. In the cruel secret realms and other planes, the strong were respected and could be unbridled. However, in the Great Cloud Dynasty, the laws were strict. Even Starry Sky warlocks couldn't use their spirit force to scan ordinary people and other warlocks at will." The short-haired girl snorted coldly, took out a magic crystal plate, and fiddled with it. She no longer paid attention to Yang Feng, humph, insincere. The girl with the big sunglasses also reclined on the spacious chair and fell asleep. Yang Feng also reclined on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. With a slight shake, the huge airship suddenly rose up and flew towards the sky. Boom! All of a sudden, a huge tremor reverberated in the huge flying vessel. The defensive barrier of the huge airship was destroyed, and a huge hole appeared on the side of the huge airship. One after another, black-clothed warlocks exuding great warlock rank life force and dressed in black battle robes entered the huge hole. The leader was a warlock dressed in a black battle robe, had short hair, and wore an eye patch inscribed with a strange demonic curse on his left eye. A great warlock dressed in a white uniform suddenly came out of the cockpit of the airship and barked, "What do you want?" The great warlock dressed in a white uniform was one of the 3 great warlock guards of the airship. The warlock with an eye patch engraved with fiend seals on his left eye said coldly, "Kill him." A warlock in black wearing a black battle robe smiled ferociously, then twisted and turned into an abyssal fiend exuding dense demonic chi. With a blink, the warlock suddenly appeared behind the great warlock, pierced his heart with a claw, dug out the great warlock's heart, and swallowed it. Murder! Help! No, don't! Screams of terror came from the huge airship. Almost 70% of the people aboard the airship were official warlocks. But most of these warlocks were ordinary research-type warlocks nurtured by colleges. Most of them were low-level warlocks who used magic stones and elixirs to advance, and weren't good at fighting. Tyrannid subcontinent's level 1 warlocks could use all kinds of strange spells and elixirs to kill level 2 and level 3 research-type warlocks. The Great Cloud Dynasty's laws were strict, and research-type warlocks might not have seen murder in their entire lives. Now that they saw someone die in front of them, they screamed in horror and lost their composure. The warlock with the eye patch said coldly with a gloomy expression, "Shut up. Those who don't shut up will die." The warlocks dressed in black uniforms twisted and turned into abyssal fiends. Exuding dense demonic chi, they stared malevolently at the passengers of the airship. Under the pressure of the 12 great fiends, the complexions of the hundreds of people aboard the airship changed greatly, and they didn't dare to make the slightest movement. The eye-patch warlock smiled coldly and strode towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, and his eyes flashed with doubt. Was I exposed? Shouldn't my disguise be perfect? How did I get exposed? Besides, if I was exposed, why would Starry Sky warlocks come after me? Fuck off. The eye-patch warlock came over, swept Yang Feng with a glance, and his eyes flashed with contempt, and he barked. Yang Feng pretended to be alarmed, his body shivering. He quickly got up and hid to one side. The short-haired beauty shot Yang Feng a contemptuous glance, her face pale, her tender body trembling, and she looked at the eye-patch warlock with fear. The eye-patch warlock's gaze swept past the short-haired beauty, and then fell on the beautiful woman wearing sunglasses, who looked like she was asleep. He said with a light smile, "Miss Murong Yuling, please get up. My lord has fallen in love with you at first sight and has invited you to a gathering." Murong Yuling took off her big sunglasses, revealing a beautiful face that could cause the downfall of a nation. It was as if there were flowers blooming behind her. She was incomparably beautiful. Sitting in a corner, Yang Feng stared at Murong Yuling curiously. "Isn't this woman the celebrity I just saw?" Murong Yuling frowned slightly and asked, "Who is your lord?" The eye-patch warlock replied with a smile, "You'll know later." Murong Yuling's face turned frigid, and she uttered, "You dare to hijack the airship and kill people on it. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Demon Hunting Division?" The Demon Hunting Division was a department of the Great Cloud Dynasty that suppressed powerful criminals above the Great Warlock rank. Every warlock in the Demon Hunting Division was a powerhouse above the Starry Sky Warlock rank. The division chief of the Demon Hunting Division was an Infinity Warlock rank expert. Many Moonlight Demons and Glorious Sun Demons were arrested and suppressed by the Demon Hunting Division, thus maintaining order in the Great Cloud Dynasty. This way, powerful warlocks wouldn't dare to violate the law unscrupulously. The Demon Hunting Division's lackeys are indeed very strong. However, they still can't catch us. Miss Murong Yuling, don't delay any longer. My patience has a limit. Although I don't dare to kill you, but killing other people isn't a problem." The eye-patch warlock smiled slightly, then reached out, grabbed the neck of the short-haired beauty, and lifted her up. Chapter 560. When the eye-patch warlock grabbed her by the neck, the short-haired beauty's head suddenly began to congeal with blood, and she struggled frantically and kicked the eye-patch warlock. But no matter how the short-haired beauty attacked, she couldn't break through the eye-patch warlock's life force field. She could only walk towards death with a look of horror and despair on her face. The eye-patch warlock watched the short-haired beauty struggle towards death, and revealed an intoxicated smile. "Watching such a beautiful thing wither in my hands, what a sense of accomplishment. I can't stop this feeling." With a pained expression on her face, the short-haired beauty transmitted a thought of horror and despair. Don't, kill me. Save me, I don't want to die." Murong Yuling frowned and said, "Stop. I'll go with you, let her go. She's innocent." The eye-patch warlock showed a cruel and sinister smile and said gracefully, "Miss Murong Yuling, I'm sorry, but this is my hobby. Watching beautiful things wither in my own hands, this is my greatest hobby and interest. You're too slow. She's dead because of you." The eye-patch warlock's voice had just fallen, when several huge wind blades shot out from behind and slashed at him at once. His life force field was directly cut open, and he was instantly chopped into more than a dozen pieces, which scattered on the ground. "I'm dead?" "No, I don't want to die." The eye-patch warlock was a Starry Sky warlock. When his remaining head saw his body split apart, it burst into a scream of horror, and finally fell to the ground, a look of horror and despair on its face. Thanks to the frightening life force of a Starry Sky warlock, the eye-patch warlock still survived for a short period of time after being cut into pieces, but he eventually died. When the short-haired beauty fell to the ground, she coughed a few times and stared at Yang Feng with an incredulous look on her face. "You're a Starry Sky warlock?" Yang Feng replied with a faint smile, "Yes, I'm a Starry Sky warlock." The short-haired beauty had a look of gratitude on her face. Suddenly, her pretty face changed, and she shouted, "Thank you for saving me. Be careful." Spatial fluctuations flickered, and four abyssal great fiends appeared beside Yang Feng via blink and extended their claws towards Yang Feng's heart from four directions. Hurricanes suddenly swept around Yang Feng, and wind blades containing the law of wind slashed the four abyssal great fiends into pieces in an instant. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the void, and strange winds drifted inside the flying vessel. An abyssal great demon shouted, Stop. Surrender. Otherwise, we will start slaughtering everyone on this flying ship. The abyssal great fiend's words had just fallen, when a strange wind spread throughout the flying vessel. Without a sound, the more than a dozen great warlock rank abyssal fiends suddenly disintegrated, turned into a strange torrent of flesh, and were blown out of the flying vessel. So strong. This is a Starry Sky Warlock. A combat-type Starry Sky Warlock. So this is a battle-type Starry Sky Warlock, amazing. Aboard the huge flying vessel, the research-type warlocks stared at Yang Feng with awe in their eyes. Some warlocks even revealed looks of worship. Although the Great Cloud Dynasty's warlock civilization was extremely developed, but most people generally practiced cultivation until they became official warlocks, and then went out to find a job to make a living. After all, most people were still ordinary people, unlike geniuses who could practice cultivation until the Great Warlock or Starry Sky Warlock rank. Even in the Battle Demon sect, where geniuses gathered and great warlocks could be seen everywhere, there were still many warlock geniuses trapped in the Great Warlock realm, unable to break through throughout their lives. The Battle Demon sect had a large number of Starry Sky Warlocks because it had many geniuses, a deep foundation, and a long history. Since Starry Sky Warlocks could live for more than 1,000 years, they seem to have accumulated a lot. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, in some small places, a Starry Sky Warlock was enough to dominate a region. The short-haired girl full of youthful vigor stared at Yang Feng with excitement and worship in her beautiful eyes. Amazing. The terrifying aura exuded by the abyssal great fiends could oppress the short-haired girl, leaving her powerless to resist. Yang Feng easily killed the abyssal great fiends, which planted a seed of worship in the short-haired girl's heart. Who are you, Your Excellency? To dare kill people from the fiend's hands, do you want to have an irreconcilable feud with the fiend's hands? Along with a gloomy voice, a handsome warlock dressed in a black warlock robe, with a trace of hostility between his eyebrows, and exuding quasi-moonlight warlock rank might walked out of the large hole. A level 1 warlock, who had quietly put on a spectacle-like secret treasure called a realm detector, looked at the warlock, and his face changed dramatically at once, and he cried out, "Quasi-moonlight warlock, he's a quasi-moonlight warlock." What, a quasi-moonlight warlock? He's such a terrifying existence. A quasi-moonlight warlock, only one step away from becoming a transcendent rank powerhouse. Why would such an existence come here? This time, we're screwed. When the ordinary warlocks aboard the flying vessel heard the words quasi-moonlight warlock, their countenances changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with fear and despair. Moonlight warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses. With an area of effect spell, more than 95% of the warlocks aboard the flying vessel would die. A quasi-moonlight warlock could easily kill all the warlocks aboard the flying vessel. The Fiend's Hands, it's a warlock group that has risen recently. Reportedly, their church master is a moonlight warlock. Moonlight warlock. The Fiend's Hands actually have such a terrifying expert. Suddenly, exclamations came from the flying vessel, and the fear in the warlock's eyes intensified. Moonlight warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses. For ordinary people in the Great Cloud Dynasty, they were elusive legendary figures with all kinds of privileges. Ordinary warlocks didn't dare to be enemies with such terrifying figures. The Fiend's Hands? Never heard of it. It seems to be just a second-rate evil warlock group. Yang Feng thought for a while, but didn't find this name in the list of evil warlock groups that couldn't be provoked. Evil warlock groups were similar to the underworld on Earth. The evil warlock groups are made up of heartbroken and insane evil warlocks who are willing to commit all kinds of crimes. Evil warlocks frequently massacred cities and used the lives and souls of countless ordinary people to refine soul stones, blood essence, and other treasures. The strength of top evil warlock groups could even be compared to that of the 10 great sects and the 8 great families. However, evil warlock groups have always been besieged by the Great Cloud Dynasty, so they hid very deeply, making it difficult to find traces of them. The handsome quasi-moonlight warlock looked at Yang Feng with an arrogant expression and sneered, "Give up resistance, let me set up a restriction, and then join the fiend's hands. Only then will you have a chance to live. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." With a flick of Yang Feng's wrist, a level 5 secret treasure lightning dagger engraved with lightning runes suddenly appeared in his hand. Countless bolts of lightning flashed, and the lightning dagger turned into a dazzling bolt of lightning that flew out in an instant, pierced through the quasi-moonlight warlock's life force field, and stabbed into his fleshly body. Countless bolts of lightning flashed and swallowed the quasi-moonlight warlock. No! Lightning secret treasure, how can you have a lightning secret treasure? Don't! Along with miserable screams, the quasi-moonlight warlock was suddenly engulfed by the violent lightning and turned into ashes. Only a storage ring and a starry sky core fell to the ground. As the ruler of the Fuso subcontinent's Nishino state, Yang Feng had countless secret treasures in his possession. There weren't many level 6 secret treasures or higher, but level 5 secret treasures were a lot. The lightning dagger was a fine level 5 secret treasure, and it was comparable to some low-level level 6 secret treasures in power, which was why it could insta-kill a quasi-moonlight warlock. After Yang Feng killed the quasi-moonlight warlock, he walked towards the huge hole. With just one step, he arrived at the huge hole. A black shuttle had already been activated, turning into a black light as it flew into the distance. When Yang Feng saw this, he frowned slightly. If he used his own strength, he would naturally be able to destroy the black shuttle. But Xiaofan didn't have the terrifying power to destroy the fleeing black shuttle. The captain of the flying boat came to Yang Feng with the entire flying boat staff and thanked him, "Sir, thank you very much for repelling the freaks. On behalf of everyone on the flying boat, I would like to express my most sincere gratitude to you." "Amicham." Yang Feng responded indifferently, then returned to his seat and sat down. Murong Yuling's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she uttered gratefully, "I am Murong Yuling. Big brother, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead." Yang Feng replied, "It was nothing." The eyes of the short-haired girl lit up, and she quickly came to Murong Yuling and said enthusiastically, "Big sister Murong Yuling, my name is Lan Chuxia, I'm a big fan of yours. Can you give me an autograph?" Murong Yuling smiled sweetly and took out a pen to give Lan Chuxia an autograph. After getting the autograph, Lan Chuxia smiled sweetly at Yang Feng and said, "Big brother, my name is Lan Chuxia. Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I would have been strangled to death by that pervert." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "As long as one has the ability, no one can see a cute girl like you being strangled to death by that pervert. Otherwise, the world would have lost a future great beauty." Chapter 561. As they chatted along the way, Yang Feng learned some basic information about the two girls. Murong Yuling was a beautiful warlock who was popular in the Cloud Province. She was a soul singer who cultivated a special secret method. Her voice possessed a strange magic power. Immersed in her voice, even starry sky warlocks would experience a trace of spirit force increase. In the Archgod era, there was a beautiful archgod called Moon Song. Moon Song had a mystical talent. Her voice had the terrifying ability to increase soul force. At that time, Moon Song would sing on the Moon God Mountain every 100 years. At that time, countless archgods would come from all over the Zhangji plain to listen to her voice. When the Time Lord rebelled against the archgods for the third time, the archgod Moon Song killed a good brother of the Time Lord with the Moon God soul-subduing song and seriously injured the Time Lord. Later, the archgod Moon Song was slain by the Time Lord. Legend has it that when he killed Moon Song, the Time Lord's soul was injured by the Moon God's soul-subduing song, which resulted in his early death. In the archgod era, there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. There were many archgods of the same rank as warlock emperors. Before the Time Lord reached the Warlock Emperor realm, he failed many times and was injured countless times. After he ascended to the Warlock Emperor realm, although there were no more legends of him being defeated, but the historical records proved that he was seriously injured several times. Soul Singers were bloodline warlocks artificially created by the Second Warlock Dynasty's Taboo Lord using some blood essence left behind by the archgod Moon Song and various incredible taboo spells. The first-generation Soul Singers possessed a bit of the power of the archgod Moon Song, and their songs could increase the soul force of Infinity Warlocks by a trace. After a long time, the bloodline of Soul Singers became thinner and thinner. It was already amazing for modern Soul Singers to increase the spirit force of people with a song. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, there were countless people with Soul Singer bloodline, but very few could awaken the power of the bloodline. Murong Yuling was a level 3 bloodline warlock who awakened the Soul Singer bloodline. With the power of the Soul Singer, she became popular in the Cloud Province and had countless fans. There was no lack of Moonlight Warlock and Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses. Lan Chuxia is a student of an advanced warlock school in Cloud Capital. The Great Cloud Dynasty has fully popularized warlock education and is divided into elementary warlock schools, intermediate warlock schools, and advanced warlock schools. Elementary warlock academies impart all kinds of basic knowledge as well as how to promote to an apprentice warlock. Intermediate warlock academies impart apprentice warlocks with the knowledge to promote to an official warlock. Advanced warlock academies impart level 1 warlocks with all kinds of magic knowledge to promote to great warlocks. Ordinary people who didn't have enough talent and couldn't enter the major warlock groups would advance step by step according to this promotion process. After graduation, they would join the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court and make meritorious service, and then obtain more advanced secret methods and resources. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, magic stones can already be mass-produced through some strange and powerful extraordinary plants. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, magic stones are very cheap, so many people can buy all kinds of magic stones to practice cultivation. If their aptitudes weren't level 1 or level 2 spirit aptitudes, then basically many people could practice cultivation until level 1 warlock. By directly joining the Battle Demonic sect, Yang Feng had, in fact, skipped countless steps. Now, he is a Moonlight Warlock. If he hadn't joined the Battle Demonic sect, Yang Feng would be studying in an advanced Warlock Academy and competing with the Warlock geniuses in order to join the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. As they chatted along the way, time flew by, and the Cloud Capital appeared before everyone's eyes. Yang Feng glanced at the Cloud Capital and exclaimed in admiration, "That's the Cloud Capital, how imposing." The Cloud Capital's 1,000-meter-tall city wall looks like it pierces into the sky, and there are countless runes engraved on the huge city wall. There are 9-story-tall warlock towers scattered all over the city wall. On the city wall, there is a statue every 100 meters. The statues are strange, each of which is a powerful extraordinary life form that looks like a dragon or a fiend. In the center of Yunjing City, 36 dragon-shaped clouds supported a city in the clouds and floated in the clouds. The city within the city suspended in the clouds is the Cloud Sky Royal City, the center of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The entire Cloud Capital is shrouded in a huge restricted space array. Even Infinity Warlocks can't use spells to fly freely in the sky. At most, they can only fly at a low altitude. The areas in the Cloud Capital are divided into 5 classes. The first class is the Transcendent Area. Only Moonlight Warlocks, Great Cloud Dynasty's central officials, and their families can live in that area. The Transcendent Area is located near the Cloud Sky Royal City. The second class is the Aristocratic Area. Only aristocrats can live in that area. The third tier is the Wealthy Area. Although anyone can enter that area to purchase a room, each room requires an astronomical number of magic stones. It's calculated in magic crystals. Those who aren't rich won't be able to afford it. The fourth class is the civilian area. I live near the St. Blue Advanced Warlock Academy. Big brother Xiaofan, come and play with me when you have time. By the way, big brother Xiaofan, where do you live? Wuxia smiled sweetly at Yang Feng and asked curiously. Yang Feng replied with a smile, I live in the White Oak Villa area in the wealthy area. As a quasi-moonlight warlock, although Xiaofan's net worth is far from that of a true moonlight warlock, and he can't live in the aristocratic area, but he can still buy a small villa in the wealthy area. Wuxia's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement, and she said in a sweet voice, the White Oak Villa area, a villa there costs 10,000 magic crystals. Big brother Xiaofan, can I go and play there? Yang Feng responded with a smile, of course. As long as I'm here, you're welcome to come and play at any time. After chatting for a while, the huge flying vessel stopped at the dock outside the cloud capital. Yang Feng and Wuxia entered the cloud capital together, and then separated. Yang Feng entered the White Oak Villa complex with the identity of Xiaofan and started living as Xiaofan. Yang Feng left some traces outside the cloud capital to forge the illusion that he came from another place, and to test whether the person behind the scenes will risk exposure and act near the cloud capital. A month later, Yang Feng stepped into the cloud capital with his original identity and entered the transcendent area. The Hall of Talents. The Hall of Talents is an organization of the Great Cloud Dynasty, which is responsible for entertaining powerhouses who are recruited by the Great Cloud Dynasty but haven't been assigned any duties. Since Yang Feng is a person who has received an imperial edict from the Great Cloud Dynasty's emperor, no one dares to make things difficult for him. Soon, all the formalities were completed, and he entered the Hall of Talents. Yang Feng. A voice sounded in the Hall of Talents. Yang Feng turned around and saw Jiang Lang and a young man walking over. Jiang Lang said with a hearty smile, Yang Feng, let me introduce you. This is my friend Li Yang. Li Yang, this is Yang Feng, who defeated 10 supreme geniuses of the Western world in the Time Sky City. He's my friend. Li Yang responded with a friendly smile, hello, Yang Feng. Yang Feng responded with a smile, hello, Li Yang. Jiang Lang uttered with an unrestrained smile, let's go to the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Pavilion. The girls there are very tasty. As long as you have enough magic crystals, you can even enjoy Moonlight Warlock rank beauties. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved, and he uttered, Moonlight Warlock rank beauties? Are they captives from other planes? Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses were transcendent rank powerhouses. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, each of them was a powerhouse who could establish a sect. No matter which force they went to, they would be recruited. It was basically impossible for them to sell themselves. Jiang Lang replied, that's right, they are beauties captured from other planes. The Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Pavilion is backed by the Jiang family of the 8 great families. The powerhouses from other planes suppressed by the Jiang family were sent to the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Pavilion. The Jiang family is one of the 3 tycoons of the Great Cloud Dynasty's slave market. If you want to buy and sell slaves, then go to the Jiang family. The Great Cloud Dynasty prohibited anyone from capturing citizens of the Great Cloud Dynasty and the citizens of countries that have signed an international contract with the Great Cloud Dynasty and turning them into slaves. However, people from other planes were not within the scope of the Great Cloud Dynasty's legal protection. Therefore, the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Pavilion could openly use slaves from other planes to serve people. They could even get their hands on Moonlight Warlock rank beauties. When Yang Feng's group of 3 arrived at the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Pavilion, they asked for a luxurious box and ordered delicacies. After 3 rounds of drinks, Jiang Lang asked, Yang Feng, which department do you plan to join after being summoned to the capital? Yang Feng replied, I don't know much about the details of the Cloud Capital. The Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court is divided into a civil official system and a military official system. Moonlight warlocks like us who are conscripted generally enter the military official system. In the military official system, there are imperial guards, city guards, field troops, border troops, and local troops. At present, the Great Cloud Dynasty's external forces are stable. If you join these systems, you'll just be idling around. It's very difficult to make contributions in exchange for resources. In addition, there are 4 major systems in the military official system, namely the Demon Hunting Division, the Demon Suppression Division, the Barbarian Suppression Division, and the Other Plane Development Division. The Demon Hunting Division is responsible for suppressing all kinds of freaks and evil warlock groups in the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Demon Suppression Division is responsible for suppressing the demonic realm and similar places. The Barbarian Suppression Division is responsible for fighting the barbarians who worship the barbarian god. The Other Plane Development Division is responsible for going to different planes to suppress the local aborigines and open up new territory for the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Great Cloud Dynasty is extremely rich in resources. However, in order to obtain resources, you have to use contribution points in exchange. These 4 major systems are currently the 4 most dangerous systems in the Great Cloud Dynasty. They are the 4 systems that can obtain great contribution points in the shortest time possible. Yang Feng, which department do you plan to enter? Let's go in together and join forces so that we can look after each other, said Jiang Lang. Chapter 562. Yang Feng carefully weighed his options. The Demon Hunting Division specializes in suppressing the evil warlock groups of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Great Cloud Dynasty's local evil warlock groups hid themselves very deeply and were extremely strong. The most powerful evil warlock group even has infinity warlocks. Yang Feng has many enemies in the Great Cloud Dynasty. After thinking for a while, he gave up the idea of joining the Demon Hunting Division. The Demon Suppression Division was a place where dangers like the demon domain were suppressed. Yang Feng once went to the demonic realm and used the huge mechanical legion to earn a huge amount of merit points. However, that kind of thing could not happen again. The various demons in the demon domain were not stupid. If Yang Feng uses the mechanical legion to clean up the freaks in the demonic realm many times, the Bright World Warlock rank freaks won't stand idly by. The barbarians suppressed by the Barbarian Suppression Department live in a place called the Desolate Barbarian Domain in the southeast of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Desolate Barbarian Realm is said to be the place where the 7th Warlock Dynasty's Magic Note Lord and a Warlock Emperor rank existence fought. The laws of heaven and earth of the Desolate Barbarian Realm were shattered by the Magic Note Lord and another unknown existence. The Desolate Savage Domain's heaven and earth laws were broken, and it was a natural anti-devil domain. Elemental warlocks could not withstand a single blow here. Except for the first time, many spells of human warlocks couldn't be used in the Desolate Savage realm. As for large-scale meteorological magic, it was impossible to use it. Barbarians were a race that lived in the wildlands. They possessed both human and barbarian giant bloodlines. They were innate body-forging warlocks, and adult barbarians possessed the terrifying strength of a level 3 body-forging warlock. Barbarians believed in barbarian gods, and barbarians were formidable existences above the Moonlight Warlock rank. In the Savage realm, the battle prowess of the barbarian gods was astonishing, far surpassing that of ordinary human warlocks. There have even been infinity warlocks who died in the Savage Desolation realm. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Feng decided not to join the Barbarian Suppression Division. His main battle robot's power source was the high-energy crystal in its body, not the Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi. In the wildlands, it could display 100% of its combat power. However, the barbarian gods in the Barbarian Desolation were also as common as clouds. Every year, many human warlocks would perish in the Barbarian Subduing Department. It wasn't a suitable place to grind merit points. The Other Plane Development Division was a department responsible for conquering different planes. There was a limit to the number of experts that could be accommodated in different planes. This was the department that Yang Feng was most inclined towards. Yang Feng uttered, "The other plane development division, we can choose different planes to develop and earn merit points." Jiang Lang laughed heartily and said, "Haha, I think so too. Most of the natives in the other planes are extremely stupid. Even if they are suppressed by the world origin, we can still crush them with our knowledge." At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Lang said, "Come in." A beautiful succubus woman with short purple hair and a sexy figure dressed in black leather clothes exuded a seductive charm. A beautiful woman from the dragon clan with a pair of dragon horns on her head and a dragon's might emanating from her body. A beautiful elf woman exuding a youthful aura walked into the room. As soon as the three beauties entered the room, they smiled sweetly and said, "Ellie, Shauna, Annie, greets the lords." When Yang Feng saw the three beauties enter the room, his eyes lit up. The three beauties each had their own characteristics and extraordinary temperaments. They were only slightly inferior to stunning beauties like Carolina and Cheyenne. Moreover, the three beauties were all Starry Sky Warlock rank beauties, which added to their charm. Although Starry Sky Warlocks were not uncommon in the Great Cloud Dynasty, but their status was far below that of Moonlight Warlocks. However, Starry Sky Warlocks were experts who could dominate a region. Those who could practice cultivation to the Starry Sky Warlock rank were geniuses among human warlocks. The feeling of being intimate with a beautiful Starry Sky Warlock was very different from that of an ordinary human woman. Jiang Lang stared at the beautiful succubus woman and said indifferently, "Yang Feng, these three beauties are in the top 3 of the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Abode's 10 beauties. If I wasn't a Moonlight Warlock, it would be impossible for me to have them accompany me. You can choose one of the 3 of them first." Yang Feng knew that Jiang Lang liked beauties. With a smile, he chose the beautiful dragon Shauna. Jiang Lang was overjoyed and pulled the succubus beauty Ellie into his arms. The beautiful elven Anya came to Li Yang's side. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Aren't there still Moonlight Warlock rank beauties in the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Abode? Why don't you call them over to accompany you?" Jiang Lang said regretfully, "There are only 2 Moonlight Warlock rank beauties in the entire Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Abode. Accompanying them for a day costs 1 million magic crystals. I can't afford to have such beauties." If ordinary humans didn't implant a plain seed like Yang Feng, then they wouldn't need to consume more than 100,000 magic crystals to practice cultivation from the beginning to the junior Starry Sky Warlock rank. For a Moonlight Warlock like Jiang Lang, 1 million magic crystals was not a small number. Although he could take out so many magic crystals, but he felt that it wasn't worth it to spend so many magic crystals to sleep with a Moonlight Warlock. Wine, beauties, and delicious food, Yang Feng's group of 3 chatted about everything under the sun and became closer to each other. During the conversation, Yang Feng discovered that Jiang Lang's good friend Li Yang was extremely knowledgeable and had his own unique views on cultivation. He had traveled to many places. While the 3 were chatting happily, the door suddenly burst open, and countless pieces of wood sputtered in all directions. An unruly and domineering young man of about 16 or 17 years old strode into the room. Behind the youngster were 5 youngsters dressed in gorgeous warlock robes. At a glance, one could see that they had extraordinary backgrounds, as well as 8 great warlock rank guards. With an unruly and overbearing expression on his face, the young man pointed at Yang Feng's group of 3 and cursed, "You bastards, you dare to touch my woman? Do you want to die? Get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll break your legs, even your 5th limb, and throw you into the palace as eunuchs. Haha. How dare you touch young Master Huang's woman? You shameless ****. It'll be interesting if these 3 lowlifes have their 5th limb broken." The 5 youngsters dressed in gorgeous warlock robes showed cruel smiles. Yang Feng frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. Li Yang suddenly transmitted, "That young man is the 308th Prince of His Majesty. He's unruly and cruel, and has a ruthless personality. His mother's family is the Shinto family of the 8 great families. Every year, many people die at his hands. He's stupid, brainless, and cruel by nature. If he wasn't the son of His Majesty, who knows how many times he would have died. We've been tricked." On average, the emperors of the Great Cloud Dynasty had a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. Coupled with a harem of 3,000, they gave birth to countless princes and princesses. "A bunch of ants, get out of my way." Jiang Lang's eyes flashed fiercely, and he roared, and Moonlight Warlock rank life force erupted in a flash and enveloped the 308th Prince and the other youngsters. The 308th Prince and the other unruly youngsters were all silk pants who relied on elixirs to advance to level 1 Warlock rank. Shrouded by the Moonlight Warlock rank life force, they were instantly forced to kneel on the ground and shiver. Suddenly, the 308th Prince trembled, spat out a mouthful of black blood, widened his eyes, lost all signs of life, and turned into a corpse. Murder. His Highness the Prince was killed. The 3 beautiful women in the arms of Yang Feng's group of 3 screamed in horror. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly. Without any tender feelings for the fairer sex, he slapped the beautiful dragon girl with his palm, and a violent force erupted in a flash and blasted her into countless pieces. Jiang Lang drew his sword and slashed out. Sword rays shone, and sword chi slashed the beautiful succubus as well as the other people in the room into countless pieces. Li Yang pointed with a finger, and wind blades instantly slashed the beautiful elven girl beside him into pieces, and blood sprayed everywhere. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the 7-color skyfire suddenly appeared, swept towards the corpses in the room, and burned them to ashes. Strange marks ejected from the corpses and shot towards Yang Feng in an attempt to mark him. The 7 extinction heavenly flames swept out and burned the incomparably strange symbols into ashes. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he said coldly, "We've fallen into a trap. Once it's activated, it's bound to be a thunderbolt. Let's scatter and flee. If we stay here, only death awaits us." Even though Yang Feng was a genius of the Battle Demon sect, he couldn't bear the crime of murdering a prince of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Once he was arrested and sent to prison, only death awaited him. Although the Battle Demon sect had great influence in the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, but the Cloud capital was the territory of the royal family. The Battle Demon sect didn't have many high-ranking officials in the Cloud capital, so it was impossible for them to exonerate Yang Feng and them. Jiang Lang and Li Yang nodded slightly. Without saying anything superfluous, the 3 of them turned into 3 streams of light and flew outside the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace. "Brazen fellow, you dare to kill His Highness the 308th Prince in the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace. Surrender. Do you want to be implicated?" A fierce roar rose inside the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace, and 3 men and 3 women suddenly flew out. 2 men and 2 women blocked in front of Yang Feng, while the other man and woman blocked in front of Jiang Lang and Li Yang. The defensive arrays inside the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace began to activate, and magic shields suddenly appeared and enveloped the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace. Chapter 563. A frigid expression on his face, Yang Feng willed, and the white battle demon armor instantly enveloped him. At the same time, he pinched the magic cube in his hand, and the ruler armor immediately covered him. A handsome middle-aged man with a refined temperament looked at Yang Feng and said coldly, "Yang Feng, give up resistance at once. Otherwise, not only will you die, but even the Battle Demon sect will be implicated. Anyone who stands in my way must die." Eyes flashing fiercely, Yang Feng extracted world force from his body through the world ring, poured it into the level 7 secret treasure lightning all, and threw it. The lightning danced like a silver snake, and the incomparably violent lightning flashed in an instant. It turned into a torrent of lightning and swept towards the middle-aged man in a frenzy. The middle-aged man's face fell, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and countless runes formed a shield in midair. The violent torrent of lightning slammed into the shield in an instant, pierced through the shield, and stabbed into the middle-aged man. Flickering wildly, the Moonlight Warlock turned the Moonlight Warlock into ashes inch by inch. No! Don't! The remaining head of the Moonlight Warlock issued a scream of horror and regret, and then turned into ashes by the lightning. You dare to kill Jiang Lai, I won't let you off. You bastard, go to hell. Eyes shot with blood, a beautiful female Moonlight Warlock roared wildly and pointed at Yang Feng with the level 6 secret treasure elemental scepter in her hand. Black as ink, soul disperser wind that can directly attack the soul of warlocks suddenly appeared and blew towards Yang Feng in a black torrent. The scattered soul wind was a very strange hurricane in the netherworld. Even if it was a Moonlight Warlock, if they didn't cultivate a special secret method, then no matter how tyrannical their fleshly body was, they would be seriously injured or even killed by the scattered soul wind. If a barbarian powerhouse is blown by the soul disperser wind because they don't cultivate a special soul secret method, then even if they are a glorious sun warlock, their soul will be shaken, and they will be unable to move, and then they will be besieged. Since that's the case, I'll send you down to accompany him so that your journey to the netherworld will be smoother. There's no need to thank me. Instead of retreating, Yang Feng's figure shook, and he rushed into the soul-scattering ghost wind. Whirlpools suddenly appeared around him, devoured the soul-scattering ghost wind, and sent it into the small world inside him. Countless devourers suddenly flew out, pounced on the scattered soul's ghost wind, and devoured it. Yang Feng appeared in front of the beautiful warlock in an instant and slammed a primal chaos annihilation fist into the beautiful warlock, and primal chaos annihilation force erupted and poured into the beautiful warlock. Impossible! How could you ignore the soul-crusher ghostly wind? Impossible! A look of incredulity on her face, the beautiful warlock screamed frantically, and her body collapsed inch by inch and turned into dust. Only the moonlight core remained. As if cutting through the void, a spear as swift as a shooting star appeared behind Yang Feng while he was killing the beautiful warlock. The other warlock turned into a 100-meter-tall frost giant, clenched his fists, and hammered hard. Boundless ice force gushed out in an instant and, as if a world of ice and snow, crushed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled coldly, silently recited an incantation, blurred into motion, and stepped into the alternate space. Although it looks like he is still in the main world, but in fact, he is no longer in this space. A spatial ripple flickered, and the beautiful warlock with the spear secret treasure was strangely teleported to the frost giant's fist. No! No! Save her! The frost giant's face twisted, and he screamed miserably and tried to pull back his fist. But the huge fist still slammed into the beautiful warlock under the horrified gaze of the beautiful warlock. The berserk cold air instantly entered the beautiful warlock and froze her into an ice sculpture. Then, a berserk force gushed out and shattered the beautiful warlock into countless ice fragments that splashed about. You bastard, you killed the person you love the most with your own hands. What a heinous crime. Let me send you on your way. Yang Feng barked, cast blink, appeared on the head of the frost giant, and sent a fist barreling towards the frost giant's head. Little May, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The frost giant originally wanted to resist. But after hearing Yang Feng's words, a look of despair appeared on his face, and he gave up resisting. He let Yang Feng smash his head into pieces and dig out his moonlight core. After Yang Feng killed the frost giant, a spatial fluctuation enveloped him, and he appeared behind the moonlight warlock fighting Jiang Lang in an instant. He pointed with a finger, and 9 revolutions divine wind erupted and chopped the lower half of the moonlight warlock's body into countless pieces. Then, He extended his hand, and countless runes shot out of his hand, stabbed into the Moonlight Warlock's head, sealed it, and threw it into an empty dimensional badge. As long as the Moonlight Warlocks don't cast spatial interference spells, Yang Feng can use the law of space to carry out all kinds of incredible battles. The beautiful Moonlight Warlock retreated briskly and shouted, "I surrender, don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. I'm just one of the elders recruited by the Jiang family. I'm not a member of the Jiang family. Spare my life. I can let you set up a soul restriction, but don't kill me." Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Black rune chains flew out of the true god Empyrean imprint and stabbed towards the beautiful warlock. "Give up resisting and let me set up a restriction. Otherwise, you'll die." There was a flash of struggle in the beautiful Moonlight Warlock's eyes, and then she finally sighed faintly and gave up resisting. She let the rune chains stab into her body and entangle her soul. Li Yang's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, so strong. In such a short period of time, he killed 4 Moonlight Warlocks. That's really strong. As expected of the peerless genius who suppressed the Western world's 10 supreme geniuses in the Time Sky City. Li Yang has an extraordinary background, and ordinary Moonlight Warlocks are not his opponent. But when besieged by 4 Moonlight Warlocks, he can only choose to escape. Yet Yang Feng killed 4 Moonlight Warlocks in such a short period of time. This is simply shocking. Break. Jiang Lang looked at the magic barrier covering the entire Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace and bellowed. A 100-meter-long sword Qi soared into the sky and slashed at the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace's barrier, forcibly splitting it apart. Yang Feng's group of 3 blurred into motion, turned into streams of light, and flew out of the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace. This Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace dares to plot against us. There's no need for it to exist. Li Yang glanced at the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace, and killing intent streaked past his eyes. He took out a spherical secret treasure and threw it towards the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace. As soon as the spherical secret treasure hit the ground, it suddenly exploded and turned into violent flames that spread wildly inside the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace. In the wake of the flames, everything was burned to ashes. Screams came from the depths of the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace. "Brazen maniac, you dare commit murder in the Cloud Capital. Why don't you surrender?" Outside the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace, 100 warlocks dressed in pure white demon hunting division robes appeared. Each warlock exudes Starry Sky Warlock rank aura or above, and the 10 people in the lead are all Moonlight Warlocks. This terrifying force can even suppress a Glorious Sun Warlock rank freak. Demon Hunting Division. Sure enough, as I expected, it's all linked together. This is a rhythm that wants to kill us. If that's the case, then all of you can go to hell. Mechanical Legion summon. Killing intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and the space around him rippled, and 200,000 battle robots suddenly flew out from the small world inside him and rushed towards the 100 Demon Hunting Division warlocks. A dense rain of light barreled towards the 100 Demon Hunting Division warlocks, and magic shields suddenly appeared around them. When the rain of light slammed into the Demon Hunting Division warlocks, the magic shields shattered one after another, and the rain of light engulfed 3 Starry Sky warlocks. All of a sudden, countless Starry Sky Rippers flew out at Mach 10 speed, rushed into the midst of the Demon Hunting Division's warlocks, and engaged them in a fierce fight. Virtually in an instant, Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he disappeared from the battlefield. Jiang Lang's figure fluttered, and he fled towards the north. Li Yang slammed into the wall of an ordinary residence, cast a spell, and fled elsewhere. Besieged by the 200,000 battle robots, the Demon Hunting Division's experts fell one after another. The 10 Moonlight Warlocks were also besieged by the battle robots, unable to extricate themselves and pursue Yang Feng. In a dark alley, a handsome middle-aged man with white hair walked over unhurriedly with his hands behind his back. An intermediate glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly spread from him. Ong Feng, I'm really surprised that you can do this. As expected of a peerless genius who defeated 10 supreme geniuses from the Western world in one fell swoop in the Time Sky City. If I hadn't come in person, I'm afraid that you would have escaped. Are you going to surrender, or do you want me to take action? If I do, you're dead. Chapter 564. Glorious Sun Warlock. You're the bureau chief of the Demon Hunting Division. Who was the one who set up this trap to trick us? What does he want to do? Even if we're going to die, we should know why. The shadow twisted and formed Yang Feng's true body, who stared at the unfamiliar glorious Sun Warlock with a vigilant expression and uttered coldly. The Demon Hunting Division has a division chief, 4 deputy division chiefs, 36 bureau chiefs, and 72 deputy bureau chiefs. The division chief is an Infinity Warlock and the 4 deputy bureau chiefs are Bright World Warlocks. The 36 bureau chiefs are Glorious Sun Warlocks and the 72 deputy bureau chiefs are Moonlight Warlocks. The power of the Demon Hunting Division alone is comparable to that of the Battle Demon Sect. This is the terror of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Exuding advanced Glorious Sun Warlock rank might, the Demon Hunting Division Bureau Chief took a step forward calmly and uttered flatly, "No one set up a trap. You dared to kill His Highness the Prince. If you don't surrender immediately, only death will await you. This is the Cloud Capital. Even an Infinity Warlock can't escape from the Cloud Capital. You should give up and surrender." Before the words of the Demon Hunting Division's Bureau Chief fell, he suddenly waved his hand, and the level 7 secret treasure lock god chain suddenly flew out of his hand, turned into countless chains, and shot towards Yang Feng. The level 7 secret treasure lock god chain is a standard secret treasure equipped by the Bureau Chief of the Demon Hunting Division. Although it isn't as powerful as some special level 7 secret treasures, but it is still far more powerful than level 6 secret treasures. Many Glorious Sun Warlock rank monsters were captured by the Demon Hunting Division Bureau Chief and thrown into the Dark Prison, where they were reduced to materials for various taboo experiments. The Great Cloud Dynasty has clearly stipulated that no one is allowed to use citizens as materials for warlock experiments. However, the slaves captured from other planes and the evil warlocks who had been deprived of all human rights were not included in this list. The Dark Prison is a place where many evil warlocks turn pale at the mention of it. Once evil warlocks are captured and thrown into the Dark Prison, they will suffer a fate worse than death. If they are unwilling to be lackeys of the Great Cloud Dynasty, they will be reduced to experimental materials. Yang Feng's figure abruptly retreated briskly, before crashing into a room next to him. A moonlight core wrapped in a part of the ruler armor suddenly ejected from Yang Feng's ruler armor, expanded into a robot exuding Yang Feng's aura, and rushed towards the god-lock chains. When the chains stabbed into the robot, countless runes filled the robot's body and sealed the moonlight core inside the robot, making it motionless at once. The chief of the Demon Hunting Division sighed in admiration. What an exquisite mechanical marionette. It carries your soul aura and can even deceive the divine chains. How impressive. Unfortunately, no matter how hard you struggled, it was useless. Even the Moonlight 7 stars can't escape from my hands. The bureau chief of the Demon Hunting Division is called Dong Rui. From a humble background, he climbed his way up from a primary warlock academy step by step. After countless competitions, he joined the Great Cloud Dynasty's Demon Hunting Division, hunted countless freaks, and obtained countless resources. Only then did he cultivate to the glorious Sun Warlock realm. Dong Rui only needs to use the God-lock chains to suppress and seal an ordinary junior glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse. Yet Yang Feng was able to escape. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Shit. Suddenly, Dong Rui's expression changed greatly. He could sense a terrifying energy fluctuation coming from the commoner's room, as well as traces of strange spatial fluctuations. His figure flashed, and he directly rushed towards the commoner's room. The moment before Dong Rui entered the room, Yang Feng disappeared into a warp gate. The moment Yang Feng entered the warp gate that could cross planes, the self-destruct mechanism activated. In an instant, endless light and heat filled the room with a large number of parts and debris, bombarding Dong Rui crazily. A powerful life force field appeared around Dong Rui. The terrifying explosion that could seriously injure ordinary moonlight warlocks was blocked by the life force field, leaving Dong Rui unharmed. Do you think you can escape from me like this? How naive. There was a flash of anger in Dong Rui's eyes, and he waved his hand, and an exquisite astral gate suddenly flew out and landed on the ground. The astral gate flashed, and a huge, twisted whirlpool appeared in the center of the astral gate. Dong Rui stretched out a hand and pierced it into the astral gate. In the void of the astral boundary, a hand strangely appeared, and a huge eye suddenly opened in the center of the hand. The eye turned and looked towards the depths of the astral boundary, as if it could see through countless worlds, and locked on to the plane Yang Feng escaped to. Found you. A hair-raising voice sounded beside Yang Feng, and a strange feeling of being spied on welled up inside him, and he felt like he was shrouded in a cold aura. In the next moment, the exquisite astral gate exploded in an instant, and the violent backlash force forcibly severed Dong Rui's right hand, causing it to fall into the astral boundary. It wasn't that simple to open a gate leading to the astral boundary. Countless resources had to be spent to build a real astral gate. The simple astral gate was a secret treasure that the Demon Hunting Division specially refined to track down enemies who escaped into the astral boundary. It couldn't be maintained for a long time. Dong Rui frowned and said unhurriedly, "An unknown world, he escaped to an unknown world. What kind of treasure is it to be so heaven-defying that it can allow him to escape from the cloud capital to another plane?" The warp gate was the crystallization of Shizu technology, a black technology among black technology. Once activated, it could easily cross endless distances and teleport to another plane. It was even more heaven-defying than the planar passageways leading to other planes in the Zhangji plane. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. When Yang Feng acted in the cloud capital as Xiaofan, he secretly set up warp gates in several places, which saved his life at the most critical time. Dong Rui's heart stirred, and his eyes shimmered with greed. The coordinates of an unknown world, should I report it, or keep it for myself? From a humble warlock with no background, Dong Rui promoted to an advanced glorious sun warlock step by step. He had to search for the huge amount of resources by himself. He was well aware of the pain of practicing cultivation without resources. If he hadn't obtained the treasures of many evil warlocks he killed, he wouldn't have been able to practice cultivation until the glorious sun warlock realm. It was the coordinates of an unknown world. Just this coordinate alone could fetch a sky-high price. If he could conquer that world and take full control of it, then even if it was a grade 9 plane, it would be of great value. Dong Rui, is it settled? A flat voice sounded in Dong Rui's ears. Dong Rui suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and then said respectfully, "Deputy Division Chief Lu, Yang Feng has escaped to an unknown plane with unknown coordinates using an unknown secret treasure. These are the coordinates of the plane." Lu Xuanzhen was one of the 4 deputy division chiefs of the Demon Hunting Division. As a bright world warlock rank powerhouse, he was ruthless and merciless. The number of evil warlocks who died at his hands was uncountable. Even many of the people in the Demon Hunting Division who had gone on missions with him had disappeared. None of the people who could reach a high position in the Demon Hunting Division were kind-hearted and soft-hearted. Those people died early in confrontations with evil warlocks. When Dong Rui saw Lu Xuanzhen come in person, he no longer dared to conceal anything, and reported everything honestly. He didn't even dare to conceal the coordinates of the plane, for fear that he would become a victim of a mission. What secret treasure did he use? The space around Dong Rui rippled, and a handsome young man dressed in casual clothes walked out of the space and asked majestically. The secret treasure exploded, leaving only these remains. Dong Rui spread the fingers of a hand, and a wreckage formed from the top-grade warp gate appeared in his hand. Originally, Dong Rui wanted to study the wreckage of the top-grade warp gate. If he could restore it, it would be a life-saving secret treasure that surpassed countless secret treasures. But now that Lu Xuanzhen appeared, he could only offer it respectfully, not daring to bargain. Greater restoration. Lu Xuanzhen silently recited an incantation and pointed at the wreckage of the top-grade warp gate, and green magic light enveloped the top-grade warp gate. The wreckage suddenly gathered and reformed into the top-grade warp gate. Dong Rui hurriedly exclaimed in admiration, "Deputy Division Chief Lu, you're really remarkable. To be able to practice greater restoration to this point, that's really amazing." For children from humble backgrounds to reach the top, they had to put in more than 100 times the effort than children from large sections. Besides, they had to not only practice cultivation, but also conduct themselves. To be able to become one of the 36 bureau chiefs of the Demon Hunting Division, Dong Rui paid an unimaginable price. It's just a piece of trash that looks impressive. After all, greater restoration isn't the time reversal recorded in the time text. Lu Xuanzhen sighed faintly and waved his hand, and the top-grade warp gate collapsed and turned into countless wreckage that scattered on the ground again. The Time Lord's most powerful secret method is time reversal. No matter how serious his injuries are, he can use time reversal to reverse time and restore himself to his strongest state. This was the strongest secret technique that allowed him to dominate the era of the ancient gods, where the strong were as numerous as clouds. Of course, if it's an attack from a warlock emperor rank powerhouse, then even time reversal can't be completely immune. Even the Time Lord can't cure this kind of law injury. However, in battle, the time reversal technique was definitely a heaven-defying technique. Apart from the Lord of Time, no one else had managed to cultivate this spell. Chapter 565. If the Time Lord uses time reversal, then even if an Empyrean-grade secret treasure is severely damaged, it can reverse time and restore it to its peak. Of course, the longer time reversal goes back in time, the more power it consumes. Even the Time Master could only return an Emperor-grade secret treasure to the state it was in 10 minutes ago at best. Lu Xuanzhen's Great Restoration can quickly restore the remains of level 4 secret treasures into level 4 secret treasures. But it has little effect on Yang Feng's top-grade warp gate. It can only restore a shell, which is of no use. Lu Xuanzhen uttered indifferently, "Yang Feng has great potential. Dong Rui, I want you to bring back his soul core at all costs." Dong Rui's heart shook, and he responded respectfully, "Yes. Deputy Division Chief Lu, I will take people to that plane and bring back Yang Feng's soul core." Lu Xuanzhen nodded, and then his figure blurred and disappeared. After Lu Xuanzhen disappeared, a gloomy shade streaked past Dong Rui's eyes, and his expression turned gloomy, and resentment streaked past his eyes. Coming from a humble background, Dong Rui climbed to the position of Demon Hunting Division Bureau Chief step by step. He has his own understanding of seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. Yang Feng is not only the most outstanding supreme genius of the Battle Demon sect, but also possesses a top-grade warp gate and the coordinates of an unknown plane. Dong Rui doesn't want to provoke such a peerless genius. When Dong Rui dealt with Yang Feng, he only used the capture secret treasure god lock chain. He didn't use his strongest offensive secret treasure because he didn't want to kill anyone. Now that Lu Xuanzhen is forcing Dong Rui to go to another plane to hunt Yang Feng, Dong Rui is very dissatisfied. If it were up to him, he would never be willing to take on such a task. The Andrak plane, in an underground secret room. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. countless black rune chains flew out of the true God Empyrean imprint and stabbed into his body. A blurry, distorted shadow was forcibly pulled out of Yang Feng's body by the rune chains and absorbed into the true God Empyrean imprint. As soon as the shadow was pulled out, Yang Feng felt his body loosen, and the feeling of being spied on disappeared. With a thought from Yang Feng, countless devourers emerged from the small world inside him, pounced on him, and looked for all kinds of strange runes. The secret techniques of warlocks were changing with each passing day, and they were extremely strange. Although Yang Feng has mastered the time text, the transcendent text, and the taboo text, 3 Empyrean grade texts, but he doesn't dare to be careless. The 3 great grimoires each had their own mysteries. When cultivated to the peak, they would all possess unfathomable power. However, it was also a fact that some of the secret techniques in the 3 great grimoires were not as exquisite and strange as modern secret techniques. After all, many of the secret methods of modern warlocks were secret methods created by countless geniuses after meticulously studying the 8 great warlock texts as well as countless research. The dense swarm of devourers covered Yang Feng's body. Suddenly, the side of his abdomen sucked hard, absorbed the transparent light, and digested it. Yang Feng suddenly felt a burst of comfort, the vague premonition of danger suddenly disappeared. There was a flash of apprehension in Yang Feng's eyes. The Demon Hunting Division's warlocks are really fearsome, proficient in countless secret methods. If I wasn't careful enough, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to escape from the Demon Hunting Division's bureau chief. Yang Feng used the transcendent text as a foundation, coupled with the battle demon sect's countless materials as well as the true God Empyrean imprint developed by Shizu technology, yet he still couldn't completely dispel Dong Rui's secret method. This shows how powerful Dong Rui is. Once he cleaned up the curse inside him, Yang Feng immediately left the cave. Before leaving, he used a spell to erase his aura and all traces of himself. Is this the suppression of the plane? If I don't use the power of the small world inside me, I can only display pinnacle Starry Sky Warlock rank strength at most. Riding a tame demonic leopard, Yang Feng quietly sensed the changes in his body while walking on the road leading to the Narcissus Federation. In addition to the 36 primary material planes, as long as an expert surpassing the Starry Sky Warlock rank entered a plane, they would be suppressed by the plane origin will, and their strength would be reduced. Take the Infernal Plane for example. Each of the 9 Fiend Grand Dukes is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. However, if a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse enters the plane and fights the 9 Fiend Grand Dukes, they will basically lose. The Tsangji Plane's Great Cloud Dynasty's Other Plane Development Division is a department specialized in suppressing other plane riots and attacking other planes. Although the Great Cloud Dynasty's warlocks are extremely powerful, but they have also repeatedly run into obstacles in some planes, and are utterly defeated by the aboriginals of lower planes. This is because the Tsangji Plane's warlocks are suppressed in lower planes, unable to exert their full strength. The limit of this plane is the Glorious Sun Warlock rank. After a period of time, I can still restore my Moonlight Warlock rank strength. In the eras of the Tsangji Plane's 8 warlock dynasties, countless planes have been conquered by human warlocks. Human warlocks have detailed records on how to carry out wars on other planes. There are several ways to break the suppression of a plane origin will. The first is to defeat the plane origin will with absolute power and severely injure the plane origin will, making it no longer able to interfere with the actions of human warlocks. The second is to use a secret treasure to conceal your soul aura, disguise yourself as an aboriginal of the plane, and deceive the plane origin will. The third is to split off a part of your soul, throw it into this world, and integrate it with a baby of this world, which is equivalent to being reborn. In this way, you will no longer be suppressed by the plane origin will. The fourth is to take the initiative to look for the plane origin will and use a spell to seal a part of the plane origin will into your body. In this way, you will be equivalent to an aboriginal of the plane, and can completely unseal your power. Of course, the Andrak plane is a grade 6 plane, and the limit of power it can accommodate is the glorious Sun Warlock rank. If a Bright World Warlock unseals all of their power in the Andrak plane, they will immediately be rejected by the plane and forced out. Even if it is an aboriginal of the plane, once they break through to the Bright World Warlock realm, they will be directly expelled from the Andrak plane. Wearing a planar origin wool scanner that looks like a string of wooden beads, Yang Feng scanned the power of the Andrak plane and began to analyze the plane origin will. The robots of blasphemy inside Yang Feng's clothes also began to operate, distorting and fine-tuning his soul aura and transforming it into an aboriginal of the Andrak plane. Countless data flowed in Yang Feng's eyes as he quietly read the information Katrina gave him. In the Andrak plane, there are 7 gods, namely the goddess of ice, the god of fire, the god of war, the god of death, the goddess of love, the god of justice, and the god of murder. The 7 gods control the Ice Blue State, the Scarlet Flame State, the Norton State, the Gautama Kingdom, the Narcissus Federation, the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom, and the Glun State. Among the 7 gods, the goddess of love, the god of justice, and the god of murder are human gods. Among them, the goddess of love and the god of justice are allies. The god of murder is a neutral god. As a result, the Narcissus Federation and the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom are allies. When Katrina sneaked into this world, she joined the Narcissus Federation and established a huge force there. On the main road, Yang Feng suddenly turned his head and looked to the left. In the distance, there were 7 tall and burly figures. Their upper bodies were covered with a layer of black stratum corneum, and their faces were ferocious as if they were a combination of a devil and a dog. They were holding pitch-black machetes and were fighting crazily with more than 30 human powerhouses. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with curiosity, and he observed carefully, are these the death warriors of the Gautama Kingdom? The Gautama Kingdom's death god warriors didn't know any magic, and the pitch-black scimitars were extremely strange. Once the scimitars cut the skin, a black gas would directly enter the human expert's body and corrode the human expert, turning them into blackened corpses that fell to the ground. The more than 30 human experts are shrouded in green light similar to Qi and Warlock life force, strengthening their physique. They can barely fight the 7 death warriors of the Gautama Kingdom. Yang Feng glanced at the weapons in the hands of the death warriors, and his eyes lit up and flashed with excitement. The law of death. The weapons in the hands of the death warriors contain a trace of the law of death. No, it's not the law of death, but the power of death. Yang Feng's god clone on the Feisua plane controls the law of shadows and the law of massacre. He covets the law of death and the law of war. The law of death is far superior to the law of shadows in terms of grade and potential. If Yang Feng can kill the god of death and seize his godhead, then his avatar on the Feisua plane will be able to quickly promote to a weak divine force rank god. Yang Feng glanced at the more than 30 human experts and shook his head. In contrast, the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method is far inferior in terms of fighting. The Green Flower Immortal Spirit method is a secret method that the goddess of love cultivated at the time, which can enable people to practice cultivation until the demigod realm. The Green Flower Immortal Spirit method is divided into 15 levels. The more than 30 human experts have cultivated to the 11th level at most. They are not the opponents of the Death Warriors. With a thought, the life force inside Yang Feng revolved, and he successfully cultivated the first level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method in a breath of time. At the same time, he walked towards the Death Warriors. With every step Yang Feng took, the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method broke through a level. When he took the 12th step, he cultivated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method to the 12th level, the pinnacle Great Warlock realm. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, ribbons formed from green light suddenly shot out and wrapped around a Death Warrior. The countless ribbons wrapped around the Death God Warrior's saber and pierced it into its own body. A stream of death energy rushed into the Death God Warrior, causing the Death God Warrior to decay and turn into a pile of dust. Chapter 566. With Yang Feng's rich combat experience, the green ribbons wrapped around the Death Warriors, turned the blades in their hands, and slashed at them. Streams of black energy rushed out and corroded the Death God Warriors, turning them into piles of dust. With the 12th level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method coupled with Yang Feng's terrifying combat experience, the Death Warriors couldn't contend against him. A burly Western man with blonde hair and blue eyes came up to Yang Feng and said gratefully, "Hello, I am Beta. Thank you for your help. Our master invites you to meet him." The remaining 20-plus guards also looked gratefully at Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled and walked towards the carriage pulled by 4 horses with extraordinary life-form bloodline. When he boarded the extremely spacious and bright luxurious carriage the size of an RV on Earth, Yang Feng saw a handsome young man with snow-white skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes sitting in the luxurious carriage. Next to the handsome young man sat a pair of blonde, blue-eyed, short-haired twin girls. The twin girls looked at the handsome young man with affection in their eyes. Whether it was the handsome young man or the twin girls, they exuded an extraordinary temperament and charm. If they could come to Earth, they would easily become superstar-like idols. A peculiar glint streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. What a handsome young man. The Green Flower Immortal Spirit method is indeed a top-notch secret method for beautifying one's appearance. The Green Flower Immortal Spirit method wasn't outstanding in terms of combat, and could even be described as ordinary and mediocre. Warlocks who cultivated the secret method Black Dragon Morph could easily defeat warlocks who cultivated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method. However, people who cultivated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method would become more and more beautiful. The handsome young man asked coldly in an aloof tone, "Who are you?" Yang Feng frowned slightly and said rudely, "I am Ol." The pretty face of one of the twin girls changed slightly, and she barked, "How dare you? The one in front of you is young Master Bardini, the 6th successor of the Narcissus family. You lowly commoner, how dare you speak to young master in such a tone? Do you want to die? The Narcissus family?" A contemplative look streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. The Narcissus family was the family from which the goddess of love came. After the goddess of love ascended to godhood 10,000 years ago, she became the #1 family in the Narcissus Federation. The successive presidents of the Narcissus Federation came from the Narcissus family. As the 6th successor of the Narcissus family, it was only natural for Bardini to be arrogant. Another beautiful girl barked, "Why aren't you kneeling down and apologizing to young Master Bardini?" Bardini looked at Yang with an arrogant look on his face. In his eyes, other than the nobles, no one else was worthy of his attention. Even though he was saved by Yang Feng, he still felt that it was a matter of course and didn't feel the slightest bit of gratitude. Yang Feng smiled, then glared and operated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method, and great warlock rank might permeated the carriage. The 2 beautiful twin girls were both ordinary people. Under the terrifying great warlock might, their pretty faces paled, their delicate bodies trembled, and fear streaked past their eyes. "Legend rank expert, you are a legend rank expert." Bardini's eyes lit up, and his attitude became enthusiastic, saying, "I'm sorry, sir, I was a little rude before. There weren't many legend rank experts in the Narcissus Federation, less than 20. Each of them was the backbone of the Narcissus Federation. There were only 3 legend rank experts guarding the Narcissus family. As for demigod rank experts, there was only 1 in the entire Narcissus Federation. Even Bardini had to take a legend rank expert seriously, not daring to offend him at will. Although he had a distinguished identity, but a legend rank expert could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. Moreover, even if a legend rank expert killed him, as long as they hid in the God of Murder's Glun state or other race states, the Narcissus Federation wouldn't be able to do anything. Bardini was only the 6th in-line successor of the Narcissus family. If he wanted to become the first in-line successor of the Narcissus family, the support of a legend rank expert would be extremely important. Yang Feng said with a forthright smile, "Recently, the state of monsters has been very active in the Narcissus Federation. I plan to join the Inquisition, tear those monsters to pieces, and then find a way to become one of the Inquisition's big three." When he heard this, Bardini's complexion changed dramatically, and he became even more respectful. Yet he didn't dare to get close to Yang Feng. The Inquisition was the most notorious organization of the Church of the Goddess of Love. Every year, the number of heretics taken away by the Inquisition and burned to death was not small. The Inquisition's fierce reputation could make children cry. Under Katrina's secret instigation, the Ice Blue State, the Scarlet Flame State, the Norton State, and the Narcissus Federation were like fire and water. Many experts of the three states sneaked into the Narcissus Federation and set off a lot of waves. The Church of the Goddess of Love fought countless battles with the experts of the three states, and even lost 3 legend rank experts. The Inquisition also lost many experts. Under such circumstances, if Yang Feng joined the Inquisition, he would definitely be put in an important position. However, the big three of the Inquisition were fierce among fierce. If Bardini got too close to Yang Feng and was implicated, it would be troublesome. The Holy Fairy City was the capital of the Narcissus Federation. At the time, the Goddess of Love ascended to godhood in one fell swoop in the Holy Fairy City and became a true god. It was 3,000 years ago that the Goddess of Love established her own divine country and stabilized her position and rule. Although the Goddess of Love was only a feeble divine force rank god, but once she had a divine country, then even if a weak divine force rank god dared to fight her alone, they would be suppressed by her. Before having a divine country, the Goddess of Love might still be killed by a weak divine force rank god. After having a divine country, as long as she didn't leave it, she was an invincible existence in the Andrak plane. The humans of this world are so good-looking. Or is this the effect of the green flower immortal spirit method? As soon as he entered the Holy Fairy City, Yang Feng looked around and found that most of the humans in the Holy Fairy City were handsome men and beautiful women. Yang Feng's transformation into Ol was tall and handsome. But in the Holy Fairy City, he looked very ordinary. Yang Feng admired the scenery of the Holy Fairy City a little, and then strode straight towards the Inquisition. The Inquisition of the Church of the Goddess of Love was located in a relatively remote place to the west of the Holy Fairy City. The Inquisition was notorious. The vicinity of the Inquisition was extremely desolate. No merchants dared to do business in the vicinity. Recently, the Inquisition fought countless battles with the experts of the three states and lost many experts. Therefore, it openly recruited experts from the Narcissus Federation. Although the Inquisition was notorious, but its benefits were extremely good. Moreover, after joining the Inquisition, one could obtain judicial immunity. This immediately attracted countless experts from the Narcissus Federation. When Yang Feng arrived at the recruitment site, he saw more than 1,000 experts from all walks of life gathered there to be screened. Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method 5th Level. Next. A handsome ecclesiastical court powerhouse with a murderous aura between his brows indifferently looked at the experts from the Narcissus Federation and said coldly. One after another, the experts from the Narcissus Federation operated their cultivation methods, and green light appeared on their bodies. In the Narcissus Federation, the most powerful cultivation method was the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method. The first 10 levels of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method were very easy to obtain. It could allow people to practice cultivation until the Junior Great Warlock realm. As for the last 5 levels, they were firmly in the hands of the Narcissus Federation. Only by joining the Inquisition and serving the greater aristocrats of the Narcissus Federation could they obtain them. Originally, there were other secret methods in the Narcissus Federation, but most of them were incomplete and could not be practiced until the Great Warlock realm. Moreover, the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method was widely available, which was why everyone in the Narcissus Federation cultivated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method. Very few people practiced other cultivation methods. A short-haired woman with several scars on her face, a voluptuous and sexy figure, and a callous expression on her face stepped forward and erupted with rich green light with 9 distinct layers of light. The eyes of the expert from the Inquisition flickered with emotion. The green flower immortal spirit method 9th level. You're pretty good. What's your name? The short-haired woman replied coldly, I am Lily. Amazing, to be able to cultivate the green flower immortal spirit method to the 9th level. So young, she's really talented. When the many experts from the Narcissus Federation saw this scene, their eyes flashed with jealousy and envy. Most of the people present had only cultivated the green flower immortal spirit method to the 4th or 5th level, which was equivalent to the level 2 warlock rank. The 9th level of the green flower immortal spirit method was equivalent to a pinnacle level 3 warlock rank powerhouse. Even in the Inquisition, they would be regarded as experts. The expert from the Inquisition said indifferently, next. Yang Feng took a step forward, and rich green light with 10 distinct layers of light erupted from him. Legend rank. Legend rank powerhouse. This is a legend rank powerhouse. When the many experts from the Narcissus Federation saw this scene, they were in an uproar at once. Everyone looked at Yang Feng with excitement and shock in their eyes. There were less than 20 legend rank powerhouses in the Narcissus Federation, each of whom was a bigwig. It was very difficult for ordinary people to meet them. Now that there was a legend rank powerhouse next to them, it naturally caused a huge sensation. Chapter 567. The countenance of the Inquisition powerhouse changed, legend rank powerhouse. The Inquisition of the Church of the Goddess of Love is full of experts, but there are no more than 5 legend rank powerhouses. Now that such a powerhouse wants to join the Inquisition, the Inquisition's powerhouse is at a loss as to what to do. Legend rank powerhouses are first-class powerhouses in the Narcissus Federation. If legend rank powerhouses want to join the Inquisition, they basically have to negotiate with the Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love or the Inquisition's 3 bigwigs. This is the first time that he has seen a legend rank powerhouse voluntarily join the Inquisition. I am Canis. What's your name? Why haven't I seen you before? A tall, blonde, handsome young man dressed in a black robe appeared here at some point in time. He stared at Yang Feng with enigmatic light in his eyes and spoke with a smile. The complexion of the Inquisition's powerhouse changed dramatically, and he bowed respectfully, "Greetings, Sir Judge." As if he didn't hear anything, Canis's gaze fell on Yang Feng, full of curiosity. With a rude expression on his face, Yang Feng licked his lips and perfectly played the role of a powerful and rude legend rank powerhouse. My name is Ol. After 30 years of bitter cultivation on the Borong Mountain, I only managed to cultivate the green flower immortal spirit method to the 10th level. I heard that by joining the Inquisition, I can bully people, get higher level secret methods, and get more cultivation resources. That's why I came. I may not be good at other things, but I'm good at killing people. Yang Feng is aware that the Demon Hunting Division has locked onto this plane. The forces in the Great Cloud Dynasty that want to kill him are bound to send countless experts to kill him at all costs. Only by joining the Inquisition can he use the power of the Inquisition to collect the resources Yang Feng needs and wait for an opportunity to use the power of the Andrak plane to contend against the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Great Cloud Dynasty's human warlocks are indeed extremely powerful. The power of the Demon Hunting Division is enough to destroy the resistance of the Andrak plane. But in the Andrak plane, the Tsangji plane's human warlocks will be suppressed. Even if an Infinity Warlock comes here, they will be suppressed to the Glorious Sun Warlock rank. In this plane, even if an Infinity Warlock came, Yang Feng would dare to kill the other party. However, Warlock's secret methods were extremely strange. In order to prevent others from seeing through him, Yang Feng could only disguise himself as a boorish, greedy and lustful person. A strange light flashed in Canis' eyes, and he said with an appreciative smile, "Good, Ole. We, the Inquisition, need someone like you. As long as you work for the religious court of Inquisition, you can have anything you want. I just received a big mission. All of you are now under my command. As long as you perform well, beauties, money, power, whatever you want, it won't be a problem." Canas tossed a thin secret book flying towards Yang Feng. This is the 11th level secret method of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method. When Yang Feng received the secret manual, he immediately revealed a look of joy and said, "Thank you, sir." The more than 1,000 powerhouses from the Narcissus Federation looked at the secret book in Yang Feng's hand with bloodshot eyes and envy. Bewitched by the glory, splendor, wealth and rank promised by Canas, they were quickly integrated by him and accepted as his subordinates. The legend rank expert Yang Feng was also appointed as a minor leader. Lily was also appointed as a minor leader. A few days later, in front of a vast aristocratic manor, Canas glanced at the aristocratic manor and ordered coldly, "Kill your way in and kill everyone. You can loot the property inside." The more than 1,000 slayers from the Narcissus Federation suddenly had bloodshot eyes, revealing a trace of excitement as they madly rushed towards the aristocrat's manor. As soon as the slayers broke into the aristocratic manor, they killed everyone they saw. Before long, the entire manor flowed with rivers of blood. Mixed in with the slayers, an indifferent expression on his face and a heart of stone, Yang Feng didn't take action. He simulated spirit force with his tremendous soul force, scanned the manor, and grasped the situation in the manor. Most of the people on the surface of the manor were ordinary humans, while more than 300 other race warriors were hiding below the manor. The Inquisition's black dogs. Damn it, the black dogs are here. After the more than 1,000 slayers from the Narcissus Federation rushed into the manor, roars and sounds of fighting came from inside. The Ice Blue State's warriors with long silver hair and crystal-clear bodies resembling ice and snow. There were also Crimson Flame Country's warriors who were covered in raging flames and looked 70% similar to humans. The Norton State's warriors about 2 meters tall with wolf heads and human bodies rushed out of the manor and engaged the slayers from the Narcissus Federation. The goddess of ice's true form was an ice sprite composed of pure ice elemental particles. Her people were descendants born from the union of ice attribute extraordinary life forms and humans, possessing a fraction of human bloodline. The god of fire's true form was a lava giant, and his people were lava life forms and lava life forms with human bloodline. The god of war's true form was a magic note wolf, and his people were the descendants of magic note wolves and humans. The Tsangji Plains human 8 warlock dynasties suppressed countless plains, where the aesthetic standards of the plains were distorted by human warlocks and regarded humans as the most beautiful. Many extraordinary life forms took human form and combined with humans to give birth to many strange species. Individually, the other race warriors were stronger than human warriors. But the other race warriors were divided into 3 groups that didn't belong to each other, and they schemed against each other, unwilling to fight to the death. Instead, they were forced to retreat in defeat by the human warriors. "Canas, you dare to come here to look for trouble with me? You'll be staying here today." A slightly arrogant voice echoed in the manor. A 3-meter-tall man with fire runes all over his body slowly stepped out. He looked no different from a human. Flames danced around his body. As soon as the man appeared, flames flashed, and the dozen or so human powerhouses around him immediately turned into fireballs. They let out miserable screams, and a pinnacle legend rank aura emanated from his body. "Canas, surrender. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." A magic note wolfman with a wolf head and a human body walked out from behind Canas and blocked his path of retreat. "Canas, the Inquisition has abandoned you. Join us, only then will you be able to survive." Accompanied by a bell-like laughter, a beautiful woman with silver hair, snow-white skin, and a snow-white rune tattooed on her glabella walked out of the darkness and blocked Canas back. Kanasa's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart turned ice-cold, and he uttered frigidly, Bugakani, Charuti, Kafina. Who sold me out? Kanasa's raid on the manor was done in secret. Prior to this, all information was blocked by him. Except for a few upper echelons of the Inquisition, no one knew of his whereabouts. Moreover, according to the intelligence sent back by the Inquisition, there was only one junior legend rank expert in the manor. But now there were 3 of them. There was clearly a problem. The 3 powerhouses in front of Carnia's were all legendary powerhouses, and every one of them was slightly stronger than him. With the 3 of them joining forces, his escape route was almost completely blocked. Even as tyrannical as he was, he couldn't help but despair. An incomparably terrifying aura erupted from a shadow, and an incomparably resplendent saber light flashed and slashed at the Moyinda fierce Wolfman Charuti's body. In an instant, the defenseless Moyinda fierce Wolfman Charuti was cut in half at the waist. All of a sudden, green ribbons formed from the green flower immortal spirit method shot out and stabbed the lava rock powerhouse Bugachani. Runes appeared on the green ribbons and suppressed Bugakani's protective fire. At the same time, they sealed the fire force inside him. Bugakani's face fell, and he operated his innate ability. In a flash, violent flames erupted and turned him into a huge flaming man. Under Yang Feng's exquisite manipulation, the green ribbons suddenly merged into one, stabbed at a place 10 centimeters below Bugakani's heart, and pierced through the storm of fire. A green rune suddenly condensed, and Bugakani suddenly felt as if the power inside him was cut off by something, and he trembled slightly. The cyan rune seal also gradually collapsed under the power of the flame. At that moment, a resplendent blade ray flashed and cut off Bugakani's head in an instant, and blood splashed about. Yang Feng walked out of the darkness, glanced at Kafina, and then blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Kafina. In Yang Feng's hands, the green flower immortal spirit method possessed unfathomable power. The green ribbons seemed to have countless lives, like living vipers, stabbing at Kafina from strange angles. Kafina's pretty face flickered. She urged the force of ice and snow, and a violent force of ice and snow erupted in an instant and turned into a storm of ice and snow sweeping towards the green ribbons. Swept by the storm of ice and snow, countless green ribbons were frozen into ice cubes. At the same time, Yang Feng was also frozen into a huge block of ice and snow. Haha, little beauty, I'm here. A hearty laugh sounded behind Kafina, and a huge fist slammed into her abdomen. Suddenly, countless green ribbons shot out, bound Kafina, stabbed into her body, and sealed all her power. Chapter 568. Kana stared at Yang Feng's back with shock in his eyes. This guy is so strong. He's really fierce to the extreme. Kanas has already cultivated the green flower immortal spirit method to the 12th level. He may not be Kafina's opponent. But Yang Feng, with his cultivation base at the 10th level of the green flower immortal spirit method, defeated Kafina and captured her alive. Stunned, Kanas couldn't believe his eyes. Hugging Kafina, whose power he sealed, Yang Feng laughed wildly, lowered his head, and kissed her deeply on the lips. Haha, little beauty, from today on, you are my woman. Ashamed and angry, Kafina parted her cherry lips and bit Yang Feng's tongue. With a flash of green light, Kafina felt pain in her teeth, and blood dripped from her mouth and fell on her lips. Yang Feng said with a rude smile, "What a fierce horse. I like fierce horses like you." Yang Feng's acting skills were superb, making him look like a rude and brutal man. A feeling of powerlessness welled up inside Kafina at once, and tears streamed down her face. The 3 of them should have joined forces to eradicate Kanas, one of the Inquisition's 3 tycoons. However, Yang Feng appeared out of nowhere, launched a sneak attack, killed Bugakani and Charuti, and even captured her alive. This naturally made her feel wronged. Canis was speechless when he saw Yang Feng so unscrupulously molest a captive on the battlefield. But after taking a deep look at Kafina, greed streaked past his eyes. Kafina was a genius legend rank powerhouse of the Ice Blue State. She was extremely strong and beautiful, and reportedly had the bloodline of the goddess of ice. Such a beautiful legend rank woman with an astonishing origin moved Canis, one of the Inquisition's 3 tycoons who has played with no less than hundreds of beautiful women. "Oh, this Kafina is of a different race." Canis walked over and said a few words, when he felt a fierce killing intent rise from Yang Feng. Yang Feng, who was laughing heartily, became expressionless at once. Frigid killing intent condensed in his eyes, and as if a fierce beast choosing its prey, he glared fiercely at Canis. Canis immediately changed the topic and said, "This Kafina is of a different race. Since she has become your woman, you have to manage her well. I can't help you if she angers the chief judge of the tribunal." In the Church of Love's Inquisition, there were 3 heads. They were the presiding judge, the warden, and the inquisitor. Among the 3 heavyweights, the chief judge had the highest status and was the person with the most authority in the tribunal. Yang Feng restrained his killing intent and said indifferently, "I know." Canis' eyes flashed with anger, but his face remained calm. Every legendary master had his own temper, and he was very clear about that. However, as one of the Inquisition's 3 tycoons, Yang Feng, his subordinate, neglected his superior, which naturally made him furious. His gratitude towards Yang Feng for saving him also disappeared without a trace. However, Yang Feng killed 3 legend-rank powerhouses with a wave of his hand. Canis was very apprehensive, fearing that Yang Feng would fall out with him and kill him. Legend-rank powerhouses like Yang Feng, who had no ties in the Narcissus Federation, were the most terrifying. After they killed someone, they could just leave and go to other states. If they didn't seek to improve themselves, then legend-rank powerhouses could live comfortably anywhere. Without the suppression of the 3 legend-rank powerhouses, the more than 300 other race powerhouses in the manor were wiped out by the more than 1,000 human warriors recruited by Canis. However, more than 200 of the 1,000 human warriors died and more than 300 were injured. After experiencing this battle, the villains who gathered from all over the Narcissus Federation became even more valiant. When they returned to the Inquisition, Yang Feng was promoted to a commander for his meritorious deed of killing 2 legend-rank powerhouses. At the same time, the news that Yang Feng captured a legend-rank ice race beauty spread widely in the Inquisition, arousing the jealousy of many people. In a luxurious villa, Yang Feng reclined on a sofa and flipped through the exchange catalogue. With a pure temperament, Kafina, who looks like an ice fairy, is wearing a collar and a black and white lace-made attire. She looks like a beautiful maid slave. Gritting her teeth, she sat in Yang Feng's arms and served him. Yang Feng reached into Kafina's clothes and mused, "With my current merit points, I can only exchange for 10 grams of Bumhagra stone at most. It's far from enough to upgrade the stronghold to a level 3 stronghold. I can't accumulate merit points to exchange for Bumhagra stone. I don't have enough time. If it wasn't for the threat of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Demon Hunting Division and the other Plane Development Division, Yang Feng would be willing to accumulate merit points to exchange for Bumhagra stone step by step. Although it was slow, but it was safe and flawless. This abominable fiend, I will never yield." Kafina's snow-white face was dyed red, and a trace of humiliation surged in her beautiful eyes. She gritted her teeth, and her delicate body trembled as she thought in her heart. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then made up his mind, "It seems that I have to start the backup plan." Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, the door of the room was directly smashed open, and a handsome, tall man dressed in a black Inquisition uniform strode in. Behind the man in black, 12 experts wearing the uniform of the Religious Court of Inquisition filed in and stood behind him. The man in black took a look at Kafina, his eyes shimmered with amazement, and he barked at Yang Feng, "I am Rant." "Oh, although that ice race woman is your captive, but she is also the spoils of war of the Inquisition. Hand over that woman, or I will arrest you for corruption." Yang Feng glanced at Rant and his party with contempt in his eyes, and he sneered, "Arrest me? With you good-for-nothings?" The 12 Inquisition experts looked at Yang Feng with apprehension in their eyes. Yang Feng was an expert who slayed 2 legend-rank powerhouses. Such a powerhouse was not someone they could resist. Rant's face sank, and he said coldly, "This is an order from Sir Judge. Do you want to disobey the order of the judge and be labeled a heretic?" With that, the 12 Inquisition experts gained a trace of confidence, and they stared coldly at Yang Feng. In the Inquisition, among the 3 tycoons, the first tycoon was the Inquisition's judge. He was also the controller of the religious court of inquiry, and there was no lack of legendary powerhouses who had died in his hands. Yang Feng showed a frigid smile. "This is an order from the judge? If the judge dares to give such an order, then henceforth, he will no longer be the judge, and I will be the new judge." When he heard that, Rant's face changed dramatically, fear welled up inside him, and he barked, "How dare you? Do you want to betray the Inquisition? Die!" A green ribbon sliced Rant's head, and a copious amount of blood splashed about and sprinkled on the ground. When the 12 Inquisition experts saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air and trembled. They understood that a great change was bound to take place today. The judge is a heretic in disguise. Today, I'm going to kill that heretic. Do you want to follow me, or die here and be labeled as heretics in the future? I'll give you only 3 seconds to consider. As if a fierce beast awakening, fearsome legend rank might gushed out of Yang Feng, and he stared coldly at the 12 Inquisition experts and uttered flatly. The 12 Inquisition experts suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Sandwiched between 2 legend rank powerhouses, they didn't know what to choose. If they chose the judge, then only death awaited them. If they chose Yang Feng, then if Yang Feng lost, then their entire family would be labeled as heretics and burned alive. "Oh, you heretic, you and I are irreconcilable." An expert from the ecclesiastical court of inquiry roared, and a beam of green light suddenly flew out and chopped off his head. Overflowing with killing intent, Yang Feng uttered frigidly, "It seems that you heretics are stubborn. According to the rules of the Inquisition, I can only kill you first, and then send the families of you heretics to reunite with you." An Inquisition expert knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Subordinate Boer is willing to follow you, Sir Ol, on a crusade against heretics. At the same time, I'm willing to dedicate everything to you, sir." Another Inquisition expert knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Subordinate Sal is willing to follow you, Sir Ol, on a crusade against heretics." The rest of the experts were still hesitant, a look of struggle in their eyes. A resplendent green ribbon flashed, and the remaining 9 Inquisition experts were chopped into pieces and scattered on the ground. Seeing this scene, Borel and Sal were both afraid and relieved. They were filled with lingering fear. If they had been a step slower, then they would have become corpses. "Oh, do you want to betray the Inquisition?" Yang Feng and his party had just walked out of the villa, when the tall, fierce-looking legend rank expert Alak and more than 100 Inquisition experts blocked in front of Yang Feng and spoke with a ferocious smile. Alak was a staunch confidant of the judge. He was extremely strong and had once killed 2 legend rank experts. In the Inquisition, he was second only to the 3 tycoons. Yang Feng sneered, "Alak, you heretic, if you don't surrender, I'll give you a way out. Otherwise, after I catch you, I'll burn you at the stake." Chapter 569. Alake was furious when he heard this. He had always been the one to threaten others like a cat acting like a mouse. Now that someone actually dared to threaten him like this, his heart was immediately filled with killing intent and anger. A ferocious look flashed in Alak's eyes, and he said coldly, "Ol, after I capture you alive, heretic, I will definitely let you taste all the punishments in my Inquisition. Before Alak's words fell, Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he appeared in front of him. Suddenly, green ribbons condensed into a spear and stabbed at Alak. Alak's expression changed drastically. Rays of green light surged out of his body, and his physique suddenly soared. When Yang Feng's fist slammed into Alak, a copious amount of green light formed a rune and blasted Alak to the ground. Protect the Lord. Kill this traitor. An expert from the religious court of inquiry roared. With a flash of green light, the powerhouse turned into countless pieces and scattered on the ground. A dozen plus trusted subordinates of Alak flickered with green light and rushed towards Yang Feng. As soon as they moved, a streak of azure light flashed, and they were instantly torn into pieces. The experts of the ecclesiastical court of inquiry trembled in fear at the sight of this horrifying scene. Their bodies trembled and they did not dare to move. Yang Feng took a step forward and stepped on Alak's head. As if looking at an ant, he looked at Alak with contempt and said coldly, "Alak, do you choose to die, or do you choose to be my dog? If you want to be loyal to that heretic head judge, I'll fulfill your wish right now." Yang Feng's words have just fallen, when he exerted force with his foot and stomped Alak's head into the ground. "No. I don't want to die." In that intense pain, Alak was completely swallowed by the fear of death. His body trembled uncontrollably. Filled with humiliation, he used all his strength to bark, "Woof." The experts in the religious court of inquisition, other than those fanatics who had been brainwashed by the church, were the strongest. Most of them were outlaws recruited from the Narcissus Federation. Alak was also a legendary master who was recruited by the Inquisition with wealth and training resources. Now that he was facing a life-and-death threat, Alak could only humiliatingly serve as Yang Feng's dog. When the Inquisition's experts saw the legend-rank expert Alak being humiliated by Yang Feng, their hearts turned ice-cold and filled with fear. The experts in the religious court of inquisition were all outlaws from the Narcissus Federation and were extremely ferocious. Now that they saw Yang Feng, who was 10 times more ferocious than them, fear welled up in their hearts. Alak slowly climbed up from the ground. His badly mutilated face flashed with a savage aura. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and his heart was filled with endless malice. When Alak looked up and saw Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile on his face, he thought of how he was defeated a moment ago, and a chill welled up inside him. With his keen intuition, he could clearly sense that if he dared to act blindly without thinking, only death would await him. Alak's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and then he knelt on one knee in front of Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Alak is willing to serve, sir." Yang Feng said flatly, "Take your people and come with me. Those who resist, kill them all." Alak replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." Alak turned around, swept the dozens of Inquisition's experts with a cold gaze, and said with a ferocious smile, "You saw it. Those who are willing to follow us to crusade against the heretic judge can live. Otherwise, you can die now." The 23 Inquisition experts hesitated for a moment, and then said loudly, "We are willing to follow sir to crusade against the heretic. If you don't answer, then go to hell." A ferocious glint flashed in Alak's eyes. He took out a broadsword that was engraved with strange runes and suddenly shot out. He rushed toward the experts of the Inquisition who were unwilling to surrender. Like a ferocious tiger pouncing on a flock of sheep, Alak was like a murderous demon. Wherever the blade light passed, all the experts from the Inquisition were directly killed. The Inquisition experts resisted desperately, but no one could withstand a single move from Alak. Within a dozen breaths of time, the remaining Inquisition experts were all slain by Alak alone. As the 4th strongest expert of the Inquisition, Alak was extremely powerful. It was only because he encountered the moonlight warlock Yang Feng that he was easily defeated. Yang Feng glanced at Alak, then put his arm around Kafina and strode towards the depths of the Inquisition. Sounds of fighting suddenly rang in the Inquisition. In the deepest part of the Inquisition, there is a 100-meter-tall, magnificent palace. On the throne of the palace, there sits a man dressed in a black warlock robe, looking like a monarch of darkness, who is shrouded in darkness. This man is the Inquisition's first bigwig, the judge. Screams sounded from outside the palace, and the screams got closer and closer before finally reaching the palace. With Kafina in his arms, Yang Feng stepped into the palace. Behind Yang Feng, more than 100 Inquisition experts led by Alak are covered in blood, their eyes shot with blood, and their eyes flashing with frenzied killing intent. Alak, you've got guts to want to betray me. The judge glanced at Alak indifferently, and a fearsome aura, which seems to be shrouded in endless darkness, spread from him and enveloped Alak. Alak suddenly trembled, fear streaked past his eyes, and he unconsciously took a few steps back. The judge is the #1 expert of the Inquisition, a fearsome powerhouse infinitely close to the demigod rank. According to legend, he already possesses demigod rank strength. Facing the judge, Alak can't even muster the will to resist, his body trembling. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Feng is equally unfathomable, he might have already stabbed Yang Feng. A large number of Inquisition experts filed in from both sides of the hall and stared covetously at Yang Feng's party. There are even 2 legend rank experts among them. Whether it is in terms of numbers or momentum, Yang Feng's party is at a disadvantage. Shut up, you heresy. Yang Feng loosened his grip and tossed Kafina aside, and green light lit up on him. A total of 12 layers of green light lit up on him. The 12th level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method? A look of ridicule flashed in the chief judge's eyes. He sneered and a black brilliance flickered on his body. A total of 12 layers lit up and countless distorted human faces appeared within the black brilliance. They opened their mouths and let out a series of soundless screams. There was a flash of surprise in Yang Feng's eyes, the 12th level of the variant Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method. Unable to cultivate the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method to the 13th level, the demigod rank, the judge took another approach. He used the souls and resentment of the countless prisoners to merge with the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method, turning it into this strange state. Its power is far greater than that of the 12th level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method. The judge glanced coldly at Yang Feng's party, then took out a pitch-black bone crown inscribed with countless runes and put it on. Streams of black aura gushed out of the crown and flowed into the chief judge's body. It forcefully pushed his strength to the early demigod realm. Alak's complexion changed dramatically, his body trembled, and his eyes shimmered with fear. Demigod, this is demigod rank power. Demigod rank power. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Countless runes flashed in his eyes, and green light shone on him, and the 12th level turned into the 13th level. Yang Feng's avatar Ol couldn't use the power of the small world inside him. In this way, only demigods can contend against demigods. Stunned, Alak couldn't believe his eyes. Demigod. He promoted to a demigod just like that? Kafina's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment, and she exclaimed, "Demigod, how is that possible? He clearly cultivated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method to the 10th level, so how did he suddenly reach the 13th level? Demigod. How is that possible?" When the judge saw this scene, he was stunned, his eyes shot with blood, his body trembled, and he almost fell into madness. There is only one demigod guard in the Narcissus Federation. The judge has cultivated bitterly for many years, but he is still stuck at the 12th level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method, unable to advance an inch. He can only temporarily possess demigod rank power with the help of treasures. For Yang Feng to easily break through to the demigod rank in front of the judge's eyes, the judge's outlook on life seems to collapse. Yang Feng took a step forward, appeared in front of the judge like a ghost, and took advantage of the judge's moment of shock and punched him in the abdomen. With a loud bang, the aloof chief judge was sent flying and slammed into the wall. Countless green radiances flickered on his abdomen and forcefully sealed the chief judge's strength. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and a green ribbon wrapped around the demigod armament crown of evil spirits worn by the judge. He sat on the judge's throne, looked coldly at the many powerhouses of the Inquisition, and said with a cold smile, "From today on, I am the new judge. Whoever dares to disagree, come forward." The entire Inquisition was silent. The many powerhouses of the Inquisition couldn't believe their eyes. The judge, who is almost invincible in their eyes, was suppressed by Yang Feng with a punch. This is simply shocking. Unwilling to submit to Yang Feng, but also unwilling to die, they fell into a state of silence for a while. Chapter 570. Her Holiness the Pope has arrived. A voice rang out from outside the hall. A beautiful woman with a crown on her head and a set of clothes inlaid with countless jewels stepped into the hall. She was tall, had an extraordinary temperament, and every movement she made was filled with charm. She was an incomparably beautiful woman. "Greetings, Your Holiness the Pope." In the reception hall, the Inquisition's experts bowed slightly and saluted the beautiful woman respectfully. The position of Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love has always been held by beautiful women, and each of them has an extraordinary temperament. Two legend-rank experts guarding in front of the Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love stared coldly at Yang Feng. Frigid killing intent surged from all directions and locked onto Yang Feng. As long as the Pope gives the order, all the experts present will attack Yang Feng at all costs. It's over. Alak's eyes were filled with despair as he looked at the experts surrounding him. Despair flashed across the eyes of the more than 100 experts from the Inquisition behind Alak. The Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love can use demigod armaments to display demigod-rank battle prowess. Coupled with the Inquisition's countless experts working together, they can even suppress demigod-rank powerhouses. Yang Feng got up from the judge's throne, the green light around him disappeared in an instant, and he came to in front of the Pope and bowed deeply to her, saying, "Greetings, Your Holiness the Pope. The judge has colluded with heresy, and the evidence is conclusive. For the sake of the Church, I acted, set things right, and killed him. Please forgive me, Your Holiness." When the Inquisition's experts in the reception hall heard Yang Feng's inverted words, they revealed furious gazes and stared at Yang Feng. The Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love said lightly, "The judge has colluded with heresy, and his crimes are unforgivable. Ol killed the rebel, and his meritorious service is outstanding. I now recognize him as the new judge." When they heard the words of the Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love, the Inquisition's experts in the reception hall were dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. Some of the higher-ups of the Inquisition suddenly felt strange. They glanced at the Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love, lowered their heads, and felt a chill in their hearts. The Inquisition was a part of the Church of the Goddess of Love, but the former Chief Inquisitor was very powerful, and the entire Inquisition was under his management. If the Church of the Goddess of Love wanted to mobilize the power of the Inquisition, they would often need to exchange benefits with the Chief Inquisitor and compromise with each other. When the Chief Judge died, Yang Feng, who killed him, was immediately appointed as the new Chief Judge. This matter sent a chill down the spines of the Inquisition's powerhouses who have been immersed in intrigue all their lives. Alak immediately saluted Yang Feng and said, "Greetings, Elder Judge." "Greetings, Head Judge." Voices rang in the reception hall, and virtually all the Inquisition's powerhouses saluted Yang Feng respectfully. As a demigod-rank powerhouse, Yang Feng possessed tyrannical strength. Moreover, with the full support of the Pope of the Goddess of Love, it was perfectly justifiable for him to become the chief judge of the Inquisition. No matter how unwilling the die-hard followers of the chief judge were, they could only watch in horror and despair as Yang Feng ascended to the throne of the chief judge. At night, in a luxurious villa in the Inquisition, Yang Feng sat on a sofa made of white tiger skin and carefully looked at a book that recorded the treasures in the Inquisition's inventory. Kafina knelt on one side and served Yang Feng respectfully. Yang Feng was now the new chief judge of the Inquisition, and a demigod-rank powerhouse to boot. She had already given up on the idea of resisting him. Yang Feng showed a smile, as expected of the Inquisition, which has influence all over the Narcissus Federation. The Bumhagra stone in its inventory is enough to build 3-level, 3 matter and energy converters at the same time. Matter and energy converters were one of the cores of Shizu technology, black technology among black technology. In theory, as long as there was enough energy, matter and energy converters could convert anything. As long as the 3-level, 3 matter and energy converters were manufactured, Bumhagra stone could be directly converted through the matter and energy converters. Of course, this required a huge amount of energy. Yang Feng secretly built countless nuclear energy collectors, geothermal energy collectors, and other energy collectors in his territories in the Tarandit subcontinent, the Fuso subcontinent, and the Feisua plain. The energy reserves were extremely abundant. In the short term, he didn't have to worry about energy. Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he mused, when the people of the Demon Hunting Division and the other Plane Development Division come here, I'll teach them a lesson. In the Yunjing city, Yang Feng was framed for no reason. If he hadn't been prepared, he would have been killed or captured. As a result, his sense of identity with the Great Cloud Dynasty disappeared. I have the support of the Battle Demon sect. According to reason, even the Tai Yi sect can't hide the truth from the masses in the Cloud Capital and frame me. Yang Feng frowned and pondered. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of a force that could hide the truth from the masses in the Cloud Capital and frame a peerless genius favored by the 10 great sects. The Tai Yi sect was known as the #1 sect in the Great Cloud Dynasty, but it couldn't hide the truth from the masses in the Cloud Capital and frame a genius of the Battle Demon sect at will. Yang Feng killed a Moonlight Warlock of the Jiang family, snatched the severed head, and extracted the memories of the Moonlight Warlock, but he didn't get much useful information. He only knew that the Jiang family was involved in the framing of Yang Feng. Yang Feng carefully weighed and ruled out all the impossible forces. A hair-raising behemoth suddenly emerged. No, there is another force in the Cloud Capital that can do this, and that is the royal family. The Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, the most powerful force was the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family. Unless the 10 great sects and the 8 great families joined forces, they would be able to overwhelm the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family. Otherwise, no sect or faction would be a match for the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family. As the center of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Cloud Capital was firmly controlled by the royal family. Other forces could only infiltrate a small part of the capital. Yang Feng frowned slightly and sank into his thoughts. Why does the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family want to deal with me? How dare they deal with me? As one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Battle Demon sect was extremely powerful. Countless experts from the Battle Demon sect were active in various fields of the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. Even the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family would be somewhat apprehensive of such a powerful force. Originally, Yang Feng should be a proud son of heaven with a profound background that no one would dare to deal with lightly. But now that he was framed by the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family, he was puzzled. He only vaguely guessed that there was a huge conspiracy or storm brewing. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Yang Feng said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a beautiful woman with dazzling blonde hair, a tall and sexy figure, and an alluring temperament strode in, a fragrance wafting from her. The beautiful woman walked up to Yang Feng, coquettishly lifted Kafina's chin, and said with a sweet smile, "Dear, is this a little toy you caught? She's really good-looking, I'm a little jealous." Bewitched by the beautiful woman's alluring temperament, Kafina's eyes became hazy, and then her pretty face changed at once, an incredulous look on her face, and she uttered in a trembling voice, "You are the Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love." Under Kafina's horrified gaze, the Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love smiled sweetly, sat in Yang Feng's arms, and looked at Yang Feng affectionately, looking extremely charming and beautiful. The Pope looked at Yang Feng affectionately and said gently, "Dear, I miss you so much." Yang Feng kissed the pretty face of the gorgeous Pope, showed a smile, and exclaimed in admiration, "Katrina, you're really amazing. To be able to become the Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love, that's really amazing." The Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love was Katrina. It was because of this that Yang Feng could kill the judge unscrupulously and ascend to the throne of the judge himself. Yang Feng asked, "Do you have complete control over the apologetic knights?" A church is basically composed of the church's clergy, the apologetic knights, and the Inquisition. The church controls the apologetic knights and the Inquisition. However, sometimes, if the apologetic knight commander or the Inquisition's judge is strong, they can contend against the church. Yang Feng's previous judge was very unruly and didn't take the young Pope Katrina seriously. Only then did Yang Feng act and brazenly kill the chief judge. Taking advantage of this opportunity, with Katrina's support, he took control of the tribunal. If the apologetic knights were also in Katrina's hands, then the entire Church of the Goddess of Love would be under Yang Feng and Katrina's control. Katrina smiled sweetly and said, "The leader of the apologetic knights, Gray, is a God's chosen. Although he obeys my orders, he is still a God's chosen. Although he obeys my orders, but he only obeys my reasonable orders. I only have about 1/10 of the apologetic knights under my control." Yang Feng uttered with some regret, "What a pity." Katrina uttered with a sweet smile, "Dear, that's just right. The Goddess of Love pays attention to the church from time to time. If the church is completely under my control, I'm afraid that she will issue an oracle and deprive me of my rights." The Andrak plane was different from the Feisua plane. The Andrak plane only had 7 gods and 2 god positions that could be promoted. Although the gods lived high up in their divine countries, but they still often paid attention to the secular world, and even went to the secular world with their true bodies from time to time. If Katrina had complete control over the Church of the Goddess of Love, then even the Goddess of Love would feel uneasy. Chapter 571. The gods of the Feisua plane signed the Treaty of the Gods, and their true bodies were not allowed to roam the Feisua plane lightly. That was because wars between strong divine force-rank gods could easily cause landslides, environmental pollution, and people to be plunged into misery and suffering. The foundation of gods was the faith of mortals. If mortals died, gods would slowly weaken and eventually die. There were only 7 gods in the Andrak plane, and they didn't sign the Treaty of the Gods. As such, they could naturally roam the secular world with their true bodies. But for the sake of safety, gods generally hid their true bodies in their divine countries, and only had their avatars roam the secular world. Churches were tools for gods to control the faith of mortals. Many gods of the Feisua plane had one or several inferior planes as their source of faith. The gods of the Andrak plane, on the other hand, only had the intelligent life forms of this plane as their source of faith. As such, they naturally attached more importance to the secular world than the Feisua plane. Yang Feng asked, "What's the situation with the Great Cloud Dynasty now?" Katrina raised her eyebrows, looked at Kafina, and said, "Recite the name of a god. On this plane, you can directly contact a god. This is the law of gods." Startled, Kafina lowered her head. Since she was captured, she has been reciting the name of the goddess of ice, yet she didn't get any response. Yang Feng said lightly, "I have cut off her connection with the goddess of ice." Kafina's pretty face suddenly turned pale, and her tender body trembled slightly. Katrina said, "The Great Cloud Dynasty has taken action against the Battle Demon sect. As far as I know, the disciples of the Battle Demon sect in the Great Cloud Dynasty have been purged, and all of them have been arrested and imprisoned. The Battle Demon sect has begun to withdraw its forces, and all disciples have been recalled to the Battle Demon province. Yang Feng's complexion changed dramatically. "What's going on?" Katrina said with a smile. "If I'm not mistaken, the Great Cloud Dynasty wants to eradicate the 10 great sects and 8 great families one by one, so that it can control all the resources and power, and truly become the overlord of the Eastern world." Yang Feng suddenly had a flash of realization. So that's how it is. The power of the 10 great sects and 8 great families was too great. Their countless disciples infiltrated every corner of the imperial court. In fact, the entire Great Cloud Dynasty is jointly ruled by the imperial family, the 10 great sects, and the 8 great families. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, the strength of the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family has far surpassed that of when the Great Cloud Dynasty was founded. They have great ambitions and want to eliminate the other forces in the Great Cloud Dynasty and truly control the Great Cloud Dynasty. Yang Feng thought further. After the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family integrated the resources of the Great Cloud Dynasty, they would launch an attack on the Western world's 3 dynasties and unify the Zhangji Plain in one fell swoop. Then, with the help of the Zhangji Plain's resources, they would break through in one fell swoop and promote to a warlock emperor. If someone as ambitious as Yang Feng became the emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty, he would find a way to flatten the 10 great sects and the 8 great families step by step, take the countless resources of the Great Cloud Dynasty for himself, and find a way to promote to a warlock emperor. Yang Feng asked, "How did the other 9 great sects and 8 great families react?" Katrina said, "The Tai Yi sect has completely surrendered to the Bai family and actively helped the Bai family suppress the disciples of the Battle Demon sect. The Saint Lotus sect restrained the Bright Moon sect. The other 8 great families and 6 great sects have yet to express any opinion. The Bai family was the royal family of the Great Cloud Dynasty. After tens of thousands of years of development, they obtained countless resources through the Great Cloud Dynasty and cultivated countless experts loyal to the Bai family. In the Zhangji Plains continent, in addition to the 10 great sects and the 8 great families, there were also many powerful warlock groups hidden in the dark from the warlock imperial dynasties' eras. Those formidable warlock groups have their own planes as their foundation, hiding in other planes and spying on the main continent's changes. The 36 primary material planes have all given birth to warlock emperor rank powerhouses. But according to legend, the Zhangji Plain once gave birth to eternal sovereigns who surpassed warlock emperors in the arch-god era. Supposedly, every single eternal was an indestructible entity with boundless power. Reportedly, their strength had far exceeded the limits of the universe, and they were rejected by the universe will and had to leave this world. In the past, the Time King had obtained a portion of the inheritance left behind by an Eternal One. He had changed his constitution to one that was compatible with time and created the Time Codex. That was how he had been able to defeat one incredibly powerful ancient god after another and suppress an entire era. Except for the Zhangji Plain, no other planes have given birth to eternal sovereigns. It was precisely because of this that countless powerful existences coveted this plane. Among the countless terrifying forces spying on the Zhangji Plain, the Bai family, which has held the imperial power of the Great Cloud Dynasty for tens of thousands of years, was definitely at the top. Some ancient warlock groups that have existed since the first warlock imperial dynasty were not the Bai family's opponents. This was the benefit of being in charge of a dynasty. Yang Feng sighed slightly, short-sighted, but that's human nature. If the 10 great sects and the 8 great families joined forces to deal with the Bai family, then even the Bai family would have to retreat, not daring to compete with them. However, the Tai Yi sect and the Saint Lotus sect sided with the Bai family, and the 8 great families remained silent, leaving the Bai family unchecked. It was only a matter of time before the Battle Demon sect was destroyed. Once the Battle Demon sect was destroyed, the Bai family could wipe out the 10 great sects and the 8 great families one by one and truly grasp the Great Cloud Dynasty. In the outer space outside the Andrak Plain, ripples suddenly emerged, and giant warships up to 3,000 meters long slowly flew out. Outsider, this is our Andrak plane. Get out. As soon as 30 giant warships flew out, an angry roar reverberated in the space. On a warship covered with countless barriers and engraved with countless runes, there stood a handsome young man in white with an arrogant expression on his face. Behind the handsome young man stood Dong Rui and two middle-aged men respectfully. The handsome young man uttered with an arrogant expression, "A trifling feeble divine force rank indigenous god dares to threaten us, how reckless. Submit to me, Bai Tianqing, or you're dead." Endless fire elemental particles suddenly condensed and turned into a 1,000-meter-long giant flaming hand in the sky that slapped towards the handsome young man. Bai Tianqing flipped his hand, and a mirror suddenly appeared in his hand. He shone it at the giant flame hand, and a white ray of light hit the giant flame hand, directly extinguishing it. Bai Tianqing snorted coldly, "What a bold indigenous god, you dare attack me. I'll first slaughter your believers, then go to your divine country and take your dog life." 10 warships descended from the sky and flew towards the Andrak plane's surface world. Behind Bai Tianqing, ripples emerged in the space, and one giant warship after another slowly flew out of the void. These warships are the elites of the Great Cloud Dynasty that flew out of the astral passage and crossed countless distances to reach the Andrak plane. The gods of any plane controlled a law of the plane, and at the same time, they had a mysterious connection with the plane. As soon as the 30-plus warships appeared, the gods felt that the other party came with ill intentions. Along with flashes of light, a 1,000-meter-tall lava giant enveloped in flames, a magic note wolf with a wolf's head and human body, a snow-white and translucent snow fairy, a monster wrapped in black bandages whose face cannot be seen clearly, a tall human man with blonde hair and blue eyes with an imposing appearance, a tall woman with blonde hair and blue eyes dressed in a purple robe, and a masked man with a gold mask appeared in this space. The Andrak plane's 7 gods each sent an avatar here, each of which exudes a fearsome aura. The lava giant roared out, "Scram! Otherwise, we'll fight to the death." Bai Tianqing glanced at the 7 gods and sneered, saying arrogantly, "A bunch of lowly aboriginals. But these 2 goddesses are good-looking. I am Bai Tianqing of the Zhangji Plains Great Cloud Dynasty's royal families by family. I'll give you a choice, submit to me and serve me. I can give all of you a way out. Otherwise, all of you will die." Dong Rui frowned slightly, feeling that Bai Tianqing was too arrogant and domineering. Originally, their mission was to ferret out Yang Feng who escaped into this plane and kill him. However, Bai Tianqing was so arrogant and domineering that he offended the 7 gods. This is a war to conquer another plane. Dong Rui looked at the huge warships that appeared one after another, and his heart stirred. He understood Bai Tianqing's plan. Bai Tianqing clearly wants to conquer this other plane and make it his territory. With the support of the Grade 6 plane, Bai Tianqing may even be able to attack the Bright World Warlock realm in the future. The eyes of the God of Justice shimmered coldly, and he barked, "In that case, let's fight to the death." Outside the Andrak plane, 7 stars shone brightly, and the divine legions of the 7 divine countries quickly assembled and flew over in one flying warship after another. The 7 god avatars suddenly retreated briskly and flew towards their divine legions. Each of the 7 gods has a lifespan of more than 10,000 years, and their divine legions number in the millions. After the 100th huge warship flew out, Bai Tianqing and his party quietly anchored in the plane's outer space, analyzed the mysteries of the Andrak plane, and manufactured secret treasures that can shield the suppression of the plane origin will. Chapter 572. In the Scarlet Flame State, in a great temple shrouded in lava, an idol burst out with resplendent divine light. "My lord has decreed that the war of gods shall begin." The oracle immediately spread throughout the entire Qi Yen country. The Qi Yen country was immediately mobilized. Countless experts quickly assembled and formed one army after another. The same was true for the other 6 states. Countless troops gathered and prepared for the War of Gods. The Narcissus Federation also gathered 200,000 troops and quickly surrounded a huge warship that landed in the territory of the Narcissus Federation. On an avenue, there was a dense army of 200,000 soldiers from the Narcissus Federation stretching for dozens of kilometers. It was a spectacular sight. In the sky, there were hundreds of warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty dressed in black warlock robes floating in the air. The Starry Sky Warlock in the lead smiled coldly and ordered, "A bunch of ants. Do it." The hundreds of warlocks silently recited incantations and pointed at the sky with magic staffs in their hands. In the sky, fire elemental particles gathered, countless fire clouds churned, and fireballs rained down and barreled towards the Narcissus Federation's army. Under the bombardment of the terrifying fireballs, the 200,000 ordinary soldiers from the Narcissus Federation screamed miserably before they were engulfed by the flames and turned into fireballs. Within a dozen-plus breaths of time, the 200,000 ordinary people were swallowed by the rain of fire, leaving only a few hundred experts with level 2 warlock rank cultivation base and above struggling at death's door. The hundreds of level 2 warlock rank experts have just escaped from the rain of fire, when they saw thousands of human warlocks dressed in black warlock robes blocking in front of them. Each warlock in black exudes legend rank aura. Legend rank. How can this be? How can there be so many legend rank experts? Legend rank, how can there be so many legend rank experts? When the hundreds of experts with level 2 warlock rank cultivation base and above saw this scene, their eyes surged with despair, and they screamed frantically. There are less than 20 legend rank experts in the entire Narcissus Federation. The nearly 10,000 legend rank powerhouses in front of the warlocks caused the Narcissus Federation's legend rank powerhouse to collapse. Kill them all. A ruthless order echoed and countless spells instantly exterminated the few hundred remaining Narcissus Federation powerhouses. This scene was happening all over the 7 great nations. Each of the 10 huge warships has 10,000 great warlock rank powerhouses. Furthermore, each of these powerhouses is a veteran who has experienced countless battles. Apart from divine legions, ordinary armies were not the opponents of 10,000 strong armies with great warlocks as soldiers. As for the divine legions of the 7 gods, they were ambushed by Tianqing and the powerhouses of the Great Cloud Dynasty in the outer space of the Andrak Plain. The two sides fought endlessly. The Great Cloud Dynasty is very experienced in conquering planes with gods. That god's divine kingdom was too dangerous, it was not easy to enter. The suppression of human warlocks in the plane's outer space was relatively small, making it suitable for human warlocks to fight. Therefore, they could ambush the divine legion in the outer city space, and then send an elite force to conquer the mortal world on the ground. After slaughtering all the believers of the gods in the mortal world, they could weaken the foundation of the gods. Gods ascended to godhood with the help of the faith force of ordinary people. The foundation of their existence was the faith of ordinary people. If there were no ordinary people in the primary material plane who believed in them, they would continue to weaken and eventually die. Even with the support of divine force crystals, but gods without the faith of ordinary people couldn't rely on divine force crystals to exist. They would only be weakened and eventually die. The Holy Fairy City, inside the presidential palace's conference hall. At a long table, there sat a tall, sexy, and gorgeous blonde woman with a 70% resemblance to the goddess of love, a spirited old man with white hair, Pope Katrina, Yang Feng, apologetic Knight Commander Gray, and important ministers of the Narcissus Federation. The gorgeous beauty was the current patriarch of the Narcissus family and the president of the Narcissus Federation, Blanche. The spirited old man was the Minister of Defense Portman. Portman said with a grave expression, "The 1st to the 4th Corps of the Narcissus Federation were wiped out by the freaks from the Tsangji Plain a day ago. None survived. How could this be? That was a 200,000 strong army. Even if it were 200,000 pigs, it would be impossible to kill them all in a day. What the hell happened? The complexions of the ministers in the hall changed dramatically, and they questioned one after another. Portman's expression was unsightly, and he uttered unhurriedly, "Each of the freaks from the Zhangji Plain possesses legend rank strength, and there are as many as 10,000 of them. 10,000 legend rank powerhouses." The ministers of the Narcissus Federation sucked in a breath of cold air. In the Andrak Plain, the fighting prowess of a legend rank powerhouse is already astonishing. Now that 10,000 legend rank powerhouses have appeared, there is no power in the secular world that can resist them. A strange atmosphere pervaded the conference hall. Many ministers of the Narcissus Federation, who are considering surrendering, looked at Yang Feng seemingly inadvertently. Yang Feng, the Inquisition's judge, seems to be reminding them of the terrible consequences of betrayal. Blanche frowned slightly and uttered, "The Narcissus Federation is facing the most dangerous situation in 1,000 years. In order to weaken our Lord, those demons from the other planes will slaughter all the mortals. We don't have any other choice but to fight to the death with them. That's the only way. If anyone has a way, feel free to speak. As long as it is effective, our Lord will reward you handsomely." Silence reigned in the hall. Everyone was speechless. The 10,000 legend rank powerhouses can crush all the powerhouses in the Andrak Plains secular world. Even a demigod rank powerhouse will die when besieged by 10,000 legend rank powerhouses. In the face of absolute power, no one can think of a way to contend against the legend rank powerhouses. "I have a way." A voice sounded in the reception hall, attracting the gazes of all the people in the hall and focusing on Yang Feng. "Not long ago, an evil god from another plane found me. He is an enemy of the Zhangji Plains freaks. This is his support for us." Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a scarlet magic cube flew out and spun on the table in front of him. Yang Feng replied, "This is a treasure refined by the evil god using alchemy. Young and beautiful virgins can use the power of this magic cube to become a powerhouse with legend rank strength. However, in exchange, the user's soul and everything will belong to the evil god." The hearts of many ministers suddenly jumped, and their gazes focused on the magic cube with a scorching shade in their eyes. A magic cube can turn an ordinary woman into a fearsome powerhouse with legend rank strength. The power of the magic cube is simply heaven-defying. With the power of ministers, each of them can get dozens of qualified users. In this way, as long as they have enough magic cubes, they will have dozens of legend rank powerhouses. Gray's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he barked, "Souls are a taboo of the gods. Oh, how dare you collude with an evil god and spy on the souls of my lord's believers?" Yang Feng said lightly, "I am also serving my lord. Whether this secret treasure is to be used or not, my lord can decide. If my lord is unwilling to use this secret treasure, then I will refuse the evil god." When Yang Feng's words fell, the hall fell silent. Blanche looked at Katrina, but when she saw the silent and solemn expression on Katrina's face, she frowned at once. Blanche said resolutely, "Gray, now that my lord is threatened by the freaks of the Zhangji Plain, it is imperative to eliminate all freaks. For my lord, for the sake of the Narcissus Federation, if this secret treasure is really effective, then it must be used." A maid with a few freckles on her face and a sexy figure walked into the hall. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the magic cube fell into the maid's hand. "Drip your blood on it, and it will automatically guide you." The maid glanced at Blanche. Blanche said, "Gina, do it." The maid took out a knife and cut her finger, and drops of blood flowed along her snow-white finger and fell on the magic cube. After the magic cube absorbed the blood, runes lit up, and a red armor wrapped around Gina. "I am willing to offer my soul and everything I have to the great god in exchange for power." As soon as Gina finished speaking, countless runes lit up on the red armor, and a legendary level pressure immediately emanated from her body and swept in all directions. Legend rank. This is legend rank power. Legend rank power. It's really legend rank power. When the ministers of the Narcissus Federation saw this scene, they immediately revealed looks of excitement. Blanche's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, "How many of these treasures do you have?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "At present, the evil god has given me 10,000 of these treasures, 10,000. The people present inhaled a breath of cold air and looked at Yang Feng with scorching gazes. Yang Feng then said, "I have always adored you, President. Today, I would like to propose to you. Please agree. A marriage alliance with the President of the Narcissus Federation is the best way to peacefully seize the power of the Narcissus Federation. Once the Narcissus Federation falls under Yang Feng's control, he will be able to do more things justifiably." Chapter 573. Upon hearing Yang Feng's sudden proposal, the reception hall went silent, and strange gazes fell on Yang Feng and Blanche. Blanche is the president of the Narcissus Federation. Whoever marries her is equivalent to having the entire Narcissus Federation in their hands. Over the years, no one knew how many people had set their eyes on Blanche, the peerlessly beautiful and astonishingly powerful beauty, but no one had ever succeeded in winning her heart. Blanche's pretty face suddenly flickered, and she uttered coldly, "Oh, are you threatening me?" Yang Feng smiled faintly, and Gina's armor suddenly peeled off, turned into a magic cube, and returned to his hand. He didn't say a word. Now is the most dangerous time for the Narcissus Federation, as well as the best opportunity for Yang Feng to peacefully seize power. At present, Yang Feng needs the 7 gods as his barrier to contend against the Great Cloud Dynasty's expeditionary army. He can't use force to seize the Narcissus Federation. Marriage was the best and simplest way to achieve this. Blanche looked at the rest of the ministers in the hall. The ministers of the Narcissus Federation were silent. In their opinion, it would be best if Blanche could be sacrificed in exchange for peace in the Narcissus Federation. As if she has fallen into an ice cave, Blanche gnashed her teeth and stared at Yang Feng. Her delicate body trembled, but she still maintained restraint. After all, she is not a little girl, but the president of the Narcissus Federation. She naturally knows that making a fuss is useless. A communications officer suddenly broke into the hall and shouted, "Not good, the Cangzhi Plains freaks are less than 30 kilometers away from the Holy Fairy City. How is that possible? How can they come so fast? What about the 6th Legion? What are they doing?" In the hall, the ministers panicked, and despair shimmered in their eyes. Many ministers have the intention to retreat, and they plan to flee immediately. The Cangzhi Plains warriors came here to kill all the believers of the gods. It is impossible for these ministers to surrender. The magic cube in Yang Feng's hand spun, and he uttered with a smile, "I have a troop armed with an evil god magic cube." Blanche was, after all, the female president of the Narcissus Federation. She said decisively, "Ore, as long as you lead your evil god's cube army to annihilate those invaders, we will be able to kill them. I'll marry you." Yang Feng said with a forthright smile, "Haha, okay, I will go and annihilate the Cangzhi Plains freaks." A bunch of mere natives actually dares to spout such arrogant words, wanting to wipe us out? Truly a bunch of fools who don't know the meaning of death. A viper suddenly flew out of the messenger's mouth and spat out a poisonous mist that turned into a corrosive poisonous cloud that swept towards everyone present. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and green light shone, rolled up the poisonous mist, and sealed it into a green sphere. With a flash of green light, the viper was sliced into 2. A demigod powerhouse? He didn't expect that there would be such a big shot here. I wonder if you have condensed a godhead. If I kill you and dig out your godhead and sell it, it will be very valuable. A tall, burly, and handsome young warlock dressed in a black cloak strode into the room, followed by 12 human warlocks dressed in the same black cloak. "I am Xia Ming, the captain of the other plane development division's Xiaofan. Except for a few beautiful women, you lowly aboriginals should all commit suicide. Otherwise, when I do it myself, you'll only die more painfully. Xia Ming looked at everyone in the hall with a derisive expression, and pinnacle starry sky warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from him. The 12 human warlocks following Xia Ming also looked at the many ministers of the Narcissus Federation with derisive expressions, and junior starry sky warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from them. Demigod, 13 demigods. How can there be so many demigods? Inside the main hall, all the ministers of the Narcissus Federation had a look of despair in their eyes as they cried out in horror. The entire Narcissus Federation only had one demigod expert as a guardian. The 13 demigod experts could completely flatten the entire Holy Fairy City. No one was a match for them. It was because he controlled such a powerful force that Bai Tianqing had no intention of negotiating with the 7 gods, and instead used force to suppress them. Blanche's beautiful eyes shimmered with fear and despair, and she exclaimed, "Demigod! 13 demigods! If there were 3 or 4 demigods, the Holy Fairy City could still gather all the experts to fight them. However, there were 13 demigods joining forces. But 13 demigods, even if the Holy Fairy City mobilized its trump cards, only death would await them. Do it!" Yang Feng swept Xia Ming and the other 13 Shadow Fang elites with a cold smile and ordered. Bright beams of light shot out from outside, pierced through the wall, and slammed into the 13 Shadow Fang elites. Rays of light flickered and wisps of spatial ripples enveloped the Shadow Fang elite, activating a teleportation secret treasure. The Great Cloud Dynasty had a secret treasure division that specialized in developing secret treasures, and there were countless alchemists gathered in the secret treasure division. The secret treasure division has developed many standard secret treasures, and the most elite troops of the Great Cloud Dynasty already have a life-saving secret treasure that can be triggered. At that moment, there was a disturbance in the space, and the spatial fluctuations that enveloped the Shadow Fang elites disappeared. Fearsome electromagnetic beams instantly ran through the 13 Shadow Fang elites and blasted open huge bloody holes on their bodies. From the direction the electromagnetic beams came from, it could be seen that more than 30 magic cube mechanical warriors covered in a layer of crimson mechanical armor and equipped with a pair of wings. "Yang Feng, you bastard, you'll die a horrible death." Xia Ming was a quasi-glorious Sun Warlock rank expert. But due to the suppression of the plain origin will, his cultivation base was only at the pinnacle Starry Sky Warlock rank. After his chest was run through by the electromagnetic beams, he still didn't die on the spot. Instead, he issued a heaven-shaking roar, blurred into motion, slammed into a wall, and blasted open a large hole, and fled into the distance. Xia Ming and the other Great Cloud Dynasty powerhouses came to the Andrak Plain for another purpose, and that was to hunt down Yang Feng who had fled to this plane. Only a powerhouse from the Great Cloud Dynasty like Yang Feng knew about the means of the Great Cloud Dynasty's warlocks and made a targeted response. If it wasn't for the spatial disturbance, the 13 Shadow Fang elites wouldn't have been killed in a single confrontation. "You want to escape? Stay." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with killing intent, and he waved his hand and ordered coldly. 30 magic cube soldiers clad in crimson magic cube mechas suddenly appeared, and they fired wildly at Xia Ming with super railguns in their hands. A magic cube soldier released spatial disruption fluctuations to interfere with space, making it impossible for Xia Ming to use spatial spells to escape. Xia Ming was seriously injured to begin with, and his movements became a lot slower. Coupled with the suppression of the plain origin will, he couldn't display even 10% of his extraordinary abilities. In the blink of an eye, he was hit by more than a dozen electromagnetic beams. He fell from midair like a tattered rag doll and fell to the ground. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew to in front of Xia Ming. His body shone with green light, and he touched Xia Ming's forehead with a finger, and a rune suddenly appeared and sealed Xia Ming completely. 13 demigods died just like that? Is this the power of the evil god magic cube? So strong. This is the power of the evil god magic cube, it's really terrifying. When the many ministers of the Narcissus Federation saw Xia Ming and the other 12 demigod rank powerhouses killed almost instantly by Yang Feng's magic cube mechanical warriors, they were dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. There was a complicated look in Blanche's beautiful eyes, so strong. This is the power of the evil god magic cube. No wonder he's so confident. The enemy is coming. I'm going to give them a surprise. I'm going to let them know that the Narcissus Federation can't be bullied by them. Blanche, wash your body and wait to marry me. Ha ha ha. With a burst of wild laughter, Yang Feng trod on air and walked into the distance like a god. Magic cube mechanical warriors suddenly flew up and, like stars surrounding the moon, escorted him as he flew into the distance. Looking at Yang Feng's heroic back, Blanche's heart stirred. Maybe it's not bad to marry him. Compared with the slightly crude but unparalleled heroic Yang Feng, the many ministers in the hall looked very unbearable. Blanche had seen many handsome men who didn't dare to take responsibility. Seeing Yang Feng take the initiative to fight the Zhangji Plains invaders, her heart was naturally moved. Crimson Magic Cube mechanical warriors suddenly flew out and gathered around Yang Feng. It didn't take long for 1,000 Magic Cube mechanical warriors to gather around Yang Feng. Katrina was the Pope of the Church of Love, and she could easily choose more than 1,000 beautiful virgins from the Church of Love. As for the combat experience of these beautiful soldiers, they could rely on the smart computer equipped with the Magic Cube mechanical warriors to control them. At the current stage, the smart computer controlling them was 100 times better than rookies fighting on their own. Yang Feng and his party came to a mountaintop not far from the Holy Fairy City. Chapter 574. As soon as Yang Feng arrived, the top of the hill split open, and a more than 50-meter-long battlestar artillery, which was rooted in the bottom half of the hill, suddenly extended from the hill and made fine adjustments. In the distance, a huge warship is flying towards the Holy Fairy City. Aboard the huge warship, there are 10,000 elite soldiers from the other plane development division who have suppressed many planes. Each of them is an advanced Great Warlock rank powerhouse, and they are extremely powerful. The Great Warlock rank was also a Legend rank expert, it was a critical point. No plane would resist the entry of a Legend rank expert, nor would it suppress a Legend rank expert. This was because Legend rank powerhouses were powerless to destroy the plane origin. The soldiers of the other plane development division's elite troops were all Great Warlock rank powerhouses. Only troops that train new recruits would have level 1 to level 3 warlocks. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he uttered frigidly, "What a pity, 10,000 elites. Let me bury all of you here." The Battlestar's level 2 Battlestar artillery shone brightly, and in the next moment, a resplendent beam shot out from the artillery and, as if tearing through the void, slammed into the huge warship in an instant. Boom! Before the huge warship could activate its magic shield, it was hit by the resplendent beam. The huge hull was penetrated, and the energy core of the hull was hit, triggering an even more terrifying explosion. The violent explosion engulfed the 10,000 Great Warlocks in an instant. Along with flashes of light, a dozen or so Starry Sky Warlocks luckily escaped from the huge explosion. A Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouse covered in scars, tears in his eyes, issued a heart-wrenching roar, "Damn it! Yang Feng, you bastard, I, Wang Lei, am irreconcilable with you. If I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human." Wang Lei was the South Peace general who commanded the 10,000 elites of the other plane development division, and he possessed a Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base. The 10,000 elites of the other plane development division had followed Wang Lei on expeditions and made countless contributions. They were his good brothers and subordinates. Now that the 10,000 brothers and subordinates were killed by Yang Feng, Wang Lei's eyes were bloodshot, and he almost went crazy. These heavenly thunder kings had already learned the general knowledge of this world from the captives. In this world, there was no terrifying war weapon like the main cannon of an interstellar battleship that had the power to destroy the world. Yang Feng spoke righteously. You freaks of the Zhangji plain invaded our Andrak plain, burning, killing, and looting. You are no different from animals. I didn't expect you to have some affection for your own people. I am Orei, the chief inquisitor of the Church of the Goddess of Love. Today, I will send you to reunite with your brothers. You lowly aboriginals, you dare to use secret treasures made by that traitor Yang Feng to deal with us. This is a heinous crime. Go to hell. Wang Lei's eyes flashed fiercely. He swept Yang Feng with a contemptuous glance, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at Yang Feng. Rays of magic radiance flickered, and 100-meter-tall fire elemental spirit summoned from the elemental plane suddenly appeared. Elemental fire that could easily burn demigod-rank powerhouses to ashes suddenly turned into a fearsome storm of fire sweeping towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled faintly. With a flick of his wrist, the demigod armament disk of flames suddenly appeared, and the demigod armament disk of flames devoured the berserk elemental fire in an instant, disappearing completely. The 1,000 magic cube mecha soldiers shone brightly with the railguns in their hands, and dazzling electromagnetic beams barreled towards the remaining dozen-plus Starry Sky Warlocks. The remaining dozen-plus Starry Sky Warlocks unleashed secret methods and fought with the 1,000 soldiers equipped with magic cube mechas. Each of the other plane development division's Starry Sky Warlocks possessed quasi-moonlight warlock rank cultivation base. Moreover, they were battle-hardened and tyrannical. In a single confrontation, a dozen-plus magic cube mecha soldiers were destroyed and turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Yang Feng frowned, then took out the demigod armament crown of evil, silently recited an incantation, and flicked his finger. The demigod armament crown of evil suddenly flew out, exuded nearly endless evil chi, and flew towards Wang Lei. Wang Lei's face fell, and he silently recited an incantation, and a pair of flame wings appeared on his back. The flame wings flapped, and a pillar of fire rose into the sky and barreled towards the crown of evil. The crown of evil suddenly grew a huge spirit body skull. As soon as the spirit body skull appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped by 12 degrees in an instant. When the spirit body skull slammed into the pillar of fire strangely extinguished. The crown of evil spirits strangely appeared on Wang Lei's head and pierced into his head. Runes shone brightly and frantically extracted Wang Lei's flesh and soul. Yang Feng looked at the crown of evil and revealed a smile. This isn't the crown of evil, but the legendary secret treasure Evil Holy Crown. The Evil Holy Crown is a warlock monarch rank evil monarch of the Zhangji Plains continent. He used the skull of a holy spirit warlock as the core, added countless rare materials, and used evil path alchemy to transform the power of the holy spirit warlock into evil force, and then refined the monarch-grade secret treasure Evil Holy Crown. The Evil Holy Crown can greatly enhance the strength of the wearer. When a quasi-holy step powerhouse wears the Evil Holy Crown, they can even contend against a holy spirit warlock for a short time. However, those who wear the Evil Holy Crown will be dominated by the Evil Holy Crown. Their soul and flesh will be absorbed, and they will be dominated by the evil monarch. There was once a quasi-holy step powerhouse who was dominated by the evil monarch using the Evil Holy Crown, making him virtually invincible for an era. The evil monarch died in a great catastrophe of the Zhangji Plain, and the Evil Holy Crown was severely damaged. It is unknown which plane it ended up in. Yang Feng didn't expect that he would get his hands on such a wicked monarch-grade secret treasure. Although the monarch-grade secret treasure Evil Holy Crown has been severely damaged, but as long as it continues to devour the flesh and soul of powerhouses, it will repair itself, and eventually advance to a monarch-grade secret treasure. Wang Lei struggled for a while, then his eyes turned white and bloodshot, which were eventually swallowed by endless scarlet, and quasi-glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power erupted from him. Wang Lei pointed with a finger, and a 1,000-meter-long fire boa king was summoned from the elemental realm and swept towards the dozen-plus starry sky warlocks with the power to burn the sky and boil the sea. General! No! Along with screams, wherever the huge fire boa king passed, starry sky warlocks were burned to ashes one after another. Yang Feng pointed with a finger on Wang Lei's forehead, and a green rune appeared on Wang Lei's forehead and sealed him together with the evil holy crown. Stimulated by the evil holy crown, Wang Lei can exert quasi-glorious Sun Warlock rank power as many as 5 times. He can be Yang Feng's trump card. In the Andrak plane, quasi-glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses are enough to determine the outcome of a war of gods. The Narcissus Federation, the Presidential Palace. Blanche and the ministers of the Narcissus Federation quietly waited for the result of the battle. Ever since they saw the 13 demigod rank powerhouses of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Xiaofan, they understood that this war is no longer a war that ordinary people can wipe their hands with. If Yang Feng, who borrowed the power of an evil god, is defeated by the Zhangji Plains powerhouses, then Blanche and the other ministers of the Narcissus Federation will have to consider fleeing. A communications officer rushed into the reception hall and roared excitedly, "Great news! Sir Ol led 1,000 personal guards to wipe out 10,000 Zhangji Plains legend evil fiends. Victory! Great! We won! Great! Ol, well done!" Bursts of excited cheers came from the reception hall. Originally, many ministers of the Narcissus Federation didn't have a favorable impression of Yang Feng, who killed the former judge of the Inquisition, and many of them were even hostile towards him. But now that Yang Feng wiped out 10,000 expeditionary forces from the Zhangji Plain, the ministers of the Narcissus Federation were immediately filled with gratitude towards Yang Feng. At least at this moment, they are full of gratitude towards Yang Feng. Blanche's delicate body trembled, her eyes turned red, and she shed tears of joy. She originally thought that the Narcissus Federation was finished, but Yang Feng turned the tide and saved the Narcissus Federation. Yang Feng strode into the reception hall, and all eyes focused on him. With a hearty laugh, he reached out and pulled Blanche into his arms. Then, he strode out of the room. A blush streaked across Blanche's pretty face, and while struggling powerlessly, she pleaded softly, "Let me go." Yang Feng blew into Blanche's ear, looked at the shy and beautiful Blanche, and revealed a smile, "Madam President, according to our agreement, from today on, you are my woman." The guards around the reception hall could only watch as Yang Feng disappeared with the beautiful president in his arms. Before long, the Narcissus Federation received intelligence on the other 6 states. The Zhangji Plains expeditionary forces stormed the capitals of the 7 states of the Andrak Plain. Before the Zhangji Plains expeditionary forces stormed the capitals of the Ice Blue Kingdom, the Scarlet Flame State, the Norton State, and the Gudama Kingdom. The Ice Blue State is located in the Ice Blue Snow domain shrouded in ice and snow, and the Scarlet Flame State is located in the Lava Mountain Range. They blend into the environment, making it difficult for the Zhangji Plains human warlocks to find them. Chapter 575. The Norton Kingdom and the Gudama Kingdom also took advantage of the environment to hide a lot of experts. The capitals of the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom and the Glun Kingdom, however, were breached by the Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army in one fell swoop, and the Zhangji Plains human warlocks massacred them. The Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army also inflicted heavy losses on the experts of the churches of the God of Justice and the God of Murder, with only some of them escaping. A large number of refugees poured into the Narcissus Federation from the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom and the Glun Kingdom. Hearing about the miserable state of the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom and the Glun Kingdom, the ministers of the Narcissus Federation were filled with lingering fear. After receiving Yang Feng's funding, various weapons were quickly deployed in the Narcissus Federation, and many benefits were ceded to Yang Feng. Within the royal palace of the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom, Chen Sheng, the deputy commander of the Great Cloud Dynasty's expeditionary army, sat on the throne with two beautiful women in cyan muslin in his arms. In front of Chen Sheng, a dozen beautiful women knelt and carefully served him. In the main hall, more than a dozen generals were hugging beauties in their arms. They were drinking and playing with those beauties wantonly. Unrestrained laughter, women's moans, and all kinds of sounds intertwined. The entire hall was filled with a lustful atmosphere. Sitting on the throne, Chen Sheng looked at this scene condescendingly with indescribable pleasure. Every time he conquered a plain, he indulged his subordinates. Suddenly, a guard strode into the palace and said anxiously, "Commander, the 10,000 elites led by General Wang Lei were annihilated in the Narcissus Federation." Ding! Chen Sheng's face changed drastically, and his hand trembled slightly, causing the wine glass in his hand to fall to the ground with a crisp sound. His eyes flashed with anger as he snapped, "Have you confirmed this matter?" In the Great Cloud Dynasty, experts were as common as clouds in the sky. It had a standing army of more than 3 billion spread across countless plains. However, among the 3 billion standing army, there were only 30 million elite troops composed entirely of great warlocks. The other Plain Development Division controls an elite army composed of great warlocks, but it only has 5 million great warlocks. When Bai Tianqing came to attack the Andrak Plain, he transferred 1 million elites from the other Plain Development Division. Now that 10,000 elites were annihilated, the deputy commander of the expeditionary force, Chen Sheng, who was in charge of the attack on the surface world, would definitely be held responsible. After the Zhangji Plains army under Chen Sheng's command captured the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom, the entire army suffered 0 casualties. He knew very well how weak the resistance of the surface world was. This made him unwilling to believe that the 10,000 expeditionary troops of the Great Cloud Dynasty were annihilated. The guard replied, "This subordinate has already confirmed that it's true." Yang Feng, who fled to this plain, gave the aboriginals the secret treasures he developed. A chief inquisitor of the Church of the Goddess of Love called Ol used Yang Feng's alchemical secret treasure to destroy Sir Wang Lei's warship, and Sir Wang Lei was killed by Ol. With a sinister look on his face, Chen Sheng roared madly, "That bastard Yang Feng, he deserves to die. How dare you kill the brothers of the other Plain Development Division? What a beast! Traitor of the Great Cloud Dynasty!" The high-ranking officers of the other Plain Development Division revealed peculiar looks. The high-ranking officers of the other Plain Development Division have heard that Yang Feng was framed and hunted down. Most of the high-ranking officers of the other Plain Development Division were trained by the Bai family or the Great Cloud Dynasty. Although they sympathized with Yang Feng, but they still firmly carried out the orders of the Great Cloud Dynasty. They didn't expect that in the Andrak Plain, it would be Yang Feng, who was chased here, who turned around and killed 10,000 elites. Shit! A premonition of death welled up in his heart and Chen Sheng's complexion changed drastically. Transforming into a streak of light, he shot forward while summoning 6 diamond-shaped crystal artifacts around his body to form a diamond-shaped defensive barrier. A resplendent beam of light descended from the sky and blasted into the imperial palace like divine punishment. The dozen-plus high-ranking officers with Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base were instantly vaporized and disappeared. Worthy of being one of the deputy commanders of the expeditionary force, Chen Sheng flew out of the royal palace at the critical moment, and then saw a rain of light barreling towards the great warlocks of the expeditionary force. Swept by the dense rain of light, the great warlocks of the other Plain Development Division's expeditionary army, who were indulging in plundering and burning, were caught off guard, and were easily killed like ants. Chen Sheng's eyes flashed like lightning, and countless runes appeared in his eyes and formed an inverted triangle, and he saw a battlestar suspended 500 kilometers away. The Arc Battlestar fired a rain of light that mercilessly harvested the lives of the other Plain Development Division's powerhouses. Chen Sheng roared wildly, "Yang Feng, you bastard, you're also a person of the Zhangji Plain. To help these aboriginals kill the elites of the Zhangji Plain, you're a traitor worse than pigs and dogs. Sitting on the bridge of the Battlestar, Yang Feng sneered, "Idiot, if I don't kill you, do you want me to wait for you to kill me? What a moron." Katrina uttered with a sweet smile, "He's not a moron, but you, dear, made him muddle-headed. If he catches you, I'm afraid he'll change his attitude." Yang Feng asked, "Do you think he'll rush here to throw away his life?" As one of the deputy commanders of the expeditionary force, Chen Sheng is a glorious sun warlock. Even though he is suppressed by the plain origin will, he still possesses junior moonlight warlock rank cultivation base and possesses formidable battle prowess. In the surface world without gods, he is virtually invincible. Katrina uttered with a smile, "If he isn't a fool, he should choose to retreat." "My dear, you have already condensed a virtual world, and you will be able to unleash your full power for a period of time. Suppressed by the plain origin will, he can only display junior moonlight warlock rank strength. He'll only be throwing away his life if he comes." Yang Feng's name has already shaken the world in the Battle of the Time Sky City, and the fact that he formed a virtual world inside him cannot be concealed from the world. The experts of the Other Plane Development Division must have thoroughly studied Yang Feng before entering the Andrak plane, so the fact that he has a virtual world inside him cannot be concealed from others. As an intermediate glorious sun warlock, Chen Sheng can only display junior moonlight warlock rank strength in the surface world. If he dares to fight Yang Feng, he will die without a doubt. Disperse and retreat. Chen Sheng took a deep look at the Battlestar, gritted his teeth, and roared. Magic light lit up, and the great warlocks of the Other Plane Development Division cast various spells and fled into the distance. Chen Sheng took out a secret treasure and pressed it on his body, and a pair of dragon wings suddenly appeared on his back. With a flap of the dragon wings, a violent wind flashed, and he appeared several kilometers away. There was a flash of spatial ripples, the space in front of Chen Sheng distorted, and Yang Feng walked out and uttered with a cold smile, "Submit to me, or die." Chen Sheng's face fell, and he retreated briskly and barked, "Yang Feng, you dare to kill people from my great cloud dynasty here? You're worse than pigs and dogs, aren't you afraid of being executed?" Yang Feng smiled coldly and uttered frigidly, "What a joke. Since the Bai family has attacked my battle demon sect, then we are mortal enemies. Chen Sheng, I'll give you 1 second to think about it, submit to me, or die. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. Since the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family has launched an attack on the battle demon sect, Yang Feng no longer has any scruples. He will use all his power to destroy the Great Cloud Dynasty. If he can annihilate the main force of the Other Plane Development Division here, it will be equivalent to cutting off an arm of the Great Cloud Dynasty. It will weaken the Great Cloud Dynasty step by step." Chen Sheng barked, "How dare you? If the emperor wants the subject to die, then the subject has to die. Since His Majesty has decided to eradicate the battle demon sect, then the battle demon sect should stretch out its neck and accept death. You don't abide by the way of a subject and wantonly slaughter the elites of my Great Cloud Dynasty. You are a traitor and sinner of the Zhangji Plain. It's not too late for you to surrender, and I can plead with His Majesty to spare your life. Are you a brainwashed fool of the Bai family? Since that's the case, you can go to hell." Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he frantically extracted the power of the small world inside him. Intermediate moonlight warlock rank aura gushed out in an instant, and the true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Transcendent aura surged, and countless black chains swept towards Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng gritted his teeth and silently recited an incantation. His body suddenly swelled, and he turned into a 1,000-meter-tall gold giant monarch. The gold giant monarch Chen Sheng transformed into slammed a huge bone containing the law of power into the true god Empyrean imprint. When the bone slammed into the true god Empyrean imprint, it passed through the true god Empyrean imprint like an illusion. The true God Empyrean seal strangely appeared on the forehead of the golden giant king that Chen Sheng had transformed into. Countless black rune chains gushed out, pierced into Chen Sheng's body, and frantically sealed his power. No! How can this be? No! I'm a glorious sun warlock, I won't accept this. Chen Sheng let out a heart-wrenching roar and transformed into a human. Finally, countless black runes pierced into him and turned into strange runes that entered the true God Empyrean imprint and became a part of the true God Empyrean imprint. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand and summoned the true God Empyrean imprint into his hand. Looking at the newly added runes, he revealed a smile, glorious sun warlock. I really have to thank the Andrak Plane's plane suppression. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for me to defeat a glorious sun warlock. Chapter 576. In the Andrak Plane's outer space, 90 huge warships formed a battle formation. Linked together by the Warlock Towers, the huge warships formed a formidable barrier to resist the divine legions commanded by the seven gods. Ice elves, lava beasts, magic note ferocious werewolves, and human braves poured out of the seven divine countries in a steady stream and attacked the human warlocks' defensive line. Countless human warlocks fought with the divine legions. From time to time, several human warlocks would die. But even more divine soldiers were captured, sealed, and thrown into warlock towers by the human warlocks using various secret methods. In the Andrak plane, once a divine soldier was killed, their soul would return to the divine country again. Within the divine kingdom, the gods would pour their souls into containers to form new warriors of God. Every time a divine soldier died in battle, their soul would be weakened by a fraction. After death, their soul would be obliterated. However, if soul stones were used to replenish the soul of a divine soldier, or the soul of other petitioners as nutrients, they could nourish the divine soldiers and make them stronger in battle. It was for this reason that soul stones were the hard currency of the divine country, fiends, devils, and other powerful beings. If it was anyone else, they would have a headache when encountering the nearly undying divine legions like the gods. The Tsangji Plane's Other Plane Development Division, which was responsible for other plane wars, had encountered gods many times. Therefore, many warlocks would seal and suppress divine soldiers while fighting. Every time a divine soldier was suppressed and sealed, their soul would return to the divine country via the plane's laws, and the divine legion would be weakened a bit. Under this constant accumulation, the divine legion would eventually be exhausted. At that time, it would be the best time to deal with the god's true body. With the help of more than 40 moonlight warlocks, Dong Rui and the other two glorious sun warlocks, and with the help of the warlock towers, opened a powerful barrier and resisted the siege of the seven gods. Each of the seven gods went all out and sent an avatar with more than 90% of their power. If that incarnation perished, their real bodies in the divine kingdom would also be severely injured. The seven god clones burned the divine force crystals in a frenzy, and each of their attacks contained the terrifying power of laws. Besieged by the seven god clones, the nearly 50 moonlight warlocks, including Dong Rui, could only barely resist with the help of the warlock towers. Bai Tianqing stood proudly on a huge warship, looking at the fierce battle between Dong Rui and the seven gods with indifference. Although Dong Rui and the other 50 moonlight warlocks are suppressed by the seven gods, but as long as the believers of the seven gods in the surface world are slaughtered, the seven gods will slowly weaken, and eventually be suppressed by the Tsangji Plane's human warlocks. Even though they are in a stalemate, the divine legions of the seven gods are weakening bit by bit. In 2 years at most, the divine legions will be completely suppressed by human warlocks. At that time, with the combined power of all human warlocks, the seven gods can still be defeated. At this moment, a guard stepped forward and said, "Commander, there's a report from below." Bai Tianqing uttered lightly, "Read it." The guard replied, "The the expeditionary army commanded by General Chen Sheng has defeated the resistance of the Ice Blue Kingdom, the Scarlet Flame Kingdom, the Norton Kingdom, and the Gautama Kingdom. Furthermore, they have destroyed the capitals of the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom and the Glun Kingdom, killed more than 4 million enemies, and destroyed 72 evil god churches. Bai Tianqing showed a smile. Well done. As long as this continues, in less than a year, the 7 great gods will be weakened to the limit, and this plane will also be in my pocket. At this moment, another guard came out of the warship with an anxious expression and said anxiously, "Commander, there's an urgent report." Bai Tianqing frowned slightly, and an unclear premonition welled up in his heart. "Read it." The guard said in a trembling voice, "General Wang Lei and his 10,000 elite troops were wiped out by the aboriginal Aurelia using the traitor Yang Feng's secret treasure. General Chen Sheng and his 40,000 elite troops were also raided by Yang Feng, and more than 90% of them were wiped out. Zhou Ming, Wang Lei, Wang Feng, Zhao Ming, Lu Hai, and Shengguan Nan were all killed by the aboriginal Aurelia, and most of their elite troops were wiped out. We have less than 10,000 elite troops left in the surface world." As soon as this statement came out, the complexion of the generals changed dramatically, and they were both shocked and angry. Bai Tianqing's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he roared angrily, "Yang Feng! Aurelia! You two damned beasts! I'll tear you to pieces." Originally, the Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army had gained an advantage in both the Andrak Plains outer space and the surface world. In the surface world, it had gained an absolute advantage. But now the surface world lost 90,000 elite troops, and more than 50 Moonlight Warlocks and 1 Glorious Sun Warlock died. This was a huge blow to the Expeditionary Army. This was equivalent to 1/10 of the Expeditionary Army's strength being wiped out. Moreover, the Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army was now facing the danger of being pincered by reinforcements from the underground world and divine legions. A general waited for Bai Tianqing to calm down a little, and then suggested, "Commander, the situation is very bad. The ground forces have been wiped out. With our strength alone, we're not enough to contend against the 7 gods. Let's withdraw for now. After the people below completely analyze the plane origin we'll come back and wipe out the aboriginal gods in one fell swoop." The number of experts the other plane development division sent to attack the Andrak plane far exceeded that of the aboriginal gods. In this expeditionary army, the number of Moonlight Warlocks and above exceeded 200. But due to the suppression of the plane origin the strength of the Glorious Sun Warlocks, Moonlight Warlocks, and Starry Sky Warlocks was suppressed, which was why they were completely suppressed by the 7 gods. If the Zhangji Plains human warlocks analyzed the plane origin of the Andrak plane, they would be able to develop the corresponding secret treasures through the Secret Treasure Division. When the other plane development division's army arrived again, the Glorious Sun Warlocks and Moonlight Warlocks would be able to display their original strength with the help of secret treasures. 200 Moonlight Warlocks and above could even force their way into the country of a feeble divine force rank god. After paying a certain price, they could slay the feeble divine force rank god. Bai Tianqing's face fell, and he barked, "Shut up! How could I, Bai Tianqing, be defeated here? How could I be defeated by a group of aboriginals?" The general's face flickered, and he fell silent. This time, Bai Tianqing led the other plane development division's 1 million elite troops to attack the Andrak plane. If he won, he would naturally gain glory and great benefits, and the entire Andrak plane would become his backyard. But once Bai Tianqing is defeated and returns to the Zhangji plane, the 100,000 elite troops will be lost. Even if he is one of the most powerful princes of the Great Cloud dynasty, he will be attacked countless times, impeached by his brothers, and eventually lose his power. Bai Tianqing was silent for a while, then his eyes shimmered with a sinister light, and he said coldly, "Reinforcements, go ask the division chief for help. Tell him that I need another 2 million troops. As long as he sends troops to help me, I can give him 70% of the Andrak plane." At the same time, I'll give him a grade 9 plane. Yes. Your Highness. A Moonlight Warlock responded respectfully, then flew into the void aboard a warship, set off ripples, and disappeared from this world. Bai Tianqing asked lightly, how many days will it take to analyze the plane origin will of this world? A research-type warlock reported, judging from the current progress, it will take our research team 10 years to fully analyze the plane origin will of this world. If we only rely on the survivors below, it will take 30 to 300 years. The research-type warlocks, who were responsible for analyzing the plane origin wills of each plane, quickly reported an accurate figure. 10 years, 30 years, or even 300 years isn't a long time for warlocks. Bai Tianqing frowned slightly and sighed slowly, 10 years, that's too long. At this time, the Great Cloud Dynasty's Bai family has launched an all-out attack on the Battle Demon sect. Bai Tianqing's princes and brothers are active on various fronts, striking at the Battle Demon sect's forces. Under such circumstances, Bai Tianqing gathered the other plane development division's 1 million troops to attack the Andrak plane, hoping to settle the war as soon as possible and take control of the Andrak plane. Then, he can continue to attack the Battle Demon sect's forces, make great contributions, and ascend to the position of Crown Prince. For Bai Tianqing, 10 years is too long. He can't afford to wait. If he misses this opportunity, the gap between Bai Tianqing and the other princes will widen by a huge margin. Bai Tianqing clenched his fists, and his handsome face twisted and filled with madness. Damn Yang Feng, you bastard, why don't you just die? Why did you come out and ruin my plan? Wretched bastard. If it wasn't for Yang Feng, Bai Tianqing was confident that he could completely suppress the Andrak plane's 7 gods within 2 years. Even if he couldn't kill them completely, he could at least seriously injure them, seal them, and use them as top materials for alchemy secret treasures. But Yang Feng wiped out more than 90,000 of the surface world's 100,000 elites. Bai Tianqing can only switch from offense to defense, wait for reinforcements, and guard against Yang Feng's pincer attack. Chapter 577. He still hasn't left? What's going on? Does he still have a trump card? Sitting inside an Arc Battlestar, Yang Feng turned on the stealth system and observed the fierce battle between the Cangji Plains Expeditionary Army and the Andrak Plains 7 gods from afar. Although the Cangji Plains Expeditionary Army is still barely resisting the siege of the 7 gods, but at every moment, warlocks are being killed by the 7 gods. Frantically burning divine force crystals, the 7 gods fired spells containing the power of laws barreling towards the Cangji Plains Expeditionary Army. The seemingly endless divine legions frantically attacked the human warlocks. From time to time, human warlocks would die. Under the tremendous pressure, the human warlocks couldn't seal the divine legions leisurely. Instead, they cast powerful spells and killed the divine legions. Even though the human warlocks knew that the divine legions would soon be resurrected, but they had no choice but to desperately cast spells to kill the divine legions. Otherwise, if they were careless, they would be the ones to die. Mechanical tentacles pierced into the brains of the Cangji Plains Expeditionary Army high-ranking officers and read the information hidden in their brains. So that's how it is. The one who came to capture me is the most outstanding 73rd prince of the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family, Bai Tianqing. His mother is from the Jiang family of the 8 great families. He is one of the most popular candidates for the position of crown prince. Under such circumstances, he can't retreat. If he takes a step back, he'll fall into the abyss. After reading the information he wanted from the minds of the Expeditionary Army generals, Yang Feng understood Bai Tianqing's situation after thinking for a while. If you want to conquer the Andrak plane, the best way is to find a way to send great warlock rank elites to infiltrate the Andrak plane. On one hand, they will infiltrate the Andrak plane's human world, and on the other hand, they will analyze the plane origin will. After the plane origin will is analyzed, that Sangji plane will manufacture the corresponding secret treasure. The other plane development division will then attack the Andrak plane with absolute power and destroy the resistance of the 7 gods in one fell swoop. After all, the Andrak plane was only a grade 6 plane and could only give birth to 9 gods. Moreover, the highest level of gods was only a weak divine power rank god. Once the Sangji plane develops a secret treasure that can resist the plane origin will, the Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks in the other plane development division's elite army will be able to display their peak fighting strength. Even if the Andrak plane's gods joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for them. However, Bai Tianqing was eager to gain merit, so he led the 1 million other plane development division elites to attack the Andrak plane. Now that 90,000 elites were annihilated by Yang Feng, he will definitely be criticized when he returns to the Great Cloud Dynasty. They might even be deprived of their right to lead troops, unable to make any more contributions. Now, Bai Tianqing could only stake it all and request reinforcements to suppress the Andrak plane in one fell swoop. This wasn't the best choice for the other plane development division. But for Bai Tianqing, it was the only and the best choice. After Yang Feng made a judgment of the situation, he didn't immediately attack the Sangji plane's main forces. Instead, he focused his attention on the surface world and opened one Magic Cube Mecha Academy after another to cultivate Magic Cube Mecha pilots. At the same time, he deployed various weapons and communication networks in the surface world. Yang Feng's Magic Cube Mecha personal guards, who have already experienced actual combat, encircled the Sangji plane's human warlocks in the surface world. The Magic Cube Mecha are equipped with human warlock detectors. Although the human warlocks can hide from most people in the Andrak plane, but they can't hide from the Magic Cube Mecha soldiers. One after another, elite warlocks from the Sangji plane who tried to hide in the human world were fished out, and then killed. The Great Cloud Dynasty, the other plane development division's headquarters, on the throne of a palace, there is a black cat sitting. This black cat with a rune engraved on its forehead is the avatar of Division Chief Amol of the other plane development division. Amol is an infinity warlock, and an infinity warlock who formed a virtual world at that. His battle prowess is tyrannical. When the powerhouses of many planes hear his name, they will tremble with fear. A Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse said respectfully to the Black Cat, Sir Division Chief, His Highness Bai Tianqing requests 2 million reinforcements to support him and help him capture the Andrak plane. The Black Cat responded indifferently, 2 million reinforcements. He has the nerve to ask for it. Since he lost, let him come back. Now that we know the plane coordinates, the Andrak plane will be ours sooner or later. The Glorious Sun Warlock handed the Black Cat a slip of paper and said respectfully, Bai Tianqing agrees to give you 70% of the Andrak plane. Besides, the Jiang family hopes that you can agree to his request, Sir Division Chief. This is a gift from the Jiang family to you. The Black Cat opened its eyes lazily, glanced at the slip of paper, and revealed an anthropomorphic smile of ridicule. After a long silence, it uttered, Deputy Division Chief Jiang Ziming is in charge of this matter. I have to go into seclusion to do a research experiment. You, take your leave. The Glorious Sun Warlock saluted respectfully and took his leave. Yes, Sir Division Chief. The Black Cat was the only one left in the hall. Extreme prosperity leads to decline. It seems that the Great Cloud Dynasty can't escape this rule. The Jiang family, to use the Jiang family to suppress me. Anyway, the Great Cloud Dynasty isn't my family's, so it has nothing to do with me. The Black Cat's eyes shimmered coldly, and then it closed its eyes, as if it has fallen asleep. In the Andrak plane surface world's Inquisition, Kafina, dressed in maid attire, knelt on the ground and served Yang Feng respectfully. Yang Feng, on the other hand, was watching a video displayed on a holographic projection. In the video, charming and youthful girls are piloting Magic Cube mechas and conducting various kinds of training. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful girls, thought of an anime he once saw on Earth, and showed a smile. If I go to school myself, I'll be the only man in the world who can use magic cube mechas. It must be interesting. Suddenly, light shone and formed a holographic projection of Katrina. At this time, she is dressed in splendid attire. She is gorgeous and full of majesty, looking like a spokesperson of a god in the secular world. Katrina spoke full of majesty, "Judge, my lord has sent an avatar. Please come to the temple." So fast. With a thought, Yang Feng got up and walked towards the temple. In the temple of the goddess of love, there is a divine temple. The divine temple is sealed all year round. Even the Pope cannot enter it. Only when a god comes in person or an avatar can it be opened. In theory, orders issued in the divine temple are far more effective than orders issued by the Pope. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the divine temple, he saw a peerless beauty with snow-white skin sitting on the throne. She seems to be full of charm. She is a peerless beauty who can make people fall head over heels for her with a glance. Katrina stood in front of the peerless beauty's hand with a respectful expression. This made Yang Feng realize that this peerless beauty is the feeble divine force rank god, the goddess of love. According to human warlocks, feeble divine force rank gods are in the same realm as human moonlight warlocks. In fact, if a feeble divine force rank god burns their divine force and uses a god armament containing law force, they can even defeat some weak glorious sun warlocks. Under the suppression of the Andrak Plains origin will, even if a Tsangji Plains bright world warlock comes here, they may not be the opponent of a feeble divine force rank god before the plane origin will is lifted. Yang Feng bowed slightly and saluted the goddess of love. "Greetings, my lord." Exuding faint divine might, the goddess of love uttered solemnly, "Ol, I order you to immediately take your magic cube legion to the plane's outer space to launch a pincer attack on the freaks from the Tsangji plane." Yang Feng sighed slightly and wiped his forehead with his hand, and a strange soul brand appeared on his forehead. Yang Feng smiled bitterly and vividly portrayed the helplessness, sorrow, and desolation of a great martyr. "Great lord, in order to annihilate the freaks from the Tsangji plane, I had to make a deal with an evil god with my soul. Now, like the magic cube soldiers, my soul belongs to that evil god." The goddess of love glanced at the brand on Yang Feng's forehead and said lightly, "Contact that evil god, I want to see him." "Yes, my lord." Yang Feng took out a holographic projector and pressed it, and light shone on the holographic projector. The goddess of love couldn't help but look at the holographic projector curiously, but she remained silent and maintained the dignity of a god. A dozen seconds later, light shot out from the holographic projector and formed a lifelike image of Yang Feng's true body in the void. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Greetings, goddess of love." When the goddess of love saw Yang Feng, her pretty face flickered, and she gritted her teeth and uttered, "You are the human warlock Yang Feng wanted by the Tsangji Plains Great Cloud Dynasty? To use us to deal with people from the other plane development division, you've got some nerve." Among the 7 gods, the goddess of love and the god of murder have the highest intelligence. After the goddess of love captured several human warlocks, she used all kinds of outrageous divine spells to easily bewitch the human warlocks, turn them into her captives, and tell the goddess of love all the information she knew. Only then did she learn that the Andrak plane has suffered an undeserved disaster. Chapter 578. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "That's all in the past. We should look forward. Besides, if it weren't for me, the surface world would have fallen long ago. Since you weren't prepared for the fall of the surface world, you should have been seriously injured by now. Speaking of which, you should thank me for saving your lives." The goddess of love swept Yang Feng's true body in Katrina with her gaze and uttered majestically, "You too, withdraw." "Yes, my lord." Yang Feng's true body in Katrina withdrew from the reception hall. Only the holographic projections of the goddess of love and Yang Feng's true body remained in the reception hall. The goddess of love twisted her body slightly and adjusted her sitting position. Suddenly, an amazing charm was emitted from her body. In terms of appearance alone, the goddess of love and Katrina's incarnation of the Pope were neck and neck. But at this moment, her body blossomed with an astonishing charm. Any man who saw her would be deeply fascinated by her. Even starry sky warlocks would be unable to extricate themselves from her charm. There was a flash of surprise in Yang Feng's eyes. What an amazing goddess! Is this the power of the law of love? Even through a screen, you can still feel her amazing charm. Experts below the starry sky warlock rank cannot resist her charm. There must have been many traitors planted in the other plane development division. Among the 7 gods of the Andrak plane, the goddess of love was the weakest in terms of individual fighting strength. However, the divine legion of the goddess of love was the most powerful legion among the 7 gods. In her divine legion, there were even 2 peerless heroes with moonlight warlock rank battle prowess. Captivated by the charm of the goddess of love, they willingly became a member of her divine legion and served her to the death. This was the terror of the law of love. The goddess of love's bright and spirited eyes turned slightly, and her eyes welled up with mist. She stared at Yang Feng and pleaded softly, "No matter what, this disaster was caused by you. I know that as long as you are willing to join us in a pincer attack, we will be able to defeat the Zhangji Plains human warlocks. Help me, okay?" Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "There are still many remnants of the Zhangji Plain in the surface world. I want to wipe them out one by one, lest they appear again and threaten the safety of humans. Moreover, I'm not lightly injured from the fight with those human warlocks. I need to recuperate for a period of time. When the time comes, I'll join you in a pincer attack and wipe out those human warlocks in one fell swoop." The goddess of love narrowed her eyes and said in a cold voice, "You want to wait until both of us are injured and then reap the benefits, right?" Yang Feng smiled and said, "How could that be? I just don't have enough strength." The goddess of love threatened coldly, "Yang Feng, in addition to fighting the Zhangji Plains human warlocks, we have a second option, and that is to send you away. As long as we hand you over, they will definitely retreat and leave this place." Yang Feng said lightly, "Goddess, why are you deceiving yourself? This time, the commander of the army is by Tianxing, the prince of the Great Cloud dynasties by family. This battle is related to his family's life. No matter what, he has to take down the entire Andrak plane, and you are the stumbling blocks in front of him. If he doesn't kill you, he won't be able to control the entire Andrak plane. Even if you hand me over, it won't help. Besides, I'm helping you right now. If it weren't for me, you would have been killed by them by now. We are allies on the same front." There was a flash of wisdom in the goddess of love's beautiful eyes, and she uttered with a light smile, "In addition to being killed by him, we have another option, and that is to rely on him. He wants to render meritorious service. If we rely on him and offer him the entire Andrak plane, he will never refuse us. We need faith power, while human warlocks need cultivation resources. What the two sides need is completely different. If we rely on him, we'll just be subservient to him. After establishing a divine country, if gods don't seek progress and don't want to become stronger, then they only need a steady stream of faith power to maintain their existence. Human warlocks, on the other hand, need the resources of a plane to carry out cultivation. Human warlocks, on the other hand, need the resources of a plane to carry out cultivation. In theory, there is no conflict between the needs of human warlocks and gods. When he heard the goddess of love's words, Yang Feng's eyes congealed slightly, and then he revealed a smile and said, "Unfortunately, you can't do that. In alchemy, gods are top materials for making all kinds of secret treasures. Besides, compared to you, the god slots you possess are much more valuable. If you surrender, only death awaits you. It's just a matter of time. Gods are formidable beings who wield the authority of a certain plane's laws, and they have extremely fearsome undying characteristics. They are also the best alchemy materials. In the Zhangji Plain, there are many powerful secret treasures refined from gods. In addition, many human warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty covet the advantage of gods' long lifespans, and so they volunteer to become gods and guard a plain. The Andrak Plain can promote to 9 gods, that is, 9 god slots. Even if these 9 god slots can only allow people to evolve to a weak divine force rank god rank, it is still enough for countless human warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty to fight over. Once a god becomes a god, not only will they possess power far beyond that of human warlocks of the same rank, but they will also have a lifespan of at least millions of years. That is a lifespan longer than that of Holy Spirit warlocks and warlock emperors. Naturally, it will cause countless people to fight over it. Although gods are restricted by the plane, and their true body cannot leave the plane, but they can use avatars to travel to other planes. For human warlocks who don't have much lifespan left, this is a huge temptation. 9 weak divine force rank god slots can even attract 9 glorious sun warlocks and above to serve them. Even bright world warlocks will be recruited. God slots are also an important bargaining chip that the Great Cloud Dynasty uses to recruit experts. In the eyes of the warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty, the value of gods like the Goddess of Love is far less than the god slots they occupy. When the Goddess of Love heard Yang Feng's words, her face remained unchanged, but a chill streaked past the abyss of her eyes. Judging from the information she has, Yang Feng isn't lying. Yang Feng said, "I have made some arrangements in the surface world. If you collude with the Great Cloud Dynasty, then I will kill all your believers in the surface world. In this way, the 7 of you will become very weak. Presumably, the Great Cloud Dynasty's powerhouses won't mind killing the 7 weak gods. After all, the basis of a negotiation is that both sides must have equal strength." Although there is still a sweet smile on the Goddess of Love's face, but a storm has been set off in her heart. As Yang Feng said, the basis of a negotiation is that both sides must have equal strength. If the Goddess of Love's believers in the secular world are killed, their true bodies will weaken rapidly. At that time, Bai Tianqing will never let them off. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "So, considering all the conditions, it's you who need me now. It's not me who needs you." The Goddess of Love pondered for a while, and then said, "Okay, it's us who need you. We need you to attack the Zhangji Plains invaders at once. If you have any conditions, state them. First, the remaining 2 god slots in the Andrak Plain belong to me. Second, I will launch an attack, but the timing of the attack is up to me. Third, I want to establish 2 more states in the Andrak Plain. You must recognize the legitimacy of the 2 states." Yang Feng said with a smile. The Goddess of Love uttered, "The first and third conditions are fine, but the second condition needs to be changed. We need you to launch an attack immediately and wipe out the Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army." Yang Feng uttered resolutely, "Impossible. Before I'm strong enough, it's impossible for me to attack the Zhangji Plains warlocks." There was a flash of anger in the Goddess of Love's eyes, and she uttered, "According to the analysis of the intelligence I obtained, the Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army is defending and fighting to the death because they are waiting for reinforcements. Once their reinforcements arrive, we'll be in danger." Yang Feng uttered lightly, "I see. I'll find a chance to kill them before their reinforcements arrive. If there's nothing else, don't bother me again." With that, Yang Feng's figure collapsed and disappeared. There was a flash of anger in the Goddess of Love's beautiful eyes, and she cursed, "Bastard." With a flash of light, the Goddess of Love turned into a statue, losing the luster and charm of a living person. In a secret place in the Andrak Plains outer space, there was a flash of light, and the Goddess of Love descended into a statue. In that secret space, there sat the 7 gods of the Andrak Plain. The God of Murder asked, "How did it go?" The Goddess of Love sighed slightly, "It failed. He's very cunning, and he didn't agree to my conditions. There was a flash of cold light in the god of death's eyes, and he uttered, "It won't be that easy for him to watch the tigers fight. If he doesn't agree, then we'll go talk to Bai Tianqing. As long as Bai Tianqing takes his army out of our plain, we can capture Yang Feng ourselves and give him to them." The rest of the gods also showed thoughtful expressions. If sacrificing Yang Feng alone could resolve this disaster, then they would be able to do so. The gods wouldn't mind getting rid of Yang Feng. The goddess of love uttered, "It's no use. Bai Tianqing and the other Plain Development Division have set their sights on the Andrak Plain. No matter how we hide, there's nothing we can do. We can only go all out and wipe them out or drive them out of our plane, and then send divine legions to patrol the plane's outer space day and night. This is our only chance of survival." Chapter 579. The other 6 gods fell silent upon hearing this. They weren't fools. After obtaining the information provided by the goddess of love, they understood their situation. As a sharp blade in the Great Cloud Dynasty's campaigns, the other Plain Development Division's human warlocks have captured many planes and grasped a lot of information. The gods of the captured planes were basically refined into various secret treasures, and the god positions of the planes were enfeoffed to the Bai family's experts or human warlocks who served the Bai family and made great contributions. In a grade 6 plane like the Andrak plane, apart from the goddess of ice and the goddess of love, the other gods will be killed and refined into secret treasures if they side with Bai Tianqing. The goddess of ice and the goddess of love will become Bai Tianqing's playthings, and even props and playthings for him to recruit other powerhouses. The pleasure of toying with a goddess of another plane is much greater than toying with ordinary human warlocks. Some lecherous human warlocks were recruited by the Bai family in this way and became their lackeys. The god of justice uttered lightly, "Let's go with our true bodies. Let's go with our true bodies." The other 6 gods were shaken, and they hesitated. The 7 gods are avatars formed from part of their soul, divinity, and power. The 7 avatars are far stronger than ordinary moonlight warlocks and glorious sun warlocks. However, once a god's true body fuses with the power of an avatar, they will erupt with twice the battle prowess of the avatar. Even if the avatar has more than 90% of the power of a god, but it doesn't have a godhead. Without a godhead, it can't exert the power of divine force to the limit. The gap between a god's true body and an avatar lies in the godhead. A god's true body with a godhead is the strongest and most terrifying existence. However, after a god's true body leaves their divine country, it is at the most dangerous time. Some feeble divine force rank gods of divine legions can even contend against some bright world warlock rank freaks in their divine country. But once a feeble divine force rank god leaves their divine country, then even a moonlight warlock will have a chance to kill him or her. It was precisely because of this that the gods like to hide in their own divine kingdoms and walk the world as avatars. Even if their avatars were killed, they would only be injured and would not fall. An ominous glint flashed in the murder god's eyes. That's right. If this goes on, we'll die no matter what we choose. My true body, go all out to destroy those damn human warlocks' defensive line. After weighing the pros and cons, the other gods finally made up their minds and decided to take the risk and let their true bodies participate in the battle. Yang Feng has made it clear that he intends to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Even though the gods of the Andrak plane want to surrender to Bai Tianqing, but at the thought of their fate, they shuddered. They can only go all out and defeat the defensive line of Bai Tianqing and the other human warlocks as soon as possible. In the Andrak plane's outer space, countless divine soldiers retreated like a tide under the cover of the 7 gods. Dong Rui heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the divine legion retreating like a tide. They finally retreated. These damn mad dogs are really hard to deal with. Virtually all human warlocks heaved a sigh of relief. Led by the avatars of the 7 gods, the divine legion attacked wildly. Even though the human warlocks were extremely powerful, but they still lost more than 10,000 elite great warlocks. The cruel side of the other plane expeditions appeared before everyone's eyes. Every time they attacked a plane protected by gods, the human warlocks would lose many warriors. If they were the slightest bit careless, the expeditions would fail, and even the annihilation of the entire expeditionary force was a common occurrence. The other plane development division absorbs at least 300,000 warlocks from all over the Great Cloud Dynasty every year. But after tens of thousands of years, only 5 million elite great warlocks have been cultivated. The rest have all been buried in foreign lands. From this, the cruelty of other plane expeditions can be seen. After the huge divine legions retreated, 7 rays of light suddenly shone in the outer space and entered the 7 divine legions, and 7 vast and fearsome auras gushed out from the 7 divine legions in all directions. Bai Tianqing's face suddenly fell, and his eyes shimmered with dignity. Damn it! These aboriginal gods are going all out. Before long, the 7 divine legions swept over again and attacked the human warlocks of the other plane development division. The goddess of love operated the law of love and madly burned the divine force, crystallized divine force. She instantly became beautiful, devastatingly beautiful, and full of charm. She cast a coquettish glance at a human warlock aboard a warship. "Goddess, my goddess. Die. You damned beasts, using your lives to please my lover." The great warlocks aboard the warship were suddenly infatuated, their eyes filled with endless adoration, and they frantically cast all kinds of powerful offensive spells at their companions. The warlock pagoda on the warship issued bursts of explosions, and the entire defensive barrier collapsed. Shrouded in death chi, the god of death with the god armament scythe in hand blurred into motion, appeared aboard the huge warship, and swung the scythe. An invisible blade of death chi slashed out in an instant and spread along the huge warship. Slashed by the death chi blades, the souls of the human warlocks aboard the warship were cut in two, turned into distorted phantoms, and forcibly sucked into the god armament scythe of the god of death. More than 9,000 human warlocks died tragically under the joint attack of the goddess of love and the god of death. The goddess of love burned divine force crystals and cast the divine spell smile of the goddess of love. Charmed by the goddess of love's divine spell again, the human warlocks aboard the warship killed each other, and the magic shield released by the warlock tower collapsed. "Go to hell! Go to hell!" The god of war roared and turned into a 1,000-meter-tall giant wolf. Exuding a ruthless aura, the giant wolf opened its maw and bit the warship's warlock tower that had lost its magic shield, and then chewed the warship's warlock tower to pieces. Countless wolf-headed divine soldiers rushed into the warship and fought with the human warlocks. Among the 7 gods, the goddess of love wasn't the strongest in terms of battle prowess, but the divine spell smile of the goddess of love she developed was extremely strange. Especially after her true body descended, every move of hers possessed a captivating charm. With the blessing of the divine spell, even moonlight warlocks found it hard to resist her charm. The divine spell of the goddess of love didn't have much offensive power. Instead, it magnified her beautiful side by 1,000-fold, aroused men's admiration, and silently influenced men's souls. Strangely, it even surpassed that of the 3 weak divine force rank gods. Every time the goddess of love cast a divine spell, the defenses of a warship would be broken, and then the 7 gods would join forces to destroy the warship one by one. Under the frenzied attack of the 7 gods, 6 warships were destroyed in just a few hours, and the human warlocks inside were besieged and killed by the divine legion. At the same time, the divine soldiers suppressed inside the 6 warships were rescued, making the divine legion even stronger. Yang Feng watched this scene from afar and exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing! When the true bodies of the 7 gods take action, they're really amazing." If a god of a plane burned divine force crystals, they could erupt with battle prowess comparable to that of a human warlock genius of the same rank who formed a virtual world who extracted world force. When the true bodies of the 7 gods took action, they burned divine force frantically. It was equivalent to 7 human warlock geniuses who formed a virtual world frantically extracting world force and casting all kinds of offensive spells containing laws. The might of the spells was terrifying. Even when Dong Rui and the other 2 glorious sun warlocks and the 50+ moonlight warlocks joined forces with the power of warlock towers, they weren't the opponents of the true bodies of the 7 gods. Yang Feng made a judgment: if Bai Tianqing's star technique is only this much, then he's doomed. Gods, that's a god for you. Damn it. 9 God Sky Wheel. Faced with the siege of the true bodies of the 7 gods, Bai Tianqing finally couldn't bear it anymore. With a wave of his hand, the level 8 secret treasure 9 God Sky Wheel suddenly flew out and formed 9 gods in the void. The 36 warships continuously provided a huge amount of power into the 9 gods, causing 9 weak divine force levels of terrifying power to surge out. A heartless god with 1 eye and countless runes engraved all over his body suddenly opened his eye, and countless runes appeared in his eye. A gray ray shot out from the eye, cut through the void, and slammed into the goddess of love. The goddess of love trembled slightly, and then a gray force entangled her, and her bewitching charm disappeared at once. She spewed out a mouthful of black blood and retreated into her divine legion. After the goddess of love was seriously injured by the heartless god, the 9 gods of the Zhangji Plain cooperated and forcibly resisted the siege of the remaining 6 gods and the divine legion. When Yang Feng saw that the balance between the 2 sides was restored, he revealed a smile. It seems that there isn't much of a difference in strength between the 2 sides. I'm relieved. What I lack the most now is time. If the goddess of love and the other 6 gods defeat Bai Tianqing, then their next target will be Yang Feng. Only by driving Yang Feng out and killing all the Zhangji Plain's warlocks in the Andrak Plain, will they be able to occupy the Andrak Plain without worry. This is the biggest reason why Yang Feng didn't attack Bai Tianqing and the other expeditionary army. Chapter 580. It's finally built. In the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom, an earl's villa, 1,000 meters underground, there is a vast basement engraved with countless runes, and there is a 100-meter-tall huge machine with countless mechanical pipes running through it like blood vessels. Standing in front of the huge machine, Yang Feng revealed a look of joy in his eyes. The huge machine is a level 3 large matter and energy converter. With this large matter and energy converter, Shizu weapons can be put into mass production. Bring out the strongest main combat units. With Yang Feng's order, the level 2 optical computer listed the strongest units that can be put into mass production. Undyings, with super offensive power and automatic recovery ability. As long as the core isn't broken, it can automatically recover. Void Assassin, an assassin that can travel through the void. Skynet, a super intelligent system that can cover the entire celestial body. Star Destroyer Battlestar, equipped with a Star Destroyer artillery and 1,600 secondary artilleries. Star Destroyer Carrier, equipped with a dimensional space and 100,000 Swift Eagle fighters, equipped with a stealth system, unable to be detected by powerhouses below the Infinity Warlock rank using spells. Ghost Assassins, Invisible Assassins. Cloning Culture Cabins, can cultivate clones in large numbers. Lightning Manipulators, battle robots that can manipulate lightning. Sealers, battle robots that can seal and restrict power. Yang Feng swept the list with a glance, and a series of powerful weapons appeared on the list of mass-produced weapons. After the stronghold was upgraded to level 3, the symbolic power was the appearance of Undyings. Undyings are faster than Starry Sky Rippers. At the same time, as long as the energy core isn't destroyed, they can attract the damaged parts to quickly reassemble and repair themselves. The Void Assassin was a terrifying robot that could move freely in space, just like the Void Evil Ghost. If you aren't proficient in the law of space, you can only destroy them the moment they appear in space. In addition, Starry Sky Rippers, bladed robots, gunner robots, and other basic units have also been greatly improved. The Starry Sky Ripper's speed increased to Mach 15, which is comparable to the full speed flight of some glorious sun warlocks. The Undying robot had an undying characteristic. It could fly at Mach 20 at full speed, and its defense and combat power were far above that of the Starry Sky Ripper. When necessary, it could also be equipped with long-range attack weapons. It was a first-class existence in both long-range and melee combat. The cost of each Undying was 1,000 times that of a Starry Sky Ripper. The energy and materials needed to produce an Undying was enough to produce 1,000 Starry Sky Rippers. That's because every Undying needs Bumhagra stone to be manufactured. The Bumhagra stone was an essential material for the creation of the Undying energy chip. There's not enough time. There's not enough time to build the Star Destroyer carrier and the Star Destroyer interstellar battleship. However, they can be modified. As long as the existing war weapons are modified, there should be enough time. With a thought, Yang Feng used the already manufactured Level 3 optical computer to analyze and issue a series of orders. Andrak Plane Outer Space. Bai Tianqing stood on a huge warship and looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with anxiety as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Damn it! Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet?" When the 7 God True Bodies arrived, they launched a frenzied attack on Bai Tianqing and his party. Even though they used the 9 God Sky Wheel, but Bai Tianqing and his party still couldn't resist the frenzied attacks of the 7 gods. The 9 God Sky Wheel was a level 8 secret treasure refined from 9 weak divine force rank gods. Only a bright world warlock or an intermediate divine force rank god could exert the peerless power of this secret treasure. Even though Bai Tianqing and the other warlocks used the power of warlock towers to simulate the form of divine force and operate the 9 God Sky Wheel, but they still couldn't exert the full power of the 9 God Sky Wheel. It was already very strenuous for them to resist the 7 gods. If it wasn't for the unfeeling god severely wounding the goddess of love as soon as the 9 God Sky Wheel appeared, the Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army would have collapsed by now. Even so, under the frenzied siege of the 7 gods, the Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army suffered more than 200,000 casualties. Plus the 100,000 casualties in the surface world. The Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army, which has lost more than 300,000 troops, is on the verge of collapse. The God of Murder's voice echoed in the crowd, "Bai Tianqing, take your people and leave the Andrak Plain. As long as you leave this place, we can pretend that what happened in the past never happened." The goddess of love's beautiful voice was full of bewitchment. "Bai Tianqing, for your own selfish gain, you ordered 1 million elite warlocks of the other plane development division to be buried with you. You're really vicious. Leaving here and regrouping is the best course of action. For your own selfish gain, you let so many elites die. Aren't you too ruthless?" When the human warlocks of the other plane development division heard this, their morale plummeted at once. If they weren't in another plane, only death would await them if they tried to escape. At this moment, many people have already chosen to escape. The elite soldiers of the other plane development division are all great warlock rank powerhouses. Although they have amazing battle prowess, but they aren't puppets. They have their own thoughts. Bai Tianqing issued the unreasonable order to stay here and fight to the death. Virtually everyone knows what he's thinking. A gloomy expression on his face, Bai Tianqing is silent, but his heart is filled with anxiety. He can feel the dissatisfaction in the hearts of the warlocks of the other plane development division, as well as the undercurrents lurking below. But for the sake of the Andrak plane, for the sake of the position of Crown Prince, he can only do whatever it takes. Even if he knows that it's wrong, he has to go all the way. In the gods' camp. The god of war swept the battlefield with a glance, his eyes flashed with the light of wisdom, and he quickly made an accurate prediction: 7 days. With the morale and strength of the human warlocks, 7 more days is their limit. If they don't escape within 7 days, they won't be able to escape. Hearing this, the other 6 gods breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they persist for 7 more days, they will be able to defeat the Zhangji Plains human expeditionary army. Suddenly, spatial ripples flickered in the center of the human warlocks outside the Zhangji Plain, and a human warlock warship suddenly flew out. Reinforcements. Our reinforcements are here. Ha, those wretched other race indigenous gods, you're dead. Reinforcements, our reinforcements are here. As soon as the human warlock warship flew out, the Zhangji Plains human warlocks erupted with earth-shaking roars of excitement. A tall, burly, and handsome middle-aged man walked on air, arrived in front of the 9 gods' sky wheel, and pointed with a finger. Pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank aura diffused from him, and a gold ray entered the 9 gods' sky wheel. The divine spirits within the 9 gods' sky wheel seemed to awaken one by one, and the might of the weak divine power rank slowly emanated from the bodies of the 9 divine spirits. Deputy Division Chief Jiang Ziming. Deputy Division Chief Jiang Ziming personally took action. This time, the indigenous gods are dead for sure. Excited voices sounded among the warlocks. Jiang Ziming is a powerful bright world warlock, comparable to an intermediate divine force rank god. Even under the suppression of the plains laws, Jiang Ziming still maintains pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank strength, which is enough to operate the 9 gods sky wheel. There was a flash of despair in the eyes of the god of murder, and he roared wildly, "Damn it, how can this be? Only 7 days left. Only 7 days left." There was a flash of despair in the beautiful eyes of the goddess of love. "Damn it. What do we do now? Hide back in the divine country? That's only delaying death." There was a flash of despair in the eyes of the other 5 gods. Jiang Ziming was already able to fight against the 7 deities with the help of the 9 gods sky wheel. Once the expeditionary army's reinforcements arrived, the divine legion of the 7 gods would not be able to resist the expeditionary army that was filled with experts after losing the support of the 7 gods. Bai Tianqing's face twisted, and he laughed wildly, "Haha, we're saved. You wretched native gods and that damned traitor Yang Feng. I'll tear you to pieces and make you regret living in this world. Fire!" Yang Feng's cold order sounded, and the Star Destroyer artillery mounted on the invisible arc battlestar flashed, and a resplendent beam barreled towards the 9 gods sky wheel. In an instant, that incomparably resplendent beam of light slammed into the 9 gods sky wheel. Before the 9 weak divine force rank gods could fully awaken, they were devoured by that beam of light and completely vaporized. The terrifying Star Destroyer artillery beam that can destroy stars also engulfed the Deputy Division Chief of the other Plane Development Division, Jiang Ziming. Suddenly, one magic shield after another appeared around Jiang Ziming. The magic shields were instantly engulfed by the beam of light and shattered like tofu. "No! How can this be? No, I don't want to die. I don't want to." Along with miserable screams, the bright world warlock Jiang Ziming was vaporized and disappeared. Bai Tianqing was struck dumb when he saw Jiang Ziming vaporized, and his eyes filled with despair. "Impossible. How can this be? How can this be? He's a bright world warlock, how can this be?" Chapter 581. If it was in the Zhangji Plain, then even if Jiang Ziming was ambushed, with his pinnacle bright world warlock rank strength, the Star Destroyer artillery would at most seriously injure him, but not kill him. But in the Andrak Plain, Jiang Ziming was also suppressed by the Plane Origin will, and his strength dropped to a terrifying level, which is why he was killed by the Star Destroyer artillery. After firing the Star Destroyer cannon, the arc battlestar also exploded due to the terrifying recoil of the cannon, and countless parts splattered everywhere. Yang Feng looked at the disintegrated battlestar and mused regretfully, "It's still too difficult to use Star Destroyer artillery on these arc battlestars. The 36 arc battlestars hidden by Yang Feng lifted the cloaking system, and 36 beams instantly slammed into the Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army warships that lost the protection of the Nine-God Sky Wheel. One after another, the Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army warships exploded, and countless warlocks were engulfed by the explosions. There was a fierce gleam in the eyes of the god of war, and he barked, "Kill them! Kill them all!" The 7 gods urged violent divine force and cast various divine spells containing laws barreling towards the Zhangji Plains human warlocks. "It's over, let's escape first." When Dong Rui saw this scene, his face flickered, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the astral passageway rippling. When Dong Rui fled, the Moonlight Warlocks recruited by the Bai family turned around and fled towards the astral passageway without hesitation. Each Moonlight Warlock has a lifespan of thousands of years. Except for the Moonlight Warlocks cultivated by the Bai family, the Jiang family, and the Great Cloud Dynasty, the rest of the Moonlight Warlocks won't go all out in this certain death battle. The Zhangji Plains human warlocks were already at a complete disadvantage. Now that 1/3 of the Moonlight Warlocks have fled, the situation has become even worse. Frantically burning divine force crystals, the 7 gods tore apart the human warlocks' defensive line like 7 invincible existences. Numerous divine soldiers rushed towards the human warlocks one after another and fought with them. With each blow, the 7 gods destroyed a warlock tower, and then left the divine legions to fight the human warlocks who have lost the protection of their warlock towers. One after another, warships of the Other Plane Development Division flew out from the astral passageway. Every time a warship flew out, the 36 battlestars fired countless artilleries at the warship and blasted the warlock towers away. Before the warships could conjure magic shields, Yang Feng smashed their warlock towers, and then devoured them by the Divine Legion. Seeing that the situation was collapsing, the elites of the Other Plane Development Division finally began to crumble. Countless light dots frantically fled towards the astral passage. The reinforcements of the Other Plane Development Division poured in continuously, nearly filling the astral passage to the brim. Many great warlocks who fled into the astral passage were crushed to pieces by the fearsome spatial force. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, a high-ranking officer immediately shouted anxiously at Bai Tianqing, "Your Highness, run. If you don't, you'll become a prisoner." Bai Tianqing uttered with a distressed expression, "Run? Where else can I run to? 1 million elite troops of the Other Plane Development Division were destroyed in my hands. When I return to the Zhangji Plain, my imperial father will never let me off. My brothers will definitely not let go of this great opportunity." 1 million elite troops of the Other Plane Development Division died in the Andrak Plain, which is equivalent to 1/5 of the division's elite force. Coupled with the death of a bright world warlock, the reinforcements were ambushed. Even though Bai Tianqing is a prince and has the backing of the Jiang family, but he still cannot bear this huge loss. The high-ranking officer barked, "Your Highness, as long as you live, everything is possible." Bai Tianqing's eyes flashed brightly, and he gritted his teeth and uttered, "That's right, I want to live. Everything is possible if I live." With that, Bai Tianqing's figure flickered, and he turned into a resplendent ray of light and flew towards the astral passageway. A dozen plus Moonlight Warlocks followed Bai Tianqing and flew towards the astral passageway. At this time, reinforcements are pouring into the astral passageway on warships. Only sporadic human warlocks can escape through the astral passageway. Once you board a warship, there will be an accident where 2 warships collide. In the astral passageway, a collision between 2 warships is tantamount to a dead end, and may even cause the astral passageway to collapse. Only Moonlight Warlocks comparable to transcendent rank powerhouses can use that passageway to escape the death astral boundary and seek a way out. No. Son of a bitch, these bastards abandoned us. Damn it, that bastard Bai Tianqing abandoned us. It's over. These damned beasts have abandoned us. I have been fighting for the imperial court all my life, yet I didn't expect to be abandoned by these bastards. From now on, I am no longer a person of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Angry curses came from the warships. Light shone, and great warlocks descended from the sky and flew towards the surface world like raindrops. The astral passageway isn't something that great warlocks can cross. These great warlocks aren't heroes. In this desperate situation, they found a way out, that is, to land on the Andrak plane. It's best if they can sneak into the Andrak plane. These great warlocks are elites who have gone through countless training and battles. Once they sneak into the Andrak plane, they can survive no matter how harsh the environment is. The 36 arc battlestars shone brightly, and a rain of light shot towards the elite great warlocks of the other plane development division and killed them one by one. Boom! Boom! Huge explosions rang incessantly. As soon as the Tsangji plane's warships flew out of the astral passageway, they were besieged by the 7 gods who burned divine force. The 7 gods will never allow the Tsangji plane's human warlocks to gain a foothold in the Andrak plane again. They are well aware that in terms of strength, the Andrak plane is far from being the Tsangji plane's opponent. Only by not giving the Tsangji plane's experts a foothold and making it impossible for the Tsangji plane to study the Andrak plane's origin will they be able to control the Andrak plane forever. One warship after another flew out of the astral passageway, and then was destroyed. The human warlocks inside were besieged and killed by the countless divine legions commanded by the 7 gods. After the 83 warships entered the Andrak plane, no more warships entered the Andrak plane through the astral passageway. Clearly, the human warlocks who were lucky enough to escape have informed the high-ranking officer commanding the reinforcements about the Andrak plane, stopping him from throwing away his life. Fire! As the 7 gods besieged the remaining Tsangji plane's human warlocks, Yang Feng ordered mercilessly. The 5 archetype battlestars equipped with Star Destroyer artilleries shone brightly, and 5 dazzling beams of light shot out in an instant and slammed into the god of war, the god of death, the god of assassination, the god of justice, and the god of fire. Damn it! Yang Feng, you bastard! Son of a bitch! Amidst a series of frenzied roars, the 5 gods were instantly devoured by the incomparably resplendent pillar of light and vaporized, leaving only 5 godhoods that fell from the sky. The void twisted, and 5 void assassins emerged from the void, grabbed the godheads of the 5 gods, and disappeared. Virtually at the same time, beams from the main artillery of 2 arc battlestars instantly slammed into the lower body of the goddess of ice and the goddess of love, seriously injuring the 2 goddesses with one strike. Yang Feng, you damn bastard! Yang Feng, I won't let you off. Following 2 enraged shouts, the remaining heads of the goddess of ice and the goddess of love turned into 2 streams of light and flew towards their respective divine countries. Sitting inside a warship, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with regret. Unfortunately, I only modified 6 Star Destroyer artilleries. If I had more Star Destroyer artilleries, would have been able to wipe out the gods in one fell swoop. After the Tsangji plane's expeditionary force was eliminated, the next step for the 7 gods of the Andrak plane was to expel Yang Feng from the plane. Yang Feng, on the other hand, had to take the Andrak plane as one of his bases. The contradiction between the 2 sides was irreconcilable. Therefore, before the Tsangji plane's human warlocks were wiped out, Yang Feng sneak attacked the 7 gods and insta-killed 5 gods with the help of the Star Destroyer artilleries. Yang Feng ordered coldly, now it's time to put an end to this. Go and annihilate them. In the surface world, mountains far away from human habitation split open, and swarms of starry sky rippers and other second-generation battle robots soared into the sky, turned into a sky-blotting torrent of steel, and flew towards the broken 7 divine legions and the human warlocks who have already lost the ability to resist. Among the 7 divine legions, the divine legions of the goddess of love and the goddess of ice retreated frantically and fled towards their divine countries. On the other hand, the god of war and the other 4 divine legions pounced on the mechanical army in a frenzy, clashing with the mechanical army wave after wave. Before the 2 armies collided, the 36 arc battlestars fired countless beams that slammed into the divine legions of the 5 gods and blasted tens of thousands of divine soldiers into pieces. Chapter 582. Now that the god of war and the other 4 gods have died, the soldiers in their divine legions no longer have the ability to be reborn. The millions of divine legion soldiers were torn into countless pieces by the fierce artillery fire of the interstellar battleships. The second-generation battle robots, with the starry sky rippers as the main force, turned into a torrent of steel that pierced into the midst of the divine legions. Their engines roared, and they slaughtered the divine legions in a frenzy. Most of the divine soldiers were powerhouses below the level 3 warlock rank, with only about 100,000 of them being legend rank powerhouses. As soon as the starry sky rippers rushed into the divine legions, they cut them apart as if they were cutting cheese and slaughtered the divine soldiers. The sound of explosions continued in the sky, and countless parts and fragments fell from the sky, crashing to the ground. What fearsome mechanical golems! The fighting strength of each mechanical golem isn't inferior to that of a legend rank powerhouse. And there are millions of them. What a dangerous fellow! Hiding in her divine country, the goddess of love looked at the dense crowd of starry sky rippers, and couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. At this time, under the nourishment of divine force, the goddess of love's half of her body has been completely restored, and her aura is only slightly weaker than when she was at her peak. Hiding in her divine country, the goddess of ice watched the 5 divine legions being swallowed by the mechanical torrent. Her thoughts revolved lightning fast, yet she couldn't come up with a good idea. What do I do? Am I just going to watch him take control of the Andrak plane? The fierce battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and the 1 million soldiers of the 5 divine legions were wiped out by Yangfeng's steel torrent without any suspense. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, the human warlocks of the other plane development division surrendered to Yangfeng, allowing him to gather 200,000 elites of the division. After doing all this, the 200,000 battle robots, after replenishing their energy, turned into a torrent of steel and flew towards the divine country where the god of war lived. The 200,000 battle robots were just scouts sent out by Yangfeng to test the waters. Every god's divine kingdom was their lair and the most powerful and terrifying divine artifact. When a supreme god walks around with their true bodies in the outside world, they are equivalent to a great holy step powerhouse. However, in the first Warlock Dynasty era, there was a supreme god who even seriously injured the Time Lord in his divine country. This was the terrifying power of a divine kingdom. A divine kingdom was the embodiment of a god's strongest power. It was much more powerful than any divine artifact. Every god, unless they were idiots, would do their best to strengthen their own divine kingdom. The longer a god lived, the more powerful their divine kingdom would be, and the harder it would be to kill them. For some feeble divine force rank gods who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, even if a bright world warlock enters their divine country, they will be suppressed and killed if careless. When the 200,000 battle robots arrived in front of the god of war's divine country, the battle robots flying in the front slammed into a membrane and disintegrated, turning into countless parts. The divine kingdom was the palace where the gods lived, and it was always protected by a powerful barrier. Unless the gods opened the barrier on their own initiative, the only way to enter the divine kingdom was to attack and destroy the barrier. The gunner troops among the 200,000 main battle robots held the railgun and fired wildly at the boundary of the divine kingdom. The densely packed light beams bombarded the barrier of the divine kingdom like raindrops, setting off ripples. Based on the current intensity of the attack, if the attack continues for a month, the barrier of the divine kingdom will be broken. The Level 3 optical computer deduced the result of the battle from the changes in the barrier of the divine kingdom in a flash. Yang Feng showed a smile. However, there is a simpler and more effective way. Spatial ripples surged in front of the divine country, and countless devourers suddenly flew out, pounced on the divine country's barrier, and frantically absorbed the barrier's force. Energy crystals were expelled by the insect-like devourers, and then quickly collected by the rest of the battle robots. The energy crystals excreted by the devourer were all super energy crystals, and each of them contained 10,000 times more energy than ordinary high-energy crystals. Super energy crystals were a necessity for third-generation and above battle robots like the Undyings. Warships and other giant war weapons could use various types of energy crystals to replenish their energy. On the other hand, battle robots like the Starry Sky Ripper and Undyings required higher-grade energy crystals to power them. Only then could they erupt with incomparably tyrannical power. The energy contained in a super energy crystal was already comparable to that of an ordinary Starry Sky Warlock, which was why it could be used to drive the terrifying third-generation battle robots like the Undyings. Under the frenzied devouring of the devourers, the divine country barrier only lasted for 2 hours before collapsing completely. The 200,000 battle robots poured into the divine country of the god of war like a tide. In fact, the god of war was an incarnation of a magic note wolf. Within the divine country of the god of war, there was a vast grassland with no end in sight. The grassland with no end in sight was divided into different levels, and there were all kinds of extraordinary life forms of different types wandering around. Magic note wolves were very belligerent, and liked to hunt and fight. Therefore, the divine country was filled with all kinds of extraordinary life forms for them to hunt. After the magic note wolf died, their souls would reincarnate in the divine country and transform into petitioners, and then enjoy the fun of fighting and hunting in the divine country. Within the divine kingdom, there were countless preys, distributed in different areas according to their strength. The magic note fierce werewolves could wantonly hunt those extraordinary life forms. So long as the magic note wolf incarnation of the god of war gave an order, the countless extraordinary life forms in the divine country would turn into his subordinates and launch a desperate attack against the invaders. As soon as the battle robots flew into the divine country of the god of war, they fell to the ground one by one. The divine country of the god of war has the law of flight restriction. Anyone who enters the divine country will be prohibited from flying. Moreover, the law of space, the law of shadows, and many other laws are prohibited and rejected. This is equivalent to a small world with unique laws. As soon as the battle robots entered the divine country of the god of war, they immediately fed back all kinds of information, which was quickly analyzed by the level 3 optical computer. In the divine country of every god, different laws were set up by the god, and even the god who set up the laws had to abide by those laws. However, those laws were of great benefit to the god themselves. Although the magic note wolf could fly in the sky, but most of the extraordinary life forms in the divine country couldn't fly in the sky. Once the law of flight restriction was set up, even intermediate divine force rank gods would be knocked down to the mundane world, unable to fly in the divine country. Electromagnetic beams barreled towards the extraordinary life forms and blasted them into pieces. After the extraordinary life forms were blasted into pieces, a copious amount of blood splashed about, sprinkled on the ground, and finally turned into specks of light and disappeared from the world. There are more than 30 million extraordinary life forms in this divine country. These extraordinary life forms aren't real life forms, but existences formed from the combination of divine force and the laws of this divine country. Killing them only consumes a bit of divine force. With the help of the level 3 optical computer, Yang Feng quickly made a judgment. In the special environment of this divine country, many spells and divine spells couldn't be used. If an ordinary bright world warlock entered this divine country alone, they would be exhausted to death by the more than 30 million extraordinary life forms. After all, in this divine country, bright world warlocks couldn't use the power of heaven and earth to cast some earth-shattering meteorological spells. The huge mechanical legion crushed all the extraordinary life forms blocking their way until they reached the center of the divine country. In the center of the divine country, there was a huge ancient tree with a huge lair on it. The huge lair was the residence of the god of war. A dense crowd of battle robots quickly climbed into the huge lair and drilled into it. Inside the lair, precious divine force crystals could be seen everywhere. The battle robots quickly plundered the divine force crystals, and then transported them outside the divine country. Shortly after the battle robots left, the divine country of the god of war trembled slightly, spatial ripples appeared behind it, and a fearsome attractive force enveloped the divine country and pulled it into the astral boundary. When the divine country of the god of war fell into the astral boundary, countless stones flew over from the void and enveloped it, forming a deathly still celestial body. On the Andrak plane, a star could clearly be seen radiating dazzling light, and then slowly falling and disappearing. The divine countries of the god of death, the god of fire, the god of justice, and the god of murder lit up brightly, and then were swallowed by the astral boundary and turned into a deathly still celestial body. When a god died, their divine countries would be swallowed by the astral boundary and become an abandoned celestial body. If a god could be resurrected, they could enter the abandoned celestial body, spend a copious amount of divine force, and transform the abandoned celestial body into a real divine country. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough. If it was an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, they could use the power of secret treasures to lock up the divine countries and refine them into special secret treasures. Secret treasures refined from divine countries are extremely powerful. They are world-class secret treasures. In the Tsangji plane, human warlocks who can form a virtual world are very rare. In order to improve the fighting strength of warlocks, alchemists proposed the concept of world-class secret treasures. Chapter 583. The so-called world-class secret treasure was a secret treasure that was similar to a virtual world by using the god's divine kingdom and all kinds of unimaginable alchemy techniques mastered by humans. Through world-class secret treasures, human warlocks could absorb world force like experts who cultivated a virtual world and possess a steady stream of terrifying power to contend against experts of the same rank. World-class secret treasures were a concept put forward by the Magic Note dynasty, and it was only realized in the later stages of the Magic Note dynasty. The Great Cloud dynasty also had methods to refine world-class secret treasures. Unfortunately, to refine world-class secret treasures, one needed to be an Infinity Warlock specializing in alchemy and expended tremendous power to refine them. In the Magic Note dynasty, alchemy reached great heights, and it was an era when human alchemy flourished to the extreme. The status of alchemists in the Magic Note dynasty surpassed that of any other era by far. In the Magic Note dynasty, 7 emperor-level secret treasures had been refined. One of them was the Kingdom of Gods, which was refined from the divine kingdoms of countless deities. After the collapse of the Magic Note dynasty, due to the frequent wars, countless alchemy techniques were lost. In the Dawn Dynasty era, human alchemy was far inferior to that of the Magic Note dynasty era. Through the research and development of countless warlock geniuses, modern alchemy has far surpassed that of the Dawn Dynasty era, yet it still couldn't compare to that of the Magic Note dynasty era. Therefore, in the Great Cloud dynasty, on the surface, there was only one alchemist known to be able to use divine countries to refine world-class secret treasures, and that was the division chief of the Secret Treasure Division, the 100 Treasures Warlock. Of course, there were still many alchemists who could use divine countries to refine secret treasures, but only the 100 Treasures Warlock could use divine countries to refine world-class secret treasures. The old monsters hidden in the darkness of history weren't included. Clenching the two godheads, Yang Feng sank into his thoughts. Death and war, these two godheads can upgrade the strength of my clone in the Feisua plane to the weak divine force rank. But in this way, I will clash with several strong divine force rank gods. For now, I'm not qualified to clash with strong divine force rank gods. Among the gods of the Feisua plane, gods who mastered the laws of death and war were extremely powerful existences. In the Zalia pantheon, the god of war, Barrios, was a great divine power god. For a god like Yang Feng, who has no backing, to occupy the law of shadows is one thing, but if he dares to touch the law of death or the law of war, God of War Barrios will definitely kill Yang Feng himself. There were two ways for gods to become stronger. The first was to devour a higher-grade godhead and convert the main laws they mastered into the laws of that higher-grade godhead. The other was to devour a godhead that grasped the same laws. If the god of war Barrios could devour enough godhood of war and absorb the law of war contained in those godhood of war, there was hope for him to break through and become a greater divine power rank god. If he devoured the divinity of the god of peace, the two laws would repel and clash, which would weaken him. The more laws and divine domains a deity grasped, the better it would be. Instead, they had to be interconnected and coordinated with each other. According to Warlock research, there were three strongest god paths. The first was when a god purely grasped a law and a divine domain, which was pure to the extreme and powerful to the extreme. The second was when the laws and divine domains grasped influenced, interconnected, and coordinated with each other. The third was when all laws and divine domains were integrated, and one became a sovereign of gods comparable to a warlock emperor. The paths of the three gods were more difficult than the other. The strongest gods defeated by the Zhangji Plains human warlocks were supreme gods. Every supreme god took the first path, wielding only one law and a divine authority, and was an extremely pure expert. The strongest experts of the second path were mighty divine power rank experts. The strongest human warlocks of the third path had ever seen was merely a feeble divine force rank idiot. After the decisive battle, Yang Feng sent a large number of battle robots to cover the Feisua Plains outer space and methodically began to establish a Skynet that controlled the entire Andrak Plain. All munitions factories in the Tarandit subcontinent, the Fuso subcontinent, the Feisua Plain, and the Grade 9 Plain occupied by the Shadow Prince Mecha began to be upgraded. The Andrak Plain also began to produce third-generation battle robots on a small scale. The Great Cloud Dynasty, the other Plain Development Division's headquarters, in a conference hall. There were 7 people sitting at a long table. The 7 people were the 7 deputy division chiefs of the other Plain Development Division, each of whom possessed bright world warlock rank battle prowess. In the seat of honor sat a black cat. It was the division chief Amol of the Great Cloud Dynasty's other Plain Development Division. There was an empty seat next to the long table, which was the seat of the deputy division chief Jiang Ziming. A quiet and strange atmosphere pervaded the hall. The eyes of the deputy division chiefs swept Jiang Ziming's seat with peculiar looks. Amol's voice was heavy as he said, "Jiang Ziming has fallen in the Andrak Plain. Bai Tianqing's 1 million elites and Jiang Ziming's 900,000 elites have all fallen in the Andrak Plain." Jiang Ziming died? He actually died? Isn't the Andrak Plain a plane with an upper limit of the glorious Sun Warlock rank? No matter how powerful the indigenous gods are, as long as he doesn't enter their divine countries, how can anyone kill him? 9 million elites have been killed, damn it. That bastard Jiang Ziming deserves to die. The complexions of the 7 deputy division chiefs changed dramatically, and they commented. The Great Cloud Dynasty's other Plain Development Division has a total of 1 director, 8 deputy directors, and 9 bigwigs. Amol was in charge of everything. He had 1 million elites directly under him. Jiang Ziming and the other 3 deputy division chiefs each controlled 1 million elite troops. The other 4 deputy division chiefs were in charge of recruit training, logistics, plane origin analysis, and Shadow Fang, who were in charge of infiltration and subversion like special forces. Attacking a small grade 6 plane, the Andrak Plain, has resulted in the loss of nearly 2/5 of elite warriors and the death of a bright world warlock. For the other Plain Development Division, this loss is a heavy blow, and may even harm its vitality. Although the other plane development division still had 10 million soldiers in training, which could easily fill in the 5 million elite soldiers. However, the reinforcements couldn't be compared to the battle-hardened soldiers at all. Moreover, the more than 200 Moonlight Warlocks and 3 Glorious Sun Warlocks lost in the battle were even more difficult to replenish. The more than 200 Moonlight Warlocks were the foundation the other plane development division accumulated over tens of thousands of years. Even with the ability of the other plane development division, without hundreds or thousands of years, it wouldn't be able to cultivate and recruit so many experts. A burly man with an angry look on his face roared loudly, "Those bastards of the Andrak plane dared to kill people of the other plane development division, that's unforgivable. Sir Division Chief, we must take revenge and wipe them out." Amol sneered, "Well said. Jiang Tiexin, I'll allow you to take your troops to attack the Andrak plane. But you have to bear all the responsibility yourself." Jiang Tiexin's eyes flickered, and he uttered resolutely, "This subordinate is incompetent. I'm afraid I'm no match for the indigenous gods of the Andrak plane. Sir Division Chief, please take action and suppress the indigenous gods of the Andrak plane." Strange gazes immediately focused on Dark Moro. The Andrak plane is a grade 6 plane. Even if an Infinity Warlock enters the Andrak plane, they will be suppressed to the Glorious Sun Warlock realm by the plane origin will. Once they enter the Andrak plane, even an Infinity Warlock has a chance of being killed, just like Jiang Ziming. But if Amol doesn't stand up for his subordinates, then his status in the other plane development division will drop sharply. There was a flash of ridicule in Amol's eyes, and he said coldly, "I'm going into seclusion to research a spell experiment. I'll leave the matter of attacking the Andrak plane to you." "This is an order." Jiang Tiexin's face fell, and he stood up and shouted, "That's an order. I don't accept it." Even Jiang Ziming died when he entered the Andrak plane. Now everyone knows that on the other side of the plane, the powerhouses of the Andrak plane are definitely on guard. Without a bridgehead, even a Bright World Warlock will be in danger of dying if they enter. What gall! To disobey an order. The black cat suddenly swelled up and slapped Jiang Tiexin with its paw. The cat's paw passed through the void and slapped Jiang Tiexin's face, and half of Jiang Tiexin's skull was sent flying, and he slammed into a wall, and a large amount of blood sprayed out of his body. Runes flickered on Jiang Tiexin's face and formed a black chain that sealed Jiang Tiexin's Bright World Warlock rank cultivation base. Seeing this scene, the other 6 deputy division chiefs felt a chill in their hearts, and they no longer dared to make any unusual movements. A ferocious and violent aura surged out from Amol's body. His cat eyes flickered with a cold and merciless light. He said coldly, "I am the director of the other plane development division. If you have the ability, get the Jiang family to replace me. If you don't have the ability, then obey my orders. If there is a next time, the Jiang family won't be able to save you." Chapter 584. After losing half of his skull, Jiang Tai's head squirmed. Nourished by the tremendous life force of a Bright World Warlock, it quickly recovered. Within a breath of time, most of it was restored. There was a flash of resentment in Jiang Tai's eyes, and he lowered his head and gritted his teeth and responded, "Yes, Sir Division Chief." The black cat Amol has transformed into was shrouded in ripples, and then disappeared strangely. "I'm going into seclusion to study spells. Don't bother me if there's nothing important." There was a flash of resentment in Jiang Tai's eyes, and he roared in his heart, "Amol, you dare to humiliate me like this? I won't let you get away with this." The Green Cloud Plane is a grade 9 plane belonging to the Great Cloud Dynasty. There are more than 100 million ordinary humans living in the Green Cloud Plane. Ripples of the void surged in the outer space of the Green Cloud Plane, and a 1,000-meter-long warship flew out of the space. From a semi-plane that has been transformed by warlock spells suspended in the green cloud plane's outer space, 36 great warlocks exuding fearsome auras flew out. The burly great warlock dressed in a black robe barked, "This is the green cloud plane belonging to the great cloud dynasty. Who are you?" A resplendent ray flew out of the warship and formed Yang Feng's figure in the void. Yang Feng said flatly, "I am the battle demon Sex Yang Feng." The warlock in a black robe suddenly turned pale with fright, and he exclaimed, "Yang Feng, the Yang Feng who killed 2 million elites of the other plane development division in one fell swoop." The complexions of the other 35 great warlocks changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with fear. The 36 great warlocks stationed in the green cloud plane are all experts of the other plane development division. They are quite well informed in the division. They naturally know that the other plane development division suffered a great defeat at Yang Feng's hands 2 days ago, and 2 million elite great warlocks died at Yang Feng's hands. The 2 million great warlocks died. At the thought of facing such a terrifying existence, the eyes of the great warlocks shimmered with fear. Yang Feng uttered, "Submit to me, or die, choose one. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. There's no need to think about it. I am a warlock cultivated by the great cloud dynasty. Thus, guarding this place is my mission. Yang Feng, you are very strong, I am not your opponent. But every dynasty has loyal ministers. Let me, Wang Yi, be this loyal minister." The eyes of the warlock in a black robe flashed brightly, and he roared. His body shook, and he turned into a 100-meter-long Andaraman boa. Exuding a trace of ancient ferocious aura, he soared into the sky and flew towards the huge warship. "What a loyal subject of the great cloud dynasty, I will fulfill your wish and send you to the netherworld." Yang Feng praised. A beam of light shot out from the huge warship and slammed into the Andaraman boa. Under the bombardment of the beam of light, the Andaraman boa collapsed inch by inch and turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood splashing about. When the 35 great warlocks saw this, they felt a chill in their hearts. Wang Yi was the strongest among them. If he couldn't block a blow from the huge battleship, then it was even more impossible for them to block a blow from the battleship. A great warlock roared, "The battle demonic sect is definitely not the opponent of the great cloud dynasty. Even if Yang Feng takes this place, it will be recaptured by the great cloud dynasty sooner or later. Everyone, follow me. Even if we die now, the imperial court won't treat our families unfairly in the future. Once we surrender, not only will our reputation be ruined, but we will also be killed when the imperial court returns in the future. We might as well go all out now." The great warlock silently recited an incantation and pointed at the huge warship with the magic staff in his hand. A beam of light shot out from the warship, slammed into the head of the great warlock, and blasted it apart. As if aroused by the great warlock, the remaining 34 great warlocks began to cast spells. Starry sky rippers flew out of the huge warship and shot towards the 34 great warlocks at Mach 15 speed. Following afterimages, the 34 great warlocks were torn apart in an instant and turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. After killing the 34 great warlocks, a dense crowd of gunner troops and bladed troops flew towards the green cloud plain under the leadership of the Starry Sky Rippers. The Starry Sky Rippers specialized in suppressing human warlock powerhouses, while the gunner robots and bladed robots were responsible for maintaining law and order. Yang Feng looked at the 36 great warlocks who were killed and mused, "The great cloud dynasty is still at its strongest. There's still a long way to go to destroy it. If it was at the end of the warlock dynasty, then as long as human warlocks encountered an existence they couldn't contend against, they would either choose to flee or submit." The fact that the 36 great warlocks attacked Yang Feng despite knowing that they would die was proof that the great cloud dynasty was still at its strongest. Yang Feng's eyes flickered coldly, and he mused, "Since the great cloud dynasty is my enemy, then let me be its gravedigger." As soon as the countless battle robots entered the surface world, they destroyed the weak resistance of the human warlocks in the Grade 9 planes. The huge warship sent countless engineering robots into the outer space of the Grade 9 planes and began to build a Skynet. Almost at the same time, the 5 warships flew into the Purple Fragrance plane, the South Cloud plane, the Peace plane, the Gully plane, and the Maud plane. They easily destroyed the resistance of the 5 9th grade planes and took control of the 5 9th grade planes. Each of the 5 Grade 9 planes had a population of more than 100 million. The faith force provided by more than 500 million ordinary people was enough to support the existence of a mighty divine force rank God. The more powerful the God, the greater the faith force required. If a strong divine force rank God didn't have 50 million believers in the secular world, then they would slowly weaken and fall from a strong divine force rank Godhead to an intermediate divine force rank God. Intermediate divine force rank gods required the support of more than 1 million believers. Weak divine force rank gods required the support of more than 100,000 believers. Feeble divine force rank gods only needed the support of more than 3,000 believers to maintain their existence. The struggles in the secular world could also affect the existence of gods. Some strong divine force rank gods who obtained a godhead and ascended to the heavens in a single bound didn't understand the mysteries of believers, and their godhead weakened step by step until it finally fell to the weak divine force rank. For Yang Feng, who has a god clone, the 5 Grade 9 planes were a huge fortune. The Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial palace, in the immortal Cloud Hall, 9 purple dragons exuding bright world warlock rank might coiled in the hall. Powerful warlocks stood in the hall, each of which was comparable to a transcendent in terms of strength. At the head of the 9 purple dragons, there was a purple gold throne, and a handsome and dignified man dressed in an imperial robe, by Wuxia, had a square face, big ears, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a dignified appearance. As the royal family of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Bai family controlled countless planes, had tremendous resources, countless secret methods, and even complete Empyrean-grade secret methods. The Bai family was full of powerhouses. Among the powerhouses in the Bai family, the strongest powerhouse was Bai Wuxia. Different from other warlock groups, the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family's strongest powerhouse was the Great Elder, while the sect master was in charge of all kinds of mundane affairs. The Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family, on the other hand, was definitely the strongest powerhouse in the royal family. That was because in the world of warlocks, the strong were king. A warlock emperor rank powerhouse could suppress all the forces of the Zhangji plane by themselves. Moreover, the Great Cloud Dynasty's resources and power could be used to practice cultivation. Virtually every Great Cloud Dynasty's emperor was an infinity warlock. Bai Wuxia was a peerless genius of the Bai family. At the time, he launched a coup d'état, killed the former emperor who was still in his prime, and seized the throne. In the Bai family, he was one of the few peerless powerhouses who killed the former emperor and ascended to the throne. He was recognized as the #1 expert in the world in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Standing below Bai Wuxia were the Grand Preceptor, the Grand Tutor, and the Grand Protector. Below the Grand Preceptor were the ministers of the 6 ministries, the Imperial Censor, the Chancellor of the Supreme Court, and the Office of Transmission. The Grand Preceptor and the 9 ministers all exuded infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power. In addition to the Grand Preceptor and the 9 ministers, the ministers of the court all exuded terrifying life force. Each of them was a powerful existence comparable to a transcendent. As long as a human warlock practiced cultivation until the Moonlight Warlock rank, their life stage would undergo a complete transformation, and they would become existences comparable to transcendent. No matter which warlock it was, an eidetic memory was one of the basic extraordinary abilities. As long as a Moonlight Warlock was willing, they could easily be competent in any position, and could even perform better than ordinary people. The 7th Warlock Dynasty, the Magic Note Dynasty, once created an Empyrean-grade secret treasure called the Magic Note Throne. This Empyrean-grade secret treasure had no offensive ability, but it could gather the power of the people of the dynasty and form a kind of dynasty force similar to Faith Force. Warlocks who have grasped the magic note throne can not only use the power of the imperial court to practice cultivation, but also in theft official positions can use the power of the imperial court to practice cultivation. Take the magic note dynasty as an example. At the time, the 3 ministers and 9 ministers in theft by His Majesty were only infinity warlocks. But within a short 1,000 years, they all promoted to Holy Spirit warlocks. This was the terror of the magic note throne. This Empyrean-grade secret treasure was under the control of the Bai family. With the magic note throne as its foundation, the Bai family grew stronger and stronger, and eventually became the most powerful family. Chapter 585. The Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court system is exactly the same as that of the Magic Note Dynasty in order to use the Empyrean-grade secret treasure Magic Note Throne. If the Great Cloud Dynasty can unify the entire Zhangji Plain, then Bai Wuxia can easily break through to the quasi-holy step by using the Magic Note Throne. He may even be able to promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock in one fell swoop and advance to the Supreme Warlock Emperor realm. An Imperial Censor with Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the other Plane Development Division lost more than 2 million elites in the attack on the Andrak Plain. Even Deputy Division Chief Jiang Ziming died in the Andrak Plain. I impeached Division Chief Amol of the other Plane Development Division for dereliction of duty, improper use of personnel, corruption, and bribery." When the Imperial Censor stepped forward, there was silence in the imperial court. All the court officials were as silent as clay puppets. The officials of the Great Cloud Dynasty have already learned through their own intelligence channels that the 2 million elite troops of the other Plane Development Division died in the Andrak Plain. The commander of the 2 million elite army is Bai Tianqing, a prince of the Bai family. The person behind the scenes who stirred up a storm in the Andrak Plain and killed 2 million elites of the Great Cloud Dynasty in one fell swoop is the peerless genius Yang Feng from the Battle Demon sect. Originally, Yang Feng should have been recruited by the Great Cloud Dynasty as a member of the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, this peerless genius of the Great Cloud Dynasty now stands on the opposite side of the Great Cloud Dynasty and wiped out 2 million elite troops of the other Plane Development Division in one fell swoop. Even for the Great Cloud Dynasty, this is not a small blow. The other Plane Development Division is an elite army used by the Great Cloud Dynasty to suppress and attack other planes. It has a total of 5 million elite troops. Now that 2 million of them have been wiped out, it is equivalent to losing 2/5 of its strength. To fill the gap in the other Plane Development Division, it is necessary to transfer elite warlocks from other armies of the Great Cloud Dynasty. This is very disadvantageous for the Great Cloud Dynasty, which needs to concentrate its strength on the Battle Demon sect. In addition, the most outstanding genius of the Bai family, Bai Tianqing, is also mixed in. Once the struggle for the Crown Prince is involved, the ministers of the imperial court won't dare to say anything. A crown prince is the heir apparent of a state. Once a prince is conferred the title of crown prince, he can use the power of the imperial court stored in the magic note throne to strengthen his cultivation and promote to an infinity warlock. Moreover, once a prince is promoted to a crown prince, then when the dynasty's emperor dies, he will be able to take over the position of emperor and use the power of the note throne to suppress enemies. In the Bai family, other than a few useless crown princes who were defeated, many crown princes successfully ascended the throne after the death of the previous emperor. Bai Wuxia said indifferently, Amol has neglected his duties and is relieved of his position as the director of the other Plane Development Division. The rest of the 7 deputy division chiefs who can kill Yang Feng will be the next division chief of the other Plane Development Division. Place Yang Feng 10th on the Demon Hunting Division's wanted list. A eunuch respectfully noted down Bai Wuxia's words. Yen, by rank, said, as Emperor of Demon of. Emperor of Yang of Emperor, Tian Dynasty of Wang as, Li Ziaf of Wu Dong Dynasty to Dynasty of as. For Yang Feng to be able to enter the top 10, His Majesty really wants to kill him. With 2 million elites of the other plane development division wiped out, it will take at least 100 years for the division to recover. To His Majesty, who has great talent and bold vision, this is definitely a big blow. The ministers of the imperial court were silent, but stormy waves were set off in their hearts. The top 9 Infinity Warlocks of the Demon Hunting Division are all Infinity Warlocks wanted criminals. The 9 Infinity Warlocks are peerless enemies that the Great Cloud Dynasty has accumulated for tens of thousands of years. They are already hiding in other planes, not daring to set foot in the Zhangji plane rashly. The 10th place on the Demon Hunting Division's wanted list is equivalent to the Demon Hunting Division focusing on killing Yang Feng. Even the Infinity Warlock Division chief of the Demon Hunting Division may step in and kill Yang Feng. Bai Wuxia said indifferently, Bai Tianqing was greedy and rash, leading to a great defeat. He was demoted to a commoner and exiled to the demonic realm. Jiang Tai is suspected of corruption and is dismissed from the position of Deputy Division Chief of the other Plane Development Division. As soon as this statement came out, the face of the representative of the Jiang family changed dramatically, and despair streaked past his eyes. Bai Tianqing is finished. The Jiang family made the wrong bet this time. Looks of schadenfreude focused on the representative of the Jiang family. The other Plane Development Division is the most popular department in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Most of the treasures from other planes have to be turned over to the treasury. But the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. The other Plane Development Division can intercept a small part of the precious materials from other planes. Moreover, the other Plane Development Division, which often comes into contact with other planes, may find the coordinates of some other planes with life forms. The coordinates of other planes with life forms can be sold at sky-high prices. Other planes with life forms, even if they are grade 9 planes, can be used as bases for churches to spread their faith. Moreover, planes of rank 7 and above are extremely precious because they can give birth to gods. Human warlocks who desire immortality are willing to pay any price for a god position. After the Jiang family lost that position, the blow it suffered wasn't small. With the death and dismissal of the 2 deputy division chiefs, it is equivalent to cutting off more than 3/4 of the Jiang family's power in the other Plane Development Division. Among the 6 ministers, an eye suddenly opened on the forehead of the Minister of War Wei Jin, and a strange rune suddenly appeared, and his complexion changed dramatically. Bai Wuxia asked indifferently, Wei Jin, what happened? An unsightly expression on his face, Wei Jin gritted his teeth and replied, Your Majesty, the green cloud plane, the purple fragrance plane, the south cloud plane, the calm plane, the valley plane, and the maud plane have been captured by Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire hall shook. Under the expressionless Bai Wuxia's feet, the earth cracked, and countless cracks spread into the surroundings. The 9-headed purple dragon opened its eyes, which flickered with a cruel and berserk light, and a vast and tyrannical aura diffused from the 9-headed purple dragon. In the imperial court, everyone was trembling with fear. They lowered their heads and did not say a word. They could all feel an incomparably violent aura pervading the hall. The 9 purple dragons are monsters formed from the power of the Great Cloud Dynasty. In this hall, they can even kill Infinity Warlocks. Everyone could feel the anger of Bai Wuxia, who was sitting on the throne. Since the establishment of the Great Cloud Dynasty, although it isn't as mighty as the 8 Warlock dynasties, it has suppressed countless planes and is invincible. But at the same time, it is growing stronger day by day. It is seizing planes that have been seized by others in the past. At the same time, it is exploring and colonizing new planes. But now Yang Feng has captured 6 planes of the Great Cloud Dynasty in one fell swoop. Although the 6 planes are only grade 9 planes, but it is still equivalent to a slap in Bai Wuxia's face. Bai Wuqing uttered indifferently, Bai Yunlai. Yes, your majesty. A burly man walked out of the hall. His body was ramrod straight, and a domineering aura emanated from his body. Bai Wuqing said indifferently, go and destroy the green cloud plain, the purple fragrance plain, the south cloud plain, the Onli plain, the Gully plain, and the Maud plain. Bai Yunlai replied respectfully, yes, your majesty. The Bai family has 13 infinity warlocks. Bai Yunlai is one of the 13 infinity warlocks. He is also one of the 13 grand princes of the Great Cloud dynasty. Once a powerhouse of the Bai family promotes to an infinity warlock, they can become one of the grand princes of the Great Cloud dynasty. At the same time, they can obtain countless resources and a grade 7 plane as their fief. When the ministers heard the order, they felt a chill in their hearts, understanding that Bai Wuqing is furious. Generally, those 9th grade planes were incomparably precious treasures. If they were taken away, then they could just take them back. Very few people would destroy a 9th grade plane. After all, ordinary people of grade 9 planes can provide a steady stream of divine force crystals. The Great Cloud dynasty has conferred many gods, who need the faith force of ordinary people to support them. However, when Bai Wuqing is furious, no minister dares to dissuade him. After all, Bai Wuqing is an ambitious and ruthless character. Those who angered him before are already dead. A few days later, ripples suddenly appeared in the space outside the green cloud plain. Bai Yunlai stepped out from the ripples in space. At the moment when Bai Yunlai stepped out of the spatial ripples, a tremendous, seemingly omnipresent plane will suddenly descended from the depths of the green cloud plane and crushed towards Bai Yunlai. A trifling grade 9 plane's origin will wants to suppress me, you're overestimating yourself. Bai Yunlai smiled coldly, and an infinity warlock rank life force suddenly gushed out, intertwined with the grade 9 plane's origin will, and suppressed it bit by bit. This is an infinity warlock. A prompt came from the green cloud plane Skynet, attracting Yang Feng's attention to the green cloud plane. For the first time, he saw Bai Yunlai, a human warlock, forcibly resist the oppression of a plane's origin will, and even suppress it instead. Kill him. Open fire. In the semi-plane outside the green cloud plane, numerous steel gates opened and revealed a fully charged Star Destroyer artillery. The Level 3 optical computer performed frantically, deduced Bai Yunlai's reactions, and predicted his actions. The Star Destroyer artillery flashed, and a resplendent beam of light cut through the void and barreled towards Bai Yunlai along the trajectory guided by the Level 3 optical computer. Chapter 586. God Guard Shield. A dignified look in his eyes, Bai Yunlai raised his hand, and the Level 8 secret treasure God Guard shield suddenly flew out. The 100-meter-tall shield inlaid with Godhead specialized in the divine authority of protection suddenly flew out, and a fearsome god formed from dozens of Godheads suddenly awakened. The god stepped out of the shield, spread his hand, and a 6-pointed star, a heptagram, an 8-pointed star, and an enneagram appeared in the void. These 4 shields were formed from countless runes. When the Star Destroyer artillery beam that insta-killed the Bright World Warlock Jiang Ziming slammed into the God Guard shield and destroyed the Enneagram shield and the Octagon shield, its power was exhausted, and it collapsed. When Bai Yunlai used the Level 8 secret treasure God Guard shield, his aura suddenly dimmed, and his pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank cultivation base was suppressed to the junior Bright World Warlock rank. In the green cloud plane, due to the suppression of the plane origin will, an infinity warlock like Bai Yunlai can't devour the energy of heaven and earth to restore his strength. Every time he uses a bit of power, he will lose a bit of power. Only infinity warlocks who have formed a virtual world inside them can have a steady stream of power in any environment. The original will of the plane? Let me crush you. Bai Yunlai's eyes flashed with a fanatical shade, and his aura rose wildly. He beckoned with his hand and withdrew the god guard shield, and a bronze halberd appeared in his right hand. Level 8 secret treasures are extremely powerful. Unless an infinity warlock has formed a virtual world, they can only use one. They can't use two level 8 secret treasures at the same time. At the same time as Bai Yunlai withdrew the god guard shield, countless beams shot towards Bai Yunlai from the semi-plane. The small semi-plane suspended above the green cloud plane has been transformed by Yang Feng into a small armed fortress. Even a bright world warlock can't ignore the barrage of energy beams. A trifling low-level arcane treasure dares to be so arrogant? Break for me. An ominous glint flashed in Bai Yunlia's eyes. He looked like a peerless god of disdain as he threw the rank 8 void-shattering halberd in his hand. It shattered the void and slammed into the small demi-plane. A terrifying mushroom cloud suddenly rose up, as if several 110,000-ton nuclear warheads had exploded at the same time, completely swallowing that 30-kilometer diameter demi-plane. The small demi-plane equipped with countless defensive equipment and cannons was instantly engulfed by the terrifying explosion. Yang Feng looked at the fragmented small semi-plane and inhaled a breath of cold air. Amazing. As expected of an infinity warlock, what a terrifying enemy. No wonder the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court sent such a tyrannical monster to destroy the green cloud plane alone. If it wasn't for the fact that the base had just been upgraded to a rank 3 base not long ago, we wouldn't have been able to do anything to such a monster in a low-level plane like the Azure Cloud Plane. Due to the suppression of the green cloud plane's origin even a bright world warlock will be suppressed to the great warlock rank. For Bai Yunlai to be able to erupt with such frightening combat power under the suppression of the plane's origin is simply shocking. Before Bai Yunlai could catch his breath, engine roar sounded, and a swarm of starry sky rippers flew towards Bai Yunlai at Mach 15 speed. A cold ray flashed in Bai Yunlia's eyes, and he silently recited an incantation and spread the fingers of a hand, and a strange rune appeared in his hand. Violent wind elemental particles suddenly gathered, and violent wind blades slashed towards the starry sky rippers. Amidst the violent wind blades containing the law of wind, the energy shields of the starry sky rippers shattered and turned into countless parts that scattered in the sky. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared. Countless broken parts suddenly flew up, condensed, and reconstructed into the Undying main battle robots. As soon as the Undyings appeared, they erupted with Mach 25 speed, flew to in front of Bai Yunlai in an instant, and slashed at him with their blades. Get the hell out of my way. Bai Yunlia's face fell, and he roared, and violent wind blades slashed in all directions with him as the center. The hundreds of Undyings were cut into countless pieces by the violent wind blades in an instant. As if they had a life of their own, the countless fragments attracted each other, and then suddenly gathered in front of Bai Yunlai and formed Undyings again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the devourers attached to the Undying pounced at Bai Yunlai, turned into a black cloud, and pounced on the life force field 3 meters away from Bai Yunlai, and frantically devoured it. A large number of devourers pounced on the violent storm and frantically devoured the wind elemental particles contained in the storm. Bai Yunlai suddenly felt his life energy pour out. Shocked and angry, he beckoned with his hand, wanting to take back the level 8 secret treasure void breaker halberd. At this time, next to the level 8 secret treasure, the void shattering halberd, stood thousands of sealer primary battle robots. The sealer's power output was pushed to the maximum. Circles of blue light enveloped the void-shattering halberd, blocking the connection between it and Bai Yunlai. If it was in the Zhangji plane, Bai Yunlai, who controls the law of wind, could absorb a copious amount of life magic energy with a wave of his hand. With a spell, he could cut the Undyings into the atomic state. The Undying chips of the Undyings can't be preserved, and naturally can't be regenerated. But in the green cloud plane, it is already very difficult for Bai Yunlai to suppress the plane origin will. Moreover, the whole world and the whole plane are rejecting him. He can't absorb any life magic energy, nor can he contend with the sealer's seal on the void-breaker halberd. An unknown premonition welled up in Bai Yunlia's heart. Damn it, if it was in the Zhangji plain, these mechanical golems wouldn't be able to hurt me. However, now I have to withdraw. Originally, with Bai Yunlia's junior Infinity Warlock rank strength, he could destroy the Green Cloud Plane's plane origin will. However, although the Green Cloud Plane's plane origin will is weak, but after all, it is still an amalgamation of the plane's power. It is an existence similar to Gaia's consciousness, so it can't be destroyed so easily. On one hand, Bai Yunlai contends against the Green Cloud Plane's plane origin will, on the other hand, he has to fend off the almost endless number of robots. He couldn't help but have the thought of retreating. In the Green Cloud Plane, in a secret room of a villa, a portal shone brightly, and Yang Feng stepped out of the portal and pressed the dimensional badge. Along with flashes of light, 18 arc battlestars with their main artillery modified into Star Destroyer artillery suddenly appeared and fired a Star Destroyer artillery barreling towards Bai Yunlai. The Devourers suddenly scattered before the Star Destroyer artillery fired, exposing Bai Yunlai to the muzzle of the Star Destroyer artillery. God Guard Shield. Bai Yunlia's face fell, and a premonition of death welled up inside him. He promptly cut off the connection with the Level 8 Secret Treasure Void Sundering Halberd, and the Level 8 Secret Treasure God Guard Shield suddenly flew out and blocked in front of him. The god stepped out of the shield, spread his hand, and a 6-pointed star, a heptagram, an 8-pointed star, and an enneagram appeared in the void. These 4 shields were formed from countless runes. When the Star Destroyer artillery beam slammed into the God Guard shield and destroyed the Enneagram shield and the Octagon shield, its power was exhausted, and it collapsed. Another Star Destroyer artillery beam slammed into the God Guard shield in an instant and blasted the Heptagon shield and dimmed it. The other 2 beams of light from the Star Destroyer cannons bombarded the Heptagram shield one after another, finally shattering it. The beams of the Star Destroyer cannons bombarded the remnants of the Hexagram shield one after another. Every time a planetary obliteration cannon beam was fired, one of the Arc interstellar battleships would explode in midair. The power of the Star Destroyer artillery is too great. Arc battlestars cannot bear such a powerful force. An indifferent expression on his face, Yang Feng watched the battlestars he spent countless resources to build disintegrate and shatter one after another. As long as he can kill an Infinity Warlock, Yang Feng is willing to pay any price. When the 9th Star Destroyer artillery beam finally shattered the Heptagon shield, the 10th Star Destroyer artillery beam devoured the God Guard shield together with Bai Yunlai. Bai Yunlai is indeed an Infinity Warlock. After he was devoured by the Star Destroyer artillery beam, his body became riddled with scars, but he still didn't die. The 11th Star Destroyer artillery beam slammed into Bai Yunlai in an instant, engulfed him, and vaporized him. Yang Feng, I am a Grand Prince of the Great Cloud Dynasty. You must not kill me. If you dare to kill me, the Bai family will fight the Battle Demon sect to the bitter end. Under the bombardment of the 11th Star Destroyer artillery beam, the lower half of Bai Yunlia's body vaporized, leaving only his head, which roared wildly. The 12th Star Destroyer artillery beam slammed into the remaining part of Bai Yunlia's head in an instant and blasted half of it into pieces. When the 13th Star Destroyer artillery beam slammed into Bai Yunlia's head, his head was finally blasted apart, leaving only an infinity core floating in the void. Countless devourers suddenly turned into a black swarm and pounced on the infinity core. A distorted black gas gushed out of the infinity core and was swept by the devourers, and they issued miserable screams at once. Yang Feng, I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death. I curse you. The distorted black gas roared mournfully, but its voice became weaker and weaker, and eventually disappeared. After searching for a while, the devourers picked up the infinity core and flew towards the Level 3 laboratory established by Yang Feng in the Green Cloud Plain. Chapter 587. In the depths of the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal palace, in a huge palace called Cloud Soul Hall, there are soul lamps exuding soul aura. If the soul lamp is not extinguished, it proves that the warlock is still alive. Many warlocks will either go to other planes to explore for hundreds of years, or they will enter seclusion to study a spell for 100 years. The life and death of these warlocks is extremely important to the Bai family, so they set up soul lamps. Once they died, a soul lamp would be extinguished within the Cloud Soul Hall. In the deepest part of the Cloud Soul Hall, there are 13 soul lamps, which are the soul lamps of the 13 infinity warlocks of the Bai family. Suddenly, a fearsome soul storm rose in the Cloud Soul Hall, and a soul lamp went out. A warlock guarding the Cloud Soul Hall pushed open the gate of the Cloud Soul Hall, and his gaze fell on the deepest part of the hall. Suddenly, his eyes shimmered with horror, and he exclaimed, "Grand Prince Bai Yunlai died." Soon after, the sound of a huge and magnificent funeral bell reverberated in the royal palace. Everyone in the royal palace knows that an infinity warlock of the Bai family has died. In the royal palace, the eyes of the Bai family's clansmen revealed a look of worry. The 13 infinity warlocks are the pillars of the Bai family as well as the underlying strength of the Bai family. They firmly guard the Bai family. It is because of the 13 infinity warlocks that the Bai family is known as the number one family in the Great Cloud Dynasty. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, although the 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers are all infinity warlocks, but they only serve the Great Cloud Dynasty. When the Bai family is strong, they can naturally bow their heads and obey their orders. But once the Bai family weakens, who knows what they will do? In the past, the Bai family was a loyal minister of an ancient family, serving the ancient family for generations. Later, when the ancient family declined amid the struggle for hegemony, the Bai family took the opportunity to stab the ancient family in the back and took control of the Empyrean-grade secret treasure magic note throne. In addition, the founder of the Bai family, with great talent and bold vision, allied with the 10 great sects and the 8 great families, suppressed the major forces one by one and ascended to the throne. The death of an infinity warlock is equivalent to the collapse of one of the 13 pillars supporting the Bai family. What nerve! This scoundrel dares to kill an infinity warlock of the Bai family. In the Imperial study, a violent life force field diffused, and a terrifying might spread in all directions with Bai Wuxia as the core. Standing beside Bai Wuxia is a eunuch with a glorious sun warlock rank cultivation base. Facing Bai Wuxia's fearsome might, the eunuch's face turned pale and he shivered. A cold ray flashed in Bai Wuxia's eyes, and he barked, warlock rank of the battle of the demon sect of the Bai family dynasty, the Bai family, warlock Wu dynasty, warlocks of warlocks, and the demon, and they, and of demon sect, of the Bai of the dynasty, the power of war, they emperor, they of. Bais of world, king, demon of sect, Bai of war demon king, sect, king, Wuxia, and of dynasty, whereof of war, the palace, war. The battle demon sect's warlocks throughout the Great Cloud Dynasty fled back to the battle demon sect. Some high-ranking officers of battle demon sect with a large number of troops chose to rebel, setting off the flames of war in Great Cloud Dynasty. Originally, Bai Wuxia planned to suppress all the rebels in Great Cloud Dynasty, and then use all of Great Cloud Dynasty's power to launch a thunderous strike and destroy the battle demon sect in one fell swoop. But now that an infinity warlock of the Bai family has died, the Bai family's vitality has been damaged. If the battle demon sect is not annihilated, then the powerhouses of the other 10 great sects and 8 great families may develop disloyalty. If Bai Wuxia wants to unify Great Cloud Dynasty, then he must destroy the battle demon sect with the force of a thunderbolt. Only then will he have the qualifications to eradicate the 10 great sects and 8 great families one by one, or merge with them. As long as Great Cloud Dynasty shows a slight decline, then the entire Eastern world will be shaken, and countless hidden freaks will jump out. Under Bai Wuqing's order, Great Cloud Dynasty's war machine was started, and countless materials were moved towards the Tianlian province near the Battle Demon province. Elite warlock legions that were originally stationed in various places were also transferred and gathered towards the Tianlian province. Shortly after, the news of Bai Yunlia's death was spread by people with ulterior motives, and now the entire Great Cloud Dynasty knows that an Infinity Warlock died at Yang Feng's hands. In the Tai Yi sect, in a luxurious palace, Yi Yuanyang clenched his fists, his face ashen. After a long time, he sighed faintly and revealed a look of dejection. Even an Infinity Warlock was killed by him. The gap between me and him is actually so big? Every Infinity Warlock is a genius among geniuses. Not only do they need to practice hard, but they also need great opportunities to advance. As a supreme genius who formed a virtual world in the Starry Sky Warlock realm, Yi Yuanyang has no suspense in advancing to the Glorious Sun Warlock realm. However, to advance from the Glorious Sun Warlock realm to the Bright World Warlock realm and from the Bright World Warlock realm to the Infinity Warlock realm is a huge hurdle for powerhouses who formed a virtual world. Warlock geniuses who formed a virtual world possess far greater battle prowess than ordinary warlocks. Furthermore, they can go to different planes and use the power of the virtual world to erupt with terrifying power for a short period of time. However, breaking through to the Infinity Warlock realm is 100 times more difficult than breaking through to the Infinity Warlock realm. Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian, the two great elders of the Battle Demon sect, have been trapped at the pinnacle Bright World Warlock realm for who knows how many years. If they hadn't broken through the Heavenman boundary, they would still be trapped at the pinnacle Bright World Warlock realm, unable to advance an inch. When Yi Yuanyang thought that Yang Feng killed an Infinity Warlock, even though he has a firm will, he couldn't help but feel a great blow. It should be noted that Bai Yunlai is not an ordinary Infinity Warlock, but an Infinity Warlock of the Bai family. Ordinary Infinity Warlocks may not be able to exert Infinity Warlock rank power due to the lack of level 8 secret treasures. However, each of the 13 Grand Princes of the Bai family has at least 2 level 8 secret treasures, which is enough to enable them to exert strong divine force rank battle prowess. For such an Infinity Warlock to be killed by Yang Feng, Yi Yuanyang can't imagine how powerful Yang Feng is now. In the Saint Lotus sect, on a mountain peak shrouded in clouds and mist, there is a lotus pond blooming with countless holy white lotuses. The charmed dragon fairy lotuses emitted dense mist that rises from the lotus pond. Bai Yilian, dressed in a snow-white warlock robe, is lying in the mist, and her eyes, which seem to be able to absorb stars, flickered with an enigmatic light. Even an Infinity Warlock was killed by him. This Yang Feng is getting more and more extraordinary. If he doesn't die, I'm afraid that he will become another Warlock Emperor in the future. On the battlefield between the Bright Moon School and the Saint Lotus sect, there are human warlock corpses everywhere. On the battlefield covered in blood and corpses, Jiang Lang, bathed in blood and holding a great sword, showed a smile and laughed loudly. Amazing, as expected of my brother. He even killed an Infinity Warlock. If he kills a few more Infinity Warlocks of the Bai family, the Great Cloud Dynasty will fall apart. Haha. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Bai family has 13 Infinity Warlocks as its underlying strength and the Magic Note Throne as its foundation. This is how the 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers have become the #1 force in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Once too many of the Bai family's Infinity Warlocks die, the Bai family will no longer be able to control the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, and it may even be overthrown. Within the Saint Devil sect, within an exquisitely beautiful palace, the Saint Demon sect's holy son, who has a beautiful woman in his arms, suddenly sighed faintly. Infinity Warlock, even an Infinity Warlock died at his hands. What a monster! The beautiful woman asked curiously, Sir Holy Son, which Infinity Warlock died? No matter where they go, Infinity Warlocks are among the strongest powerhouses. Even at the peak of the 8 Warlock dynasties, infinity warlocks were still bigwigs in the warlock dynasties. In the Eastern world, the death of any infinity warlock is a major event. It may even affect the rise and fall of a force. Once the infinity warlocks supporting the two sects at the bottom of the 10 great sects die, they will immediately fall from grace and lose their position as one of the 10 great sects. The Saint Demon sect's holy son said flatly, "The Bai families Bai Yunlai died at the hands of the battle demon sect's Yangfeng." The beautiful woman was taken aback, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and incredulity, and she exclaimed, "How is that possible? The battle demon sect's Yangfeng promoted to a moonlight warlock less than 2 years ago, how could he kill an infinity warlock? Even if Bai Yunlai stood still, Yangfeng couldn't break his life force cover." The Saint Demon sect's holy son said meaningfully, "That's right. According to reason, it is impossible for Yangfeng to kill Bai Yunlai. However, in the world of warlocks, nothing is impossible. Otherwise, how could the 8 warlock dynasties, which shook countless planes and were virtually invincible, collapse so quickly? According to reason, there was no force that was the opponent of the 8 warlock dynasties at the time." The beautiful woman's eyes shimmered with killing intent, and she asked, "Then what should we do? Get rid of him?" The Saint Demon sect's holy son said with a smile, "No, what's in it for us to get rid of him? It would be better to make friends with him. If he owes us a favor, that would be for the best. A favor from a future warlock emperor is invaluable. Even if he is killed before advancing to a warlock emperor, the price of making friends with him is much lighter than the price of being his enemy." The Saint Demon sect's holy son sighed slightly, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. "Unfortunately, the only existence in the Saint Demon sect who can contend with Yangfeng has disappeared. Otherwise, I might really be tempted and try my best to get rid of him." Chapter 588. The Battle Demon Sect. In a palace suspended in the clouds, the Battle Demon Sect's 4 great elders are sitting around a jade table. He Liannu deliberated for a while, and then said, "Bai Yunlai, one of the 13 grand princes of the Bai family, was killed by Yangfeng." Huang Yihe laughed loudly, feeling carefree, "Haha, that's my disciple for you. Well done. Even I didn't expect him to be able to do this. That's amazing." The other 3 great elders smiled helplessly. Yu Wuxian uttered with a cold smile, "Old Huang, your disciple did a great job. He killed an infinity warlock of the Bai family. The Bai family won't let the matter rest. Bai Wuqing is planning to lead the army himself." There was a dignified look in the eyes of He Liannu and Eugene Gang. Bai Wuqing is recognized as the #1 expert in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Moreover, the 3 Grand Dukes and 9 ministers of the imperial court are all infinity warlocks. Apart from this, no one knows how many experts the Bai family has hidden. The Battle Demon sect indeed has considerable underlying strength, but the underlying strength of the Great Cloud Dynasty is much stronger than that of the Battle Demon sect. For Bai Wuqing to lead the army himself, it means that countless powerhouses of the Great Cloud Dynasty will gather under his command and launch a shocking attack on the Battle Demon sect. Huang Yihe said lightly, "Since Bai Wuqing is leading the army himself, then let's launch our final plan and leave the Cangji plain." The Battle Demon sect, which followed the Bai family to establish the Great Cloud Dynasty, is well aware of the principle that once the cunning hare is killed, the hound is cooked. After the Battle Demonic sect was established, it had been preparing to flee the Cangji plain and hide in a Grade 4 plane under the Battle Demonic sect's complete control when necessary. In the Grade 4 plane completely under the control of the Battle Demon sect, there are 3 strong Divine Force rank gods from the Battle Demon sect sheltering them. Even if the Great Cloud Dynasty dares to attack the Grade 4 plane, the outcome is still unknown. He Liannu hesitated for a moment, and then said, "But once we leave the Cangji plane, we will never be able to promote to the Warlock Monarch realm in the Battle Demon plane. Moreover, the resources of the Battle Demon plane are limited, and cannot be compared to the Zhangji Plain. If we leave the Zhangji Plain, our Battle Demon sect will lose its powerful foundation. The Battle Demon sect occupies a greater province of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The resources provided by the greater province alone are enough to support the birth of 10 Infinity Warlocks and the cultivation needs of many Glorious Dawn Warlocks and Moonlight Warlocks. However, once they left this place, they would enter the War Demon Plane, a 4th-tier plane. It is 100 times more difficult for the two Bright World Warlocks He Liannu and Eugene Gang to promote to Infinity Warlocks than in the Zhangji Plane. The Battle Demon Plane was a Grade 4 plane, and its resources could not be compared with those of the Zhangji Plane. Once the Battle Demon sect retreated to the Battle Demon Plane, it could only slowly decline. Huang Yihe, by Wuxia, is personally leading the army, and the 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers are all Infinity Warlocks. Each of the 3 Dukes is stronger than me and Junior Apprentice Sister Yu. As for Bai Wuxia, even if Junior Sister Yu and I join hands, we might not be his match. Even if the Battle Demon sect fights to the death, we can at most kill 2 or 3 Infinity Warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and then be wiped out by Bai Wuxia. What's the point? A cold ray shimmered in Huang Yihe's eyes, and he enunciated each syllable. If we leave, the Bai family will sooner or later point its blade at other forces. At that time, we will naturally have a chance as well. Besides, since they are so heartless, then don't blame the Battle Demon sect for being unjust. The other 3 great elders pondered for a while, and then nodded in agreement with Huang Yihe's opinion. The power of the Great Cloud Dynasty in the Zhangji Plain is too terrifying. Even if the Battle Demon sect goes all out to resist, it can only kill 2 or 3 Infinity Warlocks at most. It is even possible that an Infinity Warlock can't kill them. The best course of action now is to escape from here and hide in the dark. A few days later, dazzling rays of light suddenly rose from the Battle Demon sect. The rays of light entered the sky and formed strange seals. A huge hole rose above the Battle Demon sect and swallowed the entire Battle Demon sect. In the original site of the Battle Demon sect, a huge hideous and ugly cave suddenly appeared. In the headquarters of the Tianlian province, Huanglian city, inside an exquisite palace, an incomparably handsome middle-aged man sat on a chair, admiring the beautiful dance of a beautiful dancer. This handsome middle-aged man is one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, Marshal Tiger Yu Zichao. Each of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals is an Infinity Warlock. They are the 8 powerful pillars of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Yu Zichao is the marshal who led countless troops of the Great Cloud Dynasty to suppress the Battle Demon sect. After he arrived in the Tianlian province, he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he gathered forces from all sides and nibbled away at the power of the Battle Demon province step by step. The Battle Demon sect has a deep underlying strength. If Yu Zichao leads people to the Battle Demon sect's base, he will be throwing away his life in vain. By nibbling away at the Battle Demon province, he is also eliminating the Battle Demon sect's effective forces. After the 8 marshals finished mobilizing forces from all sides, Yu Zichao planned to attack the Battle Demon sect's base. However, after Bai Wuxia decided to personally lead the army, Yu Zichao stopped all military operations and waited for Bai Wuxia to arrive. A tall and handsome young man stepped into the palace and said, "Marshal, I have an urgent report." Yu Zichao waved his hand at the dancers and said, "Stone? All of you, withdraw." The dancers quickly withdrew. Yu Zichao looked at the young man and said with a smile, "Stone, what happened?" The young general is a fierce subordinate of Yu Zichao. His name is Fang Shi, and he is a Bright World Warlock. He is Yu Zichao's most capable right-hand man. Fang Shi replied, "The Battle Demon sect used a secret method a day ago." The entire Battle Demon sect's headquarters disappeared from the Battle Demon province, and most of the Battle Demon sect's warlocks fled in all directions. The Battle Demon province has fallen into chaos. "Marshal, should we take this opportunity to send troops to recapture the entire Battle Demon province? Yu Zichao frowned at once and revealed a look of embarrassment. The entire Battle Demon sect has fled? What a ruthless method, a good drastic measure. If the Battle Demon sect was still here, then even if Great Cloud Dynasty lost 1 or 2 Infinity Warlocks, it would still be able to destroy the Battle Demon sect. But now that the Battle Demon sect has fled, the countless troops that Great Cloud Dynasty has gathered here are of no use. Moreover, Bai Wuxia has just released the news that he will personally lead the army, yet the Battle Demon sect has already fled, giving Yu Zichao a headache. Bai Wuxia is indeed a great strategist, but he also has a common problem of emperors, the desire for grandiose achievements. Yu Zichao originally wanted to let Bai Wuxia take the great merit of conquering the Battle Demon sect, but the Battle Demon sect had escaped. But now that the Battle Demon sect has fled, the amazing merit of defeating the Battle Demon sect has fallen into Yu Zichao's hands. Yu Zichao pondered for a while, and then said, "Forget it. Stone, take people to recapture the Battle Demon province at once." Fang Shi nodded and immediately retreated. "Yes, sir." Marshal. Sitting in a chair, Yu Zichao narrowed his eyes and revealed a contemplative look. The Battle Demon sect doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Great Cloud Dynasty will be in trouble this time. Yu Zichao weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Yang Feng? A trifling Moonlight Warlock killed an Infinity Warlock. His means are not inferior to those of Great Holy and Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. I wonder how far he can go. Should I form a good relationship with him? The fact that Yang Feng killed an Infinity Warlock has alarmed the entire Great Cloud Dynasty. Some of Great Cloud Dynasty's top powerhouses want to kill him, some want to curry favor with him, and some remain neutral. The Bright Moon School, in the Moon Hall, there sit 3 beautiful warlocks with extraordinary temperaments. They are the great elders of the Bright Moon School. Female warlocks pay more attention to their appearance than male warlocks. The various secret methods of the Bright Moon School have the effect of preserving one's appearance. Among the 3 great elders, 2 are quasi-infinity warlocks and 1 is a junior infinity warlock. With extraordinary strength, they are the pillars of the Bright Moon School. The graceful and elegant infinity warlock Luo Qingcheng, who looks like a peerless fairy, said flatly, "The Battle Demon sect has fled. I have decided that the Bright Moon School should withdraw from the Cangji Plain immediately." Zhong Xinlan, a petite girl with a childlike face and big breasts, frowned, and her eyes shimmered with worry. "But if we give up the Cangji Plain, our Bright Moon School will continue to weaken, and it will be almost impossible to give birth to infinity warlocks." Aning, who has a cold and elegant appearance but a look of cynicism on her face, said coldly, "Now that the Battle Demon sect has been destroyed, the Bright Moon School, as their ally, will be the next target of the imperial court. If we don't escape now, I'm afraid that we will become the playthings of those stinky men." Luo Qingcheng uttered, "That's right. Now that the Battle Demon sect has been destroyed, the Bright Moon School will be the next target of those guys. Even if I die, I don't want to become the playthings of those people. What's the trifling foundation of the Bright Moon School? Only with people can we have everything. I've made up my mind, there's no need to say more." The other 2 great elders nodded silently as well. Soon after, a dazzling spell radiance shone above the Bright Moon School, and a huge hole suddenly appeared above the Bright Moon School, directly swallowing the Bright Moon School. Within a dozen-plus breaths of time, the entire Bright Moon School disappeared from the Cangji Plain. A few days later, the news that the Battle Demon sect and the Bright Moon School, 2 of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, escaped from the Cangji Plain spread throughout the plain. The escape of the 2 sects was equivalent to a harsh slap to Bai Wuqing's face. At the same time, among the 10 major sects and 8 major families, except for the Tai sect and the Saint Lotus sect, the rest of the sects and families were filled with fear. Chapter 589. The Great Cloud Dynasty's huge war machine is still in operation. Countless experts and weapons have gathered in front of the Tianlian province. Bai Wuxia commanded the 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers as well as the 3 Marshals to bring countless experts from the Great Cloud Dynasty to the Tianlian province. A few days later, Bai Wuxia suddenly announced that the Myriad Snow Gate has colluded with the Battle Demon sect in an attempt to subvert the Great Cloud Dynasty. The countless troops gathered in the Tianlian province aboard countless warships attacked the Myriad Snow province, one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces. Under Bai Wuxia's all-out assault, the unguarded Myriad Snow Gate collapsed like an avalanche. The Dragon Spine Guard, which is responsible for purging warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty, also suddenly mobilized to capture warlocks from the Myriad Snow Gate and kill anyone who resists. The Myriad Snow Gate's headquarters, the Myriad Snow Mountain Range. There are countless huge warships flying around the Myriad Snow Mountain Range, each of which is manned by the most elite soldiers of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Each soldier possesses great warlock rank cultivation base. The countless warships surrounded the Myriad Snow Gate, and surging killing intent gushed out from the huge warships. A eunuch with Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base flew into the void and screamed in a shrill voice, "His Majesty summons the Myriad Snow Gate's Great Elder Zhou Qinan to the barracks for an audience." With a flash of light, a burly, 3-meter-tall man, who looks like a small giant, appeared loftily above the Myriad Snow Gate, and vast Infinity Warlock rank might spread in all directions with him as the core. He is the only Infinity Warlock of the Myriad Snow Gate, Zhou Qinan. Zhou Qinan took a deep look at the barracks that stretches for hundreds of kilometers and said in a clear voice, "I, Myriad Snow Gate's Zhou Qinan, request an audience with His Majesty Bai Wuxia." A violent shockwave spread out in all directions with Zhou Qinan at the center. Human warlocks within thousands of kilometers heard Zhou Qinan's voice, as if he was speaking in their ears. Magic shields rose from the warships, cutting off Zhou Qinan's voice. If an Infinity Warlock roars with all their strength, low-level warlocks below the Great Warlock rank within a radius of 1,000 kilometers will be shocked to death. Without the blessing of spells and the protection of secret treasures, the roar of an Infinity Warlock proficient in sound wave spells can kill Great Warlocks within 1,000 kilometers in radius. It is for this reason that when suppressing forces with Infinity Warlocks, the weakest soldiers must possess Great Warlock rank cultivation base. Strengthened by the Warlock Towers, the countless Great Warlocks could display all kinds of incredible power. If there are enough Great Warlocks and powerful enough secret treasures, they can even contend against Infinity Warlocks. The eunuch shouted sternly, "Zhou Qinan, how dare you? Are you going to defy the decree?" "Humph." Zhou Qinan snorted coldly, and queer runes surged in his eyes, and he looked at the eunuch as if they contain endless evil. The eunuch trembled, his face twisted, and he screamed. His body squirmed strangely, and then he exploded. At this moment, a green ray flew out from the depths of the barracks and hit the eunuch. Countless fragments suddenly flew up and gathered, and the eunuch regained his human form. Streams of black aura flew out of the eunuch's body and dissipated. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The eunuch knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly towards the distance. In the depths of the barracks, under the protection of the 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers, Bai Wuxia in a battle robe slowly walked out and looked at Zhou Qinan indifferently. Zhou Qinan suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by an ancient beast, and he trembled all over. He realized the huge gap between him and Bai Wuxia. Zhou Qinan said unhurriedly, "Your Majesty, I am willing to take the Myriad Snow Gate and leave the Cangji Plain. As long as Your Majesty is alive, we will never step into the Cangji Plain. The Myriad Snow Mountain Range has been completely sealed off by the Great Cloud Dynasty's elite army. It is impossible for the Myriad Snow Gate to escape from the Cangji Plain." As soon as the battle started, the Infinity Warlocks sealed off the Myriad Snow Gate's escape route. This is the God Emperor imprint. Place a part of your soul in the God Emperor imprint, and I will let the myriad snow gate live. A cold expression on his face, Bai Wuqing spread the fingers of a hand, and an imprint engraved with countless golden divine runes exuding sacred breath and black runes exuding demonic qi appeared in his hand. The God Emperor imprint is a very famous monarch-grade secret treasure. It is a secret treasure that a warlock monarch of the 7th Warlock Dynasty Magic Note Dynasty refined based on the magic principles of the Transcendent Empyrean imprint recorded in the Transcendent text. Even if it is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, once a part of their soul is sealed in the God Emperor imprint, their life and death will be under the control of the master of the God Emperor imprint. Every time a human warlock advances to a greater secret realm, their life stage will undergo a transformation. Many methods to control them will fail. There are not many secret treasures that can control infinity warlocks, and the God Emperor imprint is one of them. Zhou Qinan's face sank, and he uttered coldly, "Impossible. Even if I die, I won't place my soul in the God Emperor imprint." Bai Wuqing uttered indifferently, "In that case, go to hell. Pass down my decree, attack at once. Spare no one." Tyrannical auras rose around Bai Wuqing, and one infinity warlock after another flew towards the myriad snow gate with all kinds of secret treasures. The myriad snow gate was engulfed by countless terrifying magic forces, a violent elemental storm appeared in the area, and one ancient life form after another exuding ancient might appeared and fought in the area. 10 days later, a piece of news spread throughout the Great Cloud Dynasty. The myriad snow gate's headquarters was razed to the ground, and the great elder Zhou Qinan was slain by Bai Wuqing. The myriad snow gate went all out, but only managed to seriously injure the Minister of Rites Wu Huan and kill a bright world warlock from the Great Cloud Dynasty. The whole world was shocked. Among the 10 great sects, the myriad snow gate is similar in strength to the Bright Moon School. Yet such a huge sect was annihilated by the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, and only one bright world warlock, 7 glorious sun warlocks, and 136 moonlight warlocks died. This is simply shocking. When the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, which suffered repeated setbacks at the hands of Yang Feng, bared its fangs, it immediately showed the world how powerful the Great Cloud Dynasty is. After the Myriad Snow Gate was annihilated, the Saint Demon Sect, the Corpse Demon Sect, and the Star River Sect, 3 of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, teleported their bases to other planes without hesitation. The Golem Gate and the Beast God School immediately sent emissaries to the Great Cloud Dynasty to express their allegiance to the Bai family. The Zhangji Plain has countless resources, and only here can it give birth to infinity warlocks. Once the 10 great sects escape to other planes, it will be very difficult to give birth to an infinity warlock. Bai Wuqing accepted the Golem Gate surrender, and then joined forces with the Golem Gate, the Saint Lotus Sect, and the Tai Yi Sect to launch a surprise attack on the Beast God School. When a glorious sun warlock rank spy of the Beast God School defected, the upper echelon of the Beast God School was besieged by many powerhouses of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and the 5 great elders all died. The Great Cloud Dynasty smoothly took over all the power of the Beast God School and supported the defecting spy to become the new sect master of the Beast God School. After this great change, the resources controlled by the Beast God School were plundered by the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, and the Beast God School fell from one of the 10 great sects to a second-rate sect. After Bai Wuqing destroyed the 10 great sects, he immediately stopped and sent emissaries to appease the 8 great families. After the 8 great families confirmed that Bai Wuqing has transferred the huge army back to their bases, they heaved a sigh of relief. The alliance between the 8 great families broke down, and the contingency plans they prepared were put on hold. If the 10 great sects and the 8 great families joined forces, they would have the power to overthrow the Great Cloud Dynasty. But after this war, the 10 great sects lost 7 out of 10 members, and the 8 great families were divided. They no longer had the power to contend with the Bai family. If it wasn't for the Western world's 3 great kingdoms eyeing covetously in the outside world, the 8 great families wouldn't be able to resist Bai Wuqing's army. As soon as Bai Wuqing returned to the cloud capital, he began to clean up the mess left by the 7 great sects. Countless experts cultivated by the Bai family filled the vacancies left by the 7 great sects. It will only take about 100 years for the Great Cloud dynasty to recover from the purge of a large number of experts from the 7 great sects. In the Sea of Monsters, a huge warship was sailing towards the Tarandit subcontinent. On a huge warship that was 3,000 meters long sat a tall and sturdy man with wheat-colored skin and the aura of a man of the sea. This man is the Whale Marshal of the Great Cloud dynasty's 8 marshals. The Tarandit subcontinent was originally just a small subcontinent that couldn't even give birth to moonlight warlocks. But when Yang Feng came out of the Tarandit subcontinent, it stirred by Wuqing's killing intent. He transferred the Whale Marshal, an infinity warlock, to raise the Tarandit subcontinent to the ground in one fell swoop. Bai Yunlai was suppressed by the Green Cloud Plane's plane origin will, which is why he died. Bai Wuqing doesn't believe that Yang Feng can kill an infinity warlock in the Zhangji plane. In the Tarandit subcontinent, 100 orbital stronghold cannons scattered near the coastline flashed, and resplendent beams barreled towards the huge warships thousands of kilometers away. Rays of light suddenly shone on the huge warship, forming a magic shield that blocked the dazzling beams of light. The Whale Marshal said lightly, "They can launch an attack from thousands of kilometers away. This secret treasure is really amazing." As expected of a secret treasure made by the powerhouse who killed Bai Yunlai. Chapter 590. The Whale Marshal silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. Near the coast of the Tarandit subcontinent, a 1,000-meter-long hand made of pure water elemental particles descended from the sky and slammed down. The huge stronghold cannons deployed on the edge of the coastline were turned into scrap iron by the hand made of pure water elemental particles. According to energy analysis, the other party is an infinity warlock. Odds of winning, 0.0001%. No chance of winning. Various analyses were transmitted by the Level 3 optical computer. Yang Feng understood that he has no chance of winning against an infinity warlock in the Zhangji plane. Bai Yunlai was suppressed by the plane origin will of the Green Cloud plane, and was unable to freely control the vigor of heaven and earth. Furthermore, his strength was suppressed by more than 90%, which was why Yang Feng killed him. In the Zhangji plane, an infinity warlock can freely control the vigor of heaven and earth and absorb the tremendous life magic energy drifting in space. Any of these spells possessed earth-shattering power. Yang Feng frowned slightly, and then relaxed his eyebrows. It seems that the Tarandit subcontinent cannot be saved. Fortunately, I have already transferred the most important laboratories to the Andrak plane. Infinity warlocks are existences that Yang Feng cannot contend against at the moment. If he were to appear in Tarandit subcontinent now and live and die together with Tarandit subcontinent, he would simply be a moron. When Yang Feng decided to become enemies with the Great Cloud dynasty, he began to make preparations to transfer the munitions factories and laboratories in the Tarandit subcontinent. Now, there are only some defensive weapons left in the Tarandit subcontinent. Even if the subcontinent is taken away, it won't be a big loss to Yang Feng. But for the Tarandit subcontinent, which has always been his rear base, to be taken away like this, Yang Feng still feels very regretful and full of a sense of crisis. Come out. I've already found you. The Whale Marshal suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked up, and sharp water arrows containing the law of water suddenly shot out in all directions. In the void, there was a series of distortions, and 4 experts suddenly appeared. One of them was a tall and burly man with black hair. He exuded a dense demonic aura. The other was a man who was surrounded by a layer of dazzling starlight and exuded a mysterious aura. The other person was the Grand Elder of the Bright Moon sect, Luo Qingcheng. The last person was the Great Elder of Battle Demon sect, Huang Yihe. Facing the 4 infinity warlocks, the whale marshal's expression remained unchanged. He said with a cold smile, "The battle demon sects Huang Yihe, the saint demon sects and Xialong, the star river sects Xinghe Mingxian, and the bright moon schools Luo Qingcheng, you monsters really didn't escape. Each infinity warlock rank powerhouse is extremely powerful. Once they enter the Zhangji plane, they are bound to attract the detection of the plane origin will. In the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal palace, there is a secret treasure, the Sky Surveillance Mirror. Any infinity warlock rank powerhouse who enters the Zhangji plane will trigger a reaction from the Sky Surveillance Mirror. The Sky Surveillance Mirror didn't react, which means that no new infinity warlocks have entered the Zhangji plane. In other words, Huang Yihe and the other 3 infinity warlocks have never left the Zhangji plane. Killing intent surged in Huang Yihe's eyes as he said coldly, "General Jing. As long as you swear on the river Styx that you will help us eliminate the tyrant by Wuxia, we will immediately retreat. Otherwise, this will be your burial place." The whale marshal laughed heartily and uttered, "Haha, you stray dogs actually appeared in front of me, how reckless. It's not too late for you to surrender now. Seeing as you are all infinity warlocks, I can plead with His Majesty to spare your lives. If you persist in going about things the wrong way, then today will be the day you die." With that, the whale marshal waved his hand, and a black cloth suddenly flew out. 5 infinity warlock rank auras gushed out from the black cloth. Huang Yihe's face changed dramatically, his body tensed up, and defensive spells lit up on him. "Shit, it's an ambush. No, that's a golem that can imitate infinity warlock rank aura. He wants to escape. Everyone, we can't let him escape." Xinghe Mingxuan's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he barked, silently recited an incantation, and threw a monarch-grade secret treasure universe star chart. Inside the universe star chart, 1 star after another lit up. In the Zhangji plane's outer space, 1 star force after another descended from the sky and poured into the universe star's chart. A beam of dazzling starlight that seemed to contain the power of over 100 stars fell from the sky, turning into a beam of starlight that blasted into the sea. The sea water, warships, human warlocks, and extraordinary life forms within an area of 100 kilometers in radius were completely purified by the dazzling star force beam. From the empty sea, a distorted figure suddenly appeared and converged. It is the whale marshal who used a secret method to merge with part of the sea. Originally, the whale marshal used the fundamental secret method swallowing sea whale secret method to merge with the sea water within an area of 100 kilometers in radius. As long as the sea water doesn't dry up, it cannot harm his true body. In the sea, it is extremely difficult for ordinary infinity warlocks to harm him. However, Xinghe Mingxian is the Star River sect's strongest great elder, and he used the Star River sect's underlying monarch-grade secret treasure, which is why he was able to injure the whale marshal. The whale marshal glanced at the universe star chart in the sky and praised loudly, "The Star River sect's universe star chart really deserves its reputation. Amazing." At this moment, an incomparably resplendent blade light that resembled moonlight appeared out of thin air. The blade sliced through the void and instantly landed on the whale commander's body, splitting it into pieces. Luo Qingcheng walked out of the void with the Bright Moon sect's monarch-grade secret treasure Bright Moon sacred sword in hand, and she frowned slightly. The whale marshal's dismembered body turned into arrows that shot towards the sea. Once the swallowing sea whale secret method is cultivated to the infinity warlock realm, it will possess all kinds of unpredictable powers. As long as he absorbs enough sea elemental particles, he can be reborn from a drop of blood. "Whale Marshal, leave your soul behind." And Xialong smiled coldly and flew out of the void. The holy grade secret treasure Myriad Eyes Ogre right hand glove suddenly changed into a legendary Myriad Eyes Ogre right hand glove with countless eyes of extraordinary life forms exuding eerie chi. The Myriad Eyes Ogre right hand glove, which once fought the Taboo Lord to a draw, extended its hand towards the countless fragments. The eyes of the extraordinary life forms suddenly opened, and all kinds of strange, twisted, and evil ocular techniques were suddenly launched. From the fragments, wisps of grey soul power were directly extracted, condensed into a small whale general, and flew into Xiaolong's hand. Xiaolong opened his right hand, revealed beast-like saw teeth, and swallowed the small whale marshal's soul. He chewed it in big mouthfuls, issuing hair-raising sounds. After suffering this blow, the whale marshal's soul was injured. Without a treasure that can repair the soul, it will take thousands of years or even 10,000 years to heal such a terrifying injury. On the contrary, it will worsen. This is the terror of the myriad eyes ogre right-hand glove. Although the whale marshal was seriously injured by Xiaolong, the countless fragments containing his soul force still carrying the law of the sea shot into the sea in an instant. When Huang Yihe and the other three powerhouses saw this scene, their eyes shimmered with annoyance. Once the whale marshal enters the sea, even if the four infinity warlocks join forces, they won't be able to force the whale marshal into a dead end again. Damn it, I really lost face this time. An embarrassed expression on his face, Huang Yihe calculated in his mind, yet none of his secret methods or secret treasures can play a role. The whale marshal fled very decisively. Moreover, the giant whale swallowing sea technique was also a peerless secret technique. It possessed unfathomable power in the sea. Coupled with the fact that he is an infinity warlock, if you miss the opportunity to kill him, you won't be able to find it again. Infinity warlocks are easy to defeat, but hard to kill. It is for this reason that Yang Feng's slaying of Bai Yunlai caused a sensation in the world. Bai Wuxing's slaying of the myriad Snow Gates infinity warlock Zhou Qinan triggered a series of changes, and the 10 great sects withdrew from the Zhangji plain. Seeing that the whale marshal is about to escape, the sea hunters hidden in the sea suddenly pounced on the fragments of the whale marshal and gnawed at them. A strange force gushed out of the sea hunters and devoured the fragments of the whale marshal. Every time they devour a piece of the whale marshal's flesh and blood, the sea hunters will undergo a strange change and become more powerful. The more than a dozen fragments of the whale marshal suddenly gathered together and turned into a miniature version of the whale marshal. Standing in the void, a look of alarm and anger on his face, the sea hunters looked at the swarm of sea hunters down below with apprehension and anger. The whale marshal could have easily crushed the sea hunters. But now that he has been seriously injured, he can only display glorious Sun Warlock rank battle prowess. The sea hunters are equivalent to blocking his only escape route. Haha, whale marshal, since you want to be a loyal subject to Bai Wuxing, then go to hell. Smiling excitedly, Huang Yihe appeared in front of the whale marshal, spread the fingers of a hand, and as if a small world appeared, grabbed the whale marshal and crushed him into pieces. A ball of 7-color skyfire rose from Huang Yihe's hand and burned the fragments attached to the infinity core frantically. The fragments struggled and twisted, issued strange screams, and eventually disappeared. The swarm of sea hunters suddenly gathered and transformed into Yang Feng, who came to Huang Yihe's side and saluted, "Greetings, teacher." When Huang Yihe saw Yang Feng, he immediately showed a smile and said, "Feng, it's really you. Well done." Chapter 591. Xiaolong walked out of the void, came to in front of Yang Feng, glanced at Yang Feng, and praised, "Old Huang, so this is your personal disciple Yang Feng. Not bad, he's a good match for my Yen. Old Huang, how about we become in-laws?" Huang Yihe rolled his eyes at Xiaolong and said, "Your Yen's looks and cultivation base are indeed excellent. But with her temperament, how can she be manipulated by you? If you tell her about this, I'm afraid that she'll come looking for you the next day and fight Feng. At that time, if we can't become in-laws, we'll become enemies, and that'll be troublesome." Xiaolong thought for a moment, and then regret flashed in his eyes. "You're right. What a pity." When Xiaolong thought of his little demoness, he felt a headache. As a great elder of the Saint Demon sect, he is a ruthless and ambitious person with a heart of stone. But he loves his only daughter, his only blood relative in the world. As such, there is nothing he can do about her. In the world of warlocks, some warlocks don't attach much importance to their blood relatives. Most of such warlocks have a large number of wives and children. It is very difficult for some warlocks to give birth to offspring, and they will only have 1 or 2 children. Such warlocks cherish their children and descendants very much. It was equivalent to their reverse scale, and anyone who touched it would be killed. Surrounded by starlight, the star river Mingxian looks like a god emitting endless starlight. With a blur, he crossed the distance of several kilometers, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and said with a gentle smile, "You're Yang Feng? You killed Bai Yunlai? Well done." The Bai family's 13 infinity warlocks suppress the eastern world and take charge of the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. If more than half of the 13 infinity warlocks die, the Bai family's rule will collapse. Which of the infinity warlocks who can promote to the infinity warlock rank doesn't have their own thoughts and will? The Bai family is powerful and controls the resources of the entire Great Cloud Dynasty, which is why it has countless experts working for it. If the Bai family is weak, then the 3 Grand Ministers, the 9 Ministers, the 8 Marshals, and the other infinity warlocks will devour the Bai family. Therefore, after Bai Yunlai died, the remaining 12 infinity warlocks of the Bai family became much more cautious. They won't enter dangerous places rashly. Luo Qingqing stepped out of the void, glanced at Yang Feng, and said coldly, "We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's disperse." "All right." And Xielong smiled faintly and disappeared with a blur. With a flash of starlight, Xinghe Mingxian also disappeared. Luo Qingqing also turned into a beam of moonlight and disappeared into the void. No matter how Yang Feng investigated, he couldn't capture the direction in which the 3 infinity warlocks disappeared and their movement trajectories. Huang Yihe waved his hand, and an ordinary-looking jade card flew into Yang Feng's hand. "Feng, the Great Cloud Dynasty's investigative methods are formidable. I'll take my leave first. These are the spies arranged by my Battle Demon sect in the Great Cloud Dynasty. If you need anything, you can use this jade card to mobilize the spies. The 10 great sects have a legacy of more than 10,000 years in the Great Cloud Dynasty. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, there are countless spies from the 10 great sects. After Bai Wuxing destroyed the 10 great sects, he no longer attacked the 8 great families. He wants to eliminate the influence of the 10 great sects from the Great Cloud Dynasty. It will only take 100 years for the Great Cloud Dynasty to eliminate most of the influence of the 10 great sects from the imperial court. This 100 years will be the time to test Bai Wuxing's political skills. Now that Yang Feng has mastered the spies arranged by the Battle Demon sect in the Great Cloud Dynasty, he has a hidden force. There are many things that he doesn't need to do personally. With that, Huang Yihe's body collapsed in an instant, turned into specks of light, and disappeared. Yang Feng's figure formed from countless sea hunters also collapsed and sank into the sea. Not long after, a huge eyeball suddenly appeared in the void. That huge eyeball condensed from countless runes glanced at the sea, and rays of spells shot out of that huge eyeball and swept towards the sea. The huge eyeball is a holy-grade secret treasure called the Heaven Watch Eye. Once it is operated in the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal palace, it can see virtually the entire eastern world. At the same time, so long as enough magic crystals are consumed, it can even enable a warlock to cross tens of thousands of kilometers to reach a certain place. Even if you use spatial disorder, you can't interfere with the Heaven Watch Eye's spying. However, every time the holy-grade secret treasure Heaven Watch Eye is used, it consumes all the power of a Holy Spirit warlock. In an era without Holy Spirit warlocks, every time the Heaven Watch Eye is used, it consumes an astronomical number of magic crystals, even more than the magic crystals accumulated by a small sect. As such, it can't be used rashly. Blurry and distorted shadows seem to converge and reproduce the scene from not long ago. This is one of the miraculous spells of the Heaven Watch Eye, image playback. Under the effect of the image playback spell, everything that happened in a certain area can be easily replayed. But, as if something interfered, the distorted shadows collapsed and disappeared in an instant. Before leaving, Huang Yihe used a secret method to erase all traces of this area. Even if it is the image playback spell, it can't rewind the scene in this area. It can't be restored. There are fluctuations of power from a fight between infinity warlocks here. The whale marshal has really died. These damned devils. Angry voices came from the huge eyeball, but no one dared to come out of it. The whale marshal's whereabouts are very secretive. How could he be besieged? There are spies in the imperial court. And the level of the spies is very high. The 10 great sects are indeed a cancer of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Your Majesty has great foresight. To destroy them in advance is really brilliant. Amidst the sounds of discussion, the huge eyeball rolled around and directly disappeared. Before long, the entire Great Cloud Dynasty learned that one of the 8 marshals, the Whale Marshal, has died in the Sea of Monsters. The Sea of Monsters is the only route to the Tyrannid subcontinent. Soon, the rumor that the Whale Marshal was killed by Yang Feng spread in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Another round of purge was carried out inside the Great Cloud Dynasty. Affected by the purge, countless warlocks were forced to leave the Great Cloud Dynasty. During the purge, the children of the 8 great families were quietly transferred out of the most critical positions by Wuxia, weakening the influence of the 8 great families in the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court by a large margin. Yang Feng's true body hid in the Andrak plain and began to practice cultivation behind closed doors. At this time, the Great Cloud Dynasty is at its most chaotic and dangerous. He doesn't want to get involved in the storm and be crushed to pieces. Time elapsed, and 3 years passed in a flash. The Andrak plain, in a secret room, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, an advanced moonlight warlock rank life force diffused from him. Yang Feng sighed slightly. The Andrak plane is really inferior to the Zhangji plane. If I had the resources in the Battle Demon sect, I would have been able to promote to a pinnacle glorious Sun Warlock. But here, I'm only at the advanced Moonlight Warlock rank. The difference between the 2 planes is simply too great. The Zhangji plane is currently the most powerful primary material plane as well as the only grade 1 plane known to human warlocks. It is because of the special nature of the Zhangji plane that the human warlock emperors born in the Zhangji plane can suppress countless planes and defeat, suppress, and seal existences of other planes with warlock emperor rank battle prowess one by one. Cultivation in the Zhangji plane's continent is much faster than in other planes. Under the same cultivation conditions, the cultivation speed in the Zhangji plane is more than 10 times faster than in the Andrak plane. The special nature of the Zhangji plane makes the 10 great sects very unwilling to leave the Zhangji plane. Once these sects escape from the Zhangji plane, they will slowly decline, and may even disappear in the long river of history. It's time to get started. Yang Feng walked out of the secret chamber, his body blurred, and he disappeared. Outside the divine country of the goddess of ice, there are 10-star destroyer battlestars and aircraft carriers suspended in the air. 500,000 third-generation battle robots and 6 million second-generation battle robots have surrounded the divine country of the goddess of ice. Standing outside the divine country, Yang Feng said flatly, "Goddess of ice, I am Yang Feng. Surrender. As long as you submit to me, I can let you live. How can I allow others to sleep soundly on my bed?" At this time, only the goddess of ice and the goddess of love are left in the Andrak plane. The 2 goddesses are 2 major unstable factors of the Andrak plane. If Yang Feng can't subdue or annihilate the 2 goddesses, he won't dare to boldly take the Andrak plane as his foundation. The cold and resolute roar of the goddess of ice came from the divine country, Ong Feng, you despicable scoundrel, I will never yield. Yang Feng sighed regretfully. His eyes shimmered coldly, and he ordered, what a pity. Do it. As if divine punishment, resplendent rays of light slammed into the ice mountain range covered in ice and snow all year round. Swept by the resplendent rays of light, tens of thousands of ice life forms were killed. Yang Feng hasn't made a move for 3 years, but he has privately dispatched a mechanical legion to investigate the locations of the believers of the goddess of ice in the ice mountain range. As soon as he made his move, it was earth-shattering. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.